And now even an ecological preserve isn't safe. I just astonished at this. There's no excuse for this. And whatever has to be done has to be done. Get the tow trucks and tow them away. Because if you tolerate it, it only grows. I mean, look at that mess we talked about last hour down in Harbor Gateway. 500 RVs within several miles. Because this is kind of a lawless, unincorporated area of Los Angeles County. No one gets the fleet multiplied by 3. But honestly, to talk about tolerating it, I never wanted to damage it, and I'm afraid I will just like, holy mackerel. Oh, I know, lose it. Or you might get killed. I mean, every one of these RVs has a mentally unbalanced person inside it. Every one of them has a weirdo inside it. God knows how many of these people used to live in prisons, have been in local jails, have been in mental institutions, are sex perverts. God knows how many crimes they've all committed. I mean, they've got to get all their stuff from somewhere. They've stolen most of it. What is it about? I mean, that's such a fundamental illness when you leave in garbage inside these RVs. Remember what the guy said for Harbor Gateway? He said he got into the RV and there was 100 rats in one of them. Imagine living with 100 rats and the inhabitants of the RV wasn't taken away to a mental health center. He's willing to live with 100 rats and create that kind of health hazard in the area. It's astonishing right in front of our eyes. I mean, you know, back to like around 2016, 2017, this was almost non-existent outside of very contained, well-known areas like Skid Row, right? And we simply didn't see any of it. It didn't exist. And it still doesn't exist in most cities in America. And because this is an unincorporated part of LA County, the only government official is Holly Mitchell, the LA County supervisor. He just put out a drastically generic statement that these are difficult issues, and we have outreach teams that are working with people. Hundreds of RVs? Oh, good luck. That's embedded. Why is that? That's like forever. Why is it part of the woke belief system to allow everything to be so disgusting and filthy? To let all these crazy people run amok, to create all this danger. Why don't they? Because there's the ideology that they're poor. They're victims of capitalism, they're victims of racism, they're victims of high housing costs. They have to be patient and helpful. They really believe that? Yes, they do. You really believe they believe that? Huh? I do believe they believe that. That is so nuts. Yep, they are the ultimate underdog. Right. I believe that is so divorced from reality. There's nothing to do, there's nothing to say, there's nothing to argue with it. The net result is nobody should have to put up with this in a public area. Nobody. We shouldn't allow them to destroy the Florida weapons. I tell myself every day when I think about these stories, I think, well, now I know who I am. I believe in self-responsibility. Kind of a libertarian. I believe people should be individually free, but you can't make a mess of things, and you have to be responsible. I don't believe that there should be a government doing all of your life tasks for you. I don't believe in that. And I believe that it's going to make a great country if everybody is working hard, competing, and trying to work their way up the ladder. That's what I believe in. And this crowd on the other side, this woke crowd, holy man, everybody's a victim. Everybody needs our help. They're victims of a terrible, horrible, capitalist, racist society, and we've got to do everything we can to give them everything they need. Right? Health care is a right. Housing is a right. Everything's a right. Most people succeed. Most people do, although it's starting to gouge it. Well, the percentage it's not keeps growing. That's how I see it. I think it's the drugs. I think the drugs is just more prevalent than ever before, and the drugs are more destructive than ever before to individuals. Yeah, how many times we've talked about the way the American economy has moved in the last couple decades away from manufacturing and basic blue-collar jobs. We don't have those anymore. There's more service jobs, but people don't want to do those anymore. So yeah, they drift around. It's more these drugs, these are mostly guys. These are mostly like a guy in Studio City lying around, showing a cigarette. And he does it because it literally pleasures them all day. Yeah, well, if you get a little high, too, probably smoke weed, it's cool, and take a relax in the sun, just like short on touching myself. There are people see me, that's kind of cool. Even accept that I'm kind of killing things like that. Yeah, but I mean, there's tens of thousands of people in the street. They all have a story. He's the most flamboyant. But there's tens of thousands of people, and it's all stories about these guessing things that rock their brain one way or the other. I mean, they're the functioning brains, all these people. It's just that now we have an enabling crowd, and they're often in government and other positions that are like, oh, we feel for you. We won't bother you until we come up with a plan. And there's money to be made. That's the thing. There's so much money to be made with the billions of dollars that's available for all these homeless advocacy organizations. And most of them are a scam. Most of them are just a racket. But and they have their stick about racism or this or that because they can try to get people emotionally under the tension. To like quickly intimidate them, break them down so that we all go along with the program. All right, more coming up. Sunday, KFI, AM 640, live everywhere. The iHeart Radio app. And Deborah Mark live in the 24-hour KFI newsroom. Massachusetts killing Bishop David O'Connell in Washington Heights has been charged with murder. LA County DA Gaston announced the charges this afternoon against Carlos Medina, who was arrested Monday. Gaston says Medina also faces a special circumstance enhancement of using a gun during the crime. More than 40 people have been arrested in a sex trafficking operation in San Diego County. State Attorney General Bob Bontas says Operation Better Pathways was an undercover assignment to combat sex trafficking and sexual exploitation. Bontas' officials posed as sex workers from January 9th and February 10th in San Diego and National City. 41 people, including 8 kids, have been offered supportive care. Police are looking for a man who's been spotted exposing himself on Fryman Canyon Trail in Studio City. Police say they've been getting calls about the guy since December. This woman who hikes in the area often says she's worried. It's a little spooky that you can come out here and feel like you're then going to be flashed or targeted or followed or, I mean, people are really coming out here losing their lives. So there's people have posted photos of the guy on social media. In one photo, the man is seen on his back appearing to touch himself. Another video shows the man with his hands down his pants in front of a home. The LAPD has increased patrols in the area. In Studio City, for Troy KFI News. As President Biden wraps up his trip to Europe, the U.S. believes Russia has tested an intercontinental ballistic missile capable of reaching the U.S. But it appears the launch failed. It has happening around the time Biden was in Ukraine Monday. ABC then wins the sources say the missile was able to travel farther and faster than old designs. Putin did not mention the launch yesterday when he formally suspended Russia's participation in the treaty with the U.S. that regulates the two largest nuclear arsenals. Biden met with leaders from the Bucharest 9 today, reassuring allies, NATO allies, the U.S. is on high alert for any threats from Russia. And John, tell about you to pay attention to this story. Okay, people who drink soy, oats, almonds, or any other milk alternative can keep calling it milk. The FDA issued a ruling saying plant-based beverages do not pretend to be milk, and consumers understand the difference. To appease producers of milk, the draft rules say the drinks need to be labeled clearly, such as soy milk or cashew milk, which we do. The draft rules do not apply to non-dairy products other than beverages, such as milk. Plants are not milk. The government says plants are milk. The FDA has just issued this ruling saying that it is okay and that consumers know the difference. So if you say almond milk, cashew milk, coconut milk, you know that it's not cow milk. We know that. Those are nuts. Because that's the 405 now. If you're hurt in an accident, besides your car getting all banged up, the injury from the accident can have a ripple effect on your life. And Sweet Jane's accident attorneys know all too well what injured victims go through. Yeah, you're injured to keep you from everyday activities, including work, not to mention having a labor pain. That's why the attorneys at Sweet Jane's have devoted their lives to helping injured clients. They're going to help you get the medical treatment you need so you can heal. And they'll help you get the money you deserve so that you can financially recover. And they're going to treat you with compassion along the way. Sweet Jane's has one mission: help hurt accident victims get better physically, financially, and emotionally. That's all they've been doing for 18 years, and they've recovered over $1 billion for clients and are awarded best attorneys in America. You pay nothing until they win. If you're hurt in an accident, you call Fleet Games 800-500-5200, 800-500-5200, fleetgames.com. Southland weather can KFI rain, even snow in some areas tomorrow, with highs in the low to mid-50s for metro LA, 40s to low 50s in the San Gabriel and San Fernando Valley, 40s in the Antelope Valley, for 40s to low 50s in Orange County, 40s in the Inland Empire. Right now, 52 in Villa Park and 54 in Westminster. From the Southern California Toyota dealer, traffic center left those places on the 405 in Irvine. This one's on the northbound side, one at Jeffrey Road. Some good news, they just cleared out of the left lane. But in doing so, Highway Patrol had to run a brake stop all lanes. Metro traffic is loading up from just about Irvine Center Drive. Beyond the crash, the drive opens up into Costa Mesa, slowing down ahead of Fairview. And stretches all the way towards Beach Boulevard, a little crowded ahead of Field Beach Boulevard. Luke's got your horse driver. He's checking out Carson, KFI in the sky. Southbound side of the 110 freeway, right there at the Carson off-ramp. A couple of vehicles got hung up in the carpool lane. How do you get the lanes back to the 405? It's speaking of the 405. It's pretty slow. From the 105 on down to Alameda. Luke's horse driver, KFI in the sky. And the drive into Anaheim Hills, 91 eastbound, from down at Weir Canyon, non-evasion stretches all the way to Adams and Riverside. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Lisa Martinez. If your business happened to survive COVID, you're still around, and you have 5 or more employees that also survived COVID with your business, you actually are maybe eligible to receive a payroll tax rebate of up to $26,000 per employee. Do the math on that one. And it's a refund of your taxes, not a loan at all. Challenge getting your hands on the money. Lots of red tape, complicated stuff, and the federal bureaucracy. So let us suggest getrefunds.com. They are experts in this little-known payroll tax refund program. Have already returned $3 billion to businesses. I'm a fan. Why? Because in another program, they returned my business a 6-figure refund. No charge up front. They share a percentage of the cash that they get. Businesses of all types can qualify, even though the PPP, nonprofits had increases in sales. So to find out if your business qualifies, go to getrefunds.com, click on the Qualify Me button, answer a few questions, getrefunds.com. Get us to an RV. TVRV.com. You can pick up RV shows on now. Rapid Trader starting at $19.99. Motorhome starting at $4.99. Zero down delivered with no payment for spring. TVRV.com with a 405 Eastern. Big names for Newsmax. DirecTV just removed Newsmax. Now you can't watch it on DirecTV or Uverse. Ted Cruz, Mike Huckabee, Vance Paul urge you to stand with Newsmax. And Newsmax wants you to call DirecTV and demand that they bring back Newsmax. You can call toll-free 877-Newsmax and they will connect you. If you're not with DirecTV, you can still call Newsmax to show your support at 877-Newsmax. But Dr. Ben Carson says they'll see this to be loaded. Stand up for Newsmax. Call 877-Newsmax today. This is Jacob Armani. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB. For official rules and more information about context of this station, go to KFIAM640.com/rules. KFI AM 640. The news, what it means, why it matters. John Show, John Cobell, Ken Stampo. It's KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Yes, we're 2 days away from another visit from the Moistline people. So your time and good message, go to the iHeartRadio app, use the microphone icon to connect to the Moistline directly, or call this toll-free number, 1-877-186-1877-664-7886. You probably know by now that we got storms are coming. It's coming. But beginning tonight, tomorrow morning, we get some rain. It'll be heavier probably on Friday into Saturday. Supposed to be a cold storm. But once again, the El Segundo Times and writer Stephen Smith wants us to know we're not getting out of the drought anytime soon. Right? Because they say so. They say, well, they talk to their experts. Right? What's the audience for this, by the way? Like, the way I was talking about how did this woke ideology include accepting filthy public behavior? How did woke ideology include, just because it's raining like it's monsoon season, it's still a drought? Do all people still feel like the drought is going on? Is that part of what you were taught in class? I think it's a bit like to wear a mask. It's the same kind of extremely cautious, always on guard, always concerned that COVID's going to come back and kill me, that the drought's never going to go away, we're going to run out of water. There are people, they won't see it kind of, but they just need something to be really worried about. Environmentally, health-wise, constantly on watch. Yeah, I can tell you a story that's all about the groundwater. Big systems of underground aquifers are still perilously low, particularly in the Central Valley, where, of course, there's a shifting climate change. You know what's silly about all the sand rains? They flushed out. There's probably been 25 trillion gallons of water flushed out into the ocean. There's a story in the LA Times just this week how we passed, I think, some kind of bond measure, passed or something here in LA County to collect groundwater, collect stormwater, and how there's been virtually no progress. But I don't even understand that story about green spaces. I didn't get it. It was complicated. So I gave up on the story. The point was we allocated a lot of money to spend, but it's very slow progress. They're not collecting all the water. So all this rainfall that we got in LA County for the past year, they didn't catch too much of it. And didn't they just tell us over the December storm that costed billions of gallons? Well, they told us that, especially. Yeah, I know, but it's a sleight of hand. It's 24 trillion that go out into the ocean. So those billions, yeah, right. But I mean, here in Southern California, I'm sure trillions of gallons got washed out of the ocean, our share of that 24 trillion. And they tell you the billions, but you don't know if that's a good or bad number. It's a bad number. Based on how much rainfall we did get, they conserved very little of it. Because if they conserved the amount that they should have by now, they've had many, they've had 100 years, then there'd be no talking drought. We have enormous amounts of storage to take care of the dry years. The dry years are not a surprise. If you study the history of California for even 15 minutes, you could see that all the stuff we've had is normal. Right. Normal. Except there's a business now in the area by saying, oh my God, this drought is horrible. Oh, these awful rains. Well, they talked to somebody named Peter Light, co-founder and president emeritus of the Pacific Institute, and eventually he gets to what it's all about. They don't want people to change their behavior. People may go back to watering their grass. They may take longer showers. They may waste water. If you let the message go out, that the drought's essentially over. You know what? He's admitted that. And that kind of protects the paternalistic attitude. Fauci had that attitude as well. He admitted later on. About caution. He didn't want to tell the truth all the time because it basically didn't think people would handle the news properly. Right. They think we're all too stupid to walk and breathe at the same time. So they act like mommy and daddy. It's like, well, I don't know if our children can handle that. So maybe we should keep that away from them. And there's this guy called it a rebound effect. If you remove the drought orders, people are going to go back to their habits, and we don't want that. And it's like his interpretation of how we should live. Again, we should not have lawns. We should not have swimming pools. We shouldn't be washing our car because we shouldn't have a car. And so we're under the rule of these, they're like Puritans from another century. It's like, remember the Puritans, all these very strict, conservative Protestant movements back from the 1800s. They frowned on people enjoying themselves. It would get very, that's why they didn't go even dancing for a chance. So, and to point out, this is a version of that. That while we had a nice run there in December and January, February, pretty dry. In fact, the snowpack, which was 205% normal on February 1st, was only 174% of normal as of this past week. So it was a little more than double normal now. It's a little less than double normal, and I think that's going to be taken care of by Monday. I think by Monday we're going to be back in a situation where in December where there's so much. Exactly. Their problem is they're too lazy and stupid to figure out how to store the water properly. for the future. That's their job. It's the only thing they ought to be working on when it comes to water policy. We leave our showers alone, our watering our lawn, our showers all are swimming pools. Yeah, go away. Leave it alone. You figure out how to capture tens of trillions of gallons of water. Yeah, well, again, we had another decision by a judge recently saying he wanted to protect that salmon, right? So let it run off to the ocean because we don't want them to get trapped in the channels, right? Yeah, on the contact when he was on explaining how we've already solved the salmon issue. You can farm salmon. You can farm all the fish that are threatened of the water supply, the rivers. So let's do that. Because you're arguing about the demise of the species. Well, we know how to save the species and create enormous numbers of the species. We know how to do it. So why are we fixated on whether the salmon are coming down the river or the salmon are being created on a fish farm? What does it matter? Fine. So, we got more coming up. Yeah. Johnny said, stop it. Roughly. Johnny said KFI AM 640 live everywhere the iHeartRadio line. Keep going if you want. Just take a breath. Deborah Mark live in the 24-hour KFI News.
The National Weather Service has issued a blizzard warning for the LA County Mountains from 4 a.m. Friday until 4 p.m. Saturday. Snow is covering a large stretch of the country and it's leading to misery at airports all over. Flight awareness of more than 1,400 flights have been canceled so far today across the country. The LA City Council has approved a motion to explore creating a climate budget. Officials want data on greenhouse gas emissions to help the city reach its goal of achieving carbon neutrality by 2045. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. We're going to go to the freeway, see what's going on. Let's start off in Anaheim on the 57, making your way northbound. It's a very poor drive getting away from Ball Road. You're on the break to head to the 91, more slowing in Brea from Lambert as you continue all the way to the 60 and Diamond Bar. This got real cold ciders checking out Culver City, KFI in the sky.
These overlays as you head northbound on the 405, starting right around Venice Boulevard. It is filled in, though, pretty well through the entire Sepulveda Pass as you continue north towards the valley there. You don't really get a break until you get to North Hill by North Street as you're heading north there. Also, pretty slow from the 105 all the way down to Alameda. Local driver KFI in the sky.
KFI in the sky. Let's get you there faster. I'm Lincoln Martinez.
This is Michael Jr. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network, presented by DraftKings. WNBA All-Star today, Oklahoma is ringside with the LA Sparks. Major League Soccer Commissioner Don Garber wants to bring a 30th team to the league by the end of the year. Las Vegas and San Diego are the front runners. On the basketball player Brandon Miller playing in tonight's game against South Carolina after he brought down former teammate Darius Miles handgun to him that was used to kill a woman in January. I'm Frank Aaron. Hey everyone, it's Mike Bullis Jr. introducing my new podcast, Dojo, tackling sports, pop culture, and whatever else you can think of. Download and listen to the newest episodes from my show, Dojo, the podcast with DraftKings, releasing daily, Monday through Friday, wherever you get your podcast. This report is sponsored by Waterboy Whole House Filtration System. The Waterboy Whole House Filtration System brings fresh, clean water right to your tap. Call 1-800-WATERBOY now. Clean water for drinking, showering, cooking, laundry, and more. Call 1-800-WATERBOY. That's 1-800-WATERBOY. Good news for Newsmax. AT&T's DirecTV censorship of Newsmax continues. Newsmax says DirecTV continues carrying 22 liberal news channels, but they just canceled Newsmax. With OAN gone, Newsmax says 2 conservative channels now DirecTV has removed in a year. Newsmax says they are the 4th highest rated cable news channels with great hosts like Greg Kelly, Chris Costello, Rob Stitt, Mike Huckabee, Greta Van Susteren, and more. Now millions of DirecTV subscribers can't watch them. Ted Cruz, Rand Paul, Mike Huckabee, the same with Newsmax, and for free speech. All DirecTV now, and Newsmax wants you to tell them to get Newsmax back on the air. You can tell the Newsmax that you oppose censorship, you want more voices, not less. Call toll-free 877 Newsmax, and they'll connect you to DirecTV. Newsmax says if you support free speech, you can call 877 Newsmax, and they'll tell you how you can help. Dr. Ben Carson says our freedoms are eroded. Newsmax says make your voice heard. Call 877 Newsmax today. I'm John Morgan from Morgan and Morgan. Hinges just dial pound long. That's all. Morgan and Morgan, America, and now the universe's largest injury law firm. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. It is no secret that cities add chlorine to your water, but once it gets to your house, you don't want it in your body or drying out your skin and hair. Hey, this is Dean Sharp with the solution, a Light Source water system. Light Source filters all the water in your home, reducing the harsh taste and feel of chlorine and giving you softer skin and hair from every tap. No salt, no maintenance. Get yours today by calling 800-803-2696 or visit lightsourcewater.com. Light Source, taste and feel the difference. Contractor license 1047-781. Here are some homeowner headaches we fix together. One is our team Rejuvenation, where we help you prevent breakdowns by performing 6 critical adjustments for just $129. Another one is warm claw unit drains for just $80 with a 30-foot drain tank. And we're on call 24/7, 365 days a year. And our drain cleaning service is just $80. So nice and satisfied. Get air conditioning and plumbing. COECPL.com. We do things the right way, not the easy way. I used to hate this day at school. Oh man, everything is fixed. It's not real fix it. It's LAUSD fix it. And LAUSD detective is worse. There's no A. Let's go on way to yourself. It is A, but it's DLL is the name of that test. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Johnny Pittsburgh, John Cobell, KFO, KFI, and 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Yeah, well, it's just been studies that came out of New York City, but apparently it's relevant in many large cities around the country, including Los Angeles, Miami, San Francisco. It's poop on the sidewalk. Poop for humans and dogs. And it can cause extreme health problems. The research showed that in one neighborhood in New York City's Upper East Side, the sidewalks are covered in 300 times more than what would be needed to close a local beach. And what you don't realize, you get in there with the heat, you breathe this stuff in because the poop begins to disintegrate, begins to break up. Yeah. When you get hepatitis, E. coli, cholera, and endocarditis, and hypertension. When you smell poop, you're actually inhaling. You're inhaling some of the little bits of it. Yeah. The crumbs. Yes. That's why we talked about the flu when you flush the toilet. Yeah, it's washed into the air, and these little microscopic bits of poop and bacteria are floating around. You inhale them, and then you can catch all those diseases. And this is what I'm talking about. Is this terrible health issue, and again, would never be tolerated in modern life, right? Once we have the development of toilets and sewer systems, that because that's what most people know of. Back in the 1800s, where they had, huge outbreaks of cholera, feces-based diseases that passed because of bad hygiene and sewer systems. And that's young, that's why their life expectancy was so low. In this past, they actually tested puddle water too, because there weren't obvious signs of feces in the puddle water, but it still could come from that source. Oh yeah. And they walk through the area, scrub the soles of their shoes. Oh, and you bring that stuff into your house. It's on the bottom of your feet. Oh, they track the spread of fecal particles inside. Carpeted indoor areas tested by the team at an average of 20,000 enterococci per square meter of enterococci bacteria. Oh, it's on the bottom. They were taking carpets in people's homes. They wanted to see what people were bringing inside. So I guess some people agreed to let them inside to scrape the carpet to see what was in there, embedded in there, and they found stuff from the street poop that was on the fumes. So, and the carpet holds on to the bacteria. So it's a reservoir. I am somebody's banging out there. It does sound like somebody's tapping the door. The door doesn't close all the way. I know. And it stops, and then it's the two people that bother to show up for work are so noisy because they're socializing. supposed to do. And when infections occur, a person eats contaminated food. The bacterial disease spreads via fecal to oral transmission. I like that one. Sure. Fecal to oral. So, and let's say you're sitting on the carpet, like television, right? Yeah, and he's playing, and then, he does that, he's got little fecal kits from the home whose poop you walked on earlier in the day. Exactly, you got it exactly right. That's the road to city. Right. Because, there've been homeless people living in front of the grocery store about a mile from, right? Right. Big homeless box. Who knows how much food, they lay there, and it's on their clothing, and it's on all their belongings, and I'm walking by, and then I buy all the stuff from the grocery store, and then I'm walking in the house. And then, the dog is licking everything over the floor, and then he comes and he licks you. Dude, I don't want to leave my bed. Apparently, in downtown Dallas, they believe that surging homeless population is blamed for a foul smell that permeated the downtown area. A very, very strong, distinctive odor. That's one benefit. And I also noticed a lot more people are just letting their dogs poop anywhere and not cleaning up. Yeah. If you walk along the beach areas, like the strands and the boardwalk, you see more and more big clumps and piles of poop. And sometimes it's smeared because people step in their bikes run over it. And it's really foul. You get down in your feet, you bring it home. This time I don't really have carpet. That's the area right there. I don't like carpet. I don't like it either. Because of this. Yeah, because unless you get the carpet cleaned a lot, it's annoying and expensive. Yeah. Sit there and constantly soak them and scrub them. Yeah. On average, the people were found to have 100 enterococcal bacteria particles on the bottom side of their feet. That's the average for people who walk through this area daily in New York City for themselves. So there you go. And there's so little resistance to it. People used to get more agitated about dogs pooping in a park or dogs pooping on your lawn, right? In my neighborhood, I see signs on lawns all the time. Please do not let your dog poop on the lawn. In fact, there's one guy who lives around the corner from me. He actually has a little dispenser so you could pull out a doggy bag and use it. This same guy also had a Mike Bonham sign up on his front lawn for 6 months. Well, of course. But it's that type of guy, right? He's from Mike Bonham, and he's pretty enough to have doggy bags for people walking their dogs at night to keep the neighborhood cleaner. But if it was a homeless guy, this guy, apparently all the homeless pooping in the streets didn't bother him to support the bonus. All right, we've got Conway here. Hey now. We've got a big winter storm coming in that's going to wipe people out. I hate to say that, but that's still, to the start. You can already feel it outside. The cold, it feels like you're in Mammoth, not in the Camp Mammoth. It's pretty good to be freezing out there. And that means that LA County is expected to activate the emergency winter motel voucher program. So you can slide into a motel for a couple days and, I don't know, watch Oprah. Well, I need all those days. Is Oprah still on? Yeah, Oprah's still on. Sure. Charges against the killing of the LA Bishop will talk about that. And Laguna Beach has made it official. Banning balloons. Can't believe it. In 2024. Well, they're going to shoot them down if they float in over some data points. I don't know, but it's just the dumbest thing in the world. And the guy doing it has, a master's in zoology and biology, and he was on the front cover of the LA Times today. So he's going to send that picture back to Cleveland, where his parents can go, hey, look, I made him. I'm in the front of the LA Times. Like, oh, wow, did you discover a fish that's never been discovered before? No, I'm taking balloons away from kids. Yeah, in one little town. Yeah, in a little town. It's not going to be anything. Oh, well, I'm glad we paid for all that education for you. Good work. Yeah. All right, Conway, coming up. There we go. Come on, good job. Yeah. It's like HTTP, Facebook, Orange County, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Do you think we've got all the answers? Well, we've got news for you, Steve. So seriously, we've got news right now. KSI. KOST HD2. Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. You're making it official. I'm Michael Crozier, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Today, accused of shooting and killing LA District David O'Connell in his home has been charged. Farm, the husband of a woman who worked at the health teachers for Bishop O'Connell, who was charged with one-count murder. District Attorney George Gaston says there was no force entry into the bishop on Saturday, and the claim about a money dispute between the bishop and the dean does not seem to be credible. The LA County Board of Supervisors has moved Anthony Marone from the acting to permanent chief of the LA County Fire Department. Marone has stepped in after Daryl Osby was hired. He's been with the department for more than 20 years. Some within the department are questioning the selection, saying they were hoping for a person from outside the agency, a woman or someone of color, who is going to make the final vote in the coming weeks. In the South Bay have been knocked over by strong winds. The eucalyptus tree in Manhattan Beach fell onto an apartment building last night. Co-owner Chris Petrucci tells KTLA he heard the home about 10 o'clock. I've lived here for 30 years and never seen wind like this in Manhattan Beach. Because the building only has some damage to the rain gutters. Another tree fell in Torrance. Firefighters in San Pedro had to do some tree cutting overnight outside Boulder Company Mary Medical Center. The tree that fell there was blocking access to the emergency room. Southland getting look at some cold winter weather, part of those winds as well. National Weather Service meteorologist Andrew Rohr says today to be sunny and cold, but worse tomorrow. Highs always are lower than mid-50s. When you put 20 miles down window top there, this has to be a very nice day to be outside. Mountains in LA County, Orange County, and now all expecting snow and strong winds over the next several days. The mountains in LA County could get up to 7 feet of snow in higher elevations. There'll be a blizzard warning from 4 in the morning Friday until 4 in the afternoon Saturday. Mountains in Orange County could see up to 1.5 feet of snow. Tony Award-winning actor Ben Platt says the first preview performance of Parade on Broadway was overshadowed by neo-Nazis protesting outside the theater. Platt stars in the revival based on the true story of the false conviction and lynching of a Jewish man named Leo Frank in 1915. Platt says the hate group was bothering people on their way in. And anti-Semitic things about Leo Frank, things about and just very anti-Semitic rhetoric that led to this whole story in the first place. Platt says it's a wonderful reminder of why the cast is telling this particular story. He's also Jewish. He says it's a privilege to perform the role. He also thanks security for handling the group. 5 people being killed in a small plane crash in Arkansas. Sheriff said the plane crashed near the Bill and Hillary Clinton National Airport in Little Rock. The FAA says the plane headed to Columbus, Ohio. The case of a first grader who allegedly shot a teacher at a school in Virginia is now in the hands of Newport News' top prosecutor. Chief Steve Drew says the attorney will decide whether to pursue charges against the 6-year-old. I wish we didn't have to do this way. I wish we never had to investigate this case. But here we are. Drew says police have spoken with every student who saw their teacher get shot. The teacher managed to get the kids out of the classroom to safety. He's been recovering since the shooting on January 6th. The Palestinian Health Ministry says at least 10 people have been killed, nearly 100 hurt during an Israeli military raid in the West Bank. The military says its troops were operating in Nablus, but there's no other information. At least 51 Palestinians have been killed in the West Bank in East Jerusalem since the start of this year. And this collaboration may help you get all the rock and roll satisfaction you need. It's a collaboration that's been in the making a long, long time. The Rolling Stones are said to be planning on recording with the 2 surviving Beatles for a new Stones album. Paul McCartney has reportedly already recorded some bass parts, and Ringo Starr is set to play on the album as well. Mick Jagger said last year a lot of tracks for the Stones' first album or original material in years are already done. Jennifer Jones with KFI News. Southland weather for KFI. Temp rain going to move in through the night, mostly early morning tomorrow with cold temperatures through the night, lows around 40. Rain looks like a sure thing during the day tomorrow and hanging through Saturday. Colder tomorrow. Highs above 40 at the beaches, above 50 Metro LA Orange County, around 60 inland and higher in the valleys, close to 50 in the high desert. And a couple degrees warmer with that rain on Friday. Cold to say the wind looks like it's going to be Saturday with that rain. Right down in Anaheim, it's 53, and Newport Beach, 55, Cerritos, 54, Long Beach, 55 degrees. The KFI financial report, the Dow was down 85, and NASDAQ was up 16, S&P was down 6. The average price of regular gas in California, $4.74 a gallon. Let's head out to Calabasas. And just little things about that.
It's going to be a slow drive on the 101, and here is the reason. In Calabasas, on the southbound side, coming up at Parker, Calabasas, bunch of tree branch debris was inland. Apparently it's been cleared off to the side now, but delays are loading up away from Liberty Canyon Road. If you continue on that 101 southbound, you've got more flowing ahead out of the Woodland Hills area, getting away from Topanga Canyon, all the way to the 171 before it's split. Looks like I found a Clarita with local traders. Hey, I'm finding the sky.
Northbound side of the 14 is ugly there. Faster to 20 that offense first. And that's how you get delays on the northbound side of the 14 all the way back to the 5. In fact, it's also affecting your drive on the 5 all the way back from the 405 interchange. Now, up ahead, they're going north on the 14, starting by Aquadote all the way up to the fair block of highway exit. Yep, on your first right ahead. Your whole traffic, AFI in the south.
And the drive out of Harupa Valley, slowing down from about 10 to going on a Ring Road as you roll towards Sierra. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I mean, to Martinez.
Hey, it's being sharp. Now is the perfect time for that new green kitchen because the best place for kitchen cabinets in all of Southern California, the Kitchen Store, is having its fall sale. The Kitchen Store is right up to 405 in Culver City with 12-month famous cash financing, pricing that beats the big boxes, a totally free in-showroom consult with an expert kitchen designer, and happening right now, the big fall sale. So start your new kitchen right by dialing 310 Kitchen. That's 310 Kitchen, and find them on the web at 310kitchen.com. Hello, this is Joe Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is a firm that practices family law exclusively. We focus on only one area of the law to maximize our strength and effectiveness as advocates for clients that have everything on the line. Their home, retirement, savings, and most importantly, their children. We're the partner our clients count on. If we can be of help to you, give us a call. Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell & Cordell's California area attorneys. 1455 Crazy Road, Suite 500, San Diego, California, 92108. This is Nick Alexander from Alexander Mini. The Mini Electric is here, and only Nick has the largest selection of electrified minis in California. Come down and check out wholesale district lease and finance offers through Mini FF. Call 800-800-NIP or Alexander Mini. Can't say no.
Win Las Vegas welcomes you to Awakening, a new theatrical experience created by award-winning artists, enriched by spectacular sound, meet colorful characters, and journey with them through wondrous lands. Experience Awakening. Get your tickets at awakening.com. Injured in an accident? Visit superwomansupermayor.com. KFI.
More stimulating talk.
And iHeart radio station.
Good morning, everybody. Let's get into this. It's freezing outside. That's horrible. It's going to be unbelievably cold the next couple days within the blizzard warning. Plus, charges against the killer of Bishop O'Connell. We'll have those for you. And we're going to be no more balloons. And they're done. So if you live in Laguna Beach, you're probably like me, though, where if you have kids, and even if they're grown kids, you probably at one point had a helium tank, that you bought at Party City, and you didn't think one helium tank was going to be enough, you bought two, and then you realize, oh wow, one helium tank is really enough for that party. And so you have an extra helium tank in the garage, and it just sits there, and you really, you move it around every couple months. You don't really use it. Well, if you live in Laguna, you've got to blow up all those balloons between now and 2024 and use them. Because in 2024, there'll be no more helium, any kind of balloons. They've taken them away from everybody in Orange County. Well, in part of Orange County. Laguna Beach, they're banning the balloons. And I feel like people say, okay, that's not a big deal. All right, that's not a big deal. Well, it's a big deal. It's a big deal. Kids want balloons. Kids live in Laguna Beach, and kids want balloons. And proof of that is there was a sculpture. Tell me, what was that sculpture that got knocked over? It was 42,000.
The Dexter's balloon dog.
Yeah, okay. And that's worth $40,000. And nobody would design a $40,000 little balloon dog unless it was popular and it sold. And so balloons are popular. They're going to be made mistakes, and we're going to tell you all the people involved in that mistake as well. But that was a horrible mistake. And some of the hotels, there's one particular hotel that got involved, and in Laguna Beach, and they said, they get balloons up on their in the golf course and Laguna Beach Hotel where this was and everything. So I looked it up to find out why this hotel is getting involved in a balloon ban. Hotels are supposed to celebrate life, not supposed to change the way that people enjoy. And I read the reviews. The reviews are horrible on this place in Laguna. So I'll tell you what it is pretty shortly, but the reviews are like the staff sucks, the hotel sucks, the food sucks. Were those reviews put up before or after the balloon thing? I'm glad you asked that. They were put up 6 months ago. Yeah. So you can blast away and read them. But that's just a distraction. You know, they can't get the hotel together. They can't get the service right. They can't. They said at this particular hotel, there's no room service 24 hours. There's no cell service. There's really nothing for kids to do. It's like Holiday Inn room style that are small and have no view. And so what they do is they can't get their hotel together. So the distraction is, oh, we'll jump on this balloon band and people will appreciate that. All right, we'll talk about that a little later. Right now we got the storm coming in. This is bigger news than the balloon band. Not by 100%, but a significant amount of stories that are coming out of the storm, and only one out of the balloon band. All right, so let's talk about this. It's going to affect a lot of people here in Southern California. This storm is coming in, and it might be the coldest storm we've had here in Southern California in 30 years. 30 years. We saw a lot of flurries this morning, and especially they're going to start closing down some of these passes. That's the Grapevine and the pass up through Gorman. Not Gorman. What's the one that goes to Vegas? Is that Gorman? It's a home pass. Right, bingo. On the coast. Earlier throughout the morning, we saw a lot of flurries coming down. It has sort of slowed down just a bit, but the wind has really picked up. Yeah. And all of this is expected to intensify over the next few hours and the next few days. It does feel like walking around Big Bear outside right now. I was walking around Burbank, and man, it feels like you're in Mammoth or in Tahoe or somewhere. It really is odd. Plant friends already preparing. Take a look. They have applied brine to prevent ice buildup on the roads here on the side. Oh, brine is also used for, right? To plump up those crappy steaks. Yeah, soak them in brine. And there's one particular steak thing that does that. I'm not going to say which one it is. But you almost have to order without the brine because they really overdo it. You order a 3-ounce steak and it comes like it's sort of Flintstone style. So they put the big ribs on the side of the car and it flips the car over. Too much brine in the steak, though. Too much brine. On the Capone Pass. Up in the Grapevine. Where? On the Capone Pass. Where's that? Where is that? Where's the Capone Pass? Capone. Yeah. Are we combining two passes? I guess so. On the Capone Pass. Up in the Grapevine and the Capone Pass, there could be some road closure. Well, maybe there is a Capone Pass. There's a Capone Pass. No, I think she nailed it. I think we're the idiots. Oh, on the Capone Pass. She said Capone. Up in the Grapevine and the Capone Pass. Ah, the Capone Pass. Huh? Now, we do have a blizzard warning going into effect Friday through 4. I'll do it to her. They're very difficult to keep those passes apart. Because when you say Grapevine, you never think of Cajon. And when you think of Cajon, you never think of Grapevine. There's two similar passes with distinct names, and I hate it. They should get named just A or B. Like, NBC has those helicopters. NBC Airship Alpha and Airship Beta. Isn't that what they're called? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's easy to remember. 1, 2, 8 p.m. On Saturday, that is for the mountains in LA County. Snow expected to fall as low as 1,000 feet. So some spots may see some real snow, and that includes Santa Clarita, places in the Inland Empire. If you need to get to the mountains, now is the time to go safely, and there is a tool Caltrans recommends using called QuickMap. That's quickmap.dot.ca.gov. Easy for viewers to punch that in. Yeah. Just driving along. Wait, what was that? That's quickmap.dot.ca.gov. Oh, you're blowing. I mean, that was blowing. That's quickmap.dot.ca.gov. CHP says if you need to get out on the road in the coming days, just be prepared. Have a go kit with you full of water, snacks, blankets in case you get stuck in a closure, or in case there's a major accident and just in case you're hungry. We have to stop traffic and that, so in case you're just a pig, right, always travel with a bunch of snacks with you. That's what I should say. There should be 2 levels of it. One, if you're just driving around and hoping not to get caught up in the snow, and the second one is if you're just a complete pig. And what you could have. You should have a bunch of licorice. You should have, Suzy Q's.
How about those little frosted animal cookies? How about some big dogs? Yeah.
They should go on a run like that. Here's what you need. Anything by Nestle, load up on Kit Kats, but definitely, man, licorice is going to be your best friend. Get it by the tub. You can get it at Costco, $8.99 for a tub. Drop a top topic in that. So slow down for sure, and watch the following just getting yourself plenty of time to stop because with the wet and icy roads, your stopping distance is going to almost double. So drivers, be prepared with some low visibility, whiteout conditions in some spots. That was our advice to bring your chains and also have a full tank of gas and supplies in the car just in case. Reporting live in Gorman, Irene Cruz, ABC7 Eyewitness News. And I'm not blaming her for this, but news stories nowadays are, hey, it's going to get cold. Here's what you need to do. Because you're an idiot, we got to tell you, because you're 55 and you can't get your life together, you have to have food in the car, you have to have a safe distance, you got to slow down, you got to wear your seatbelt, you got to have water, you got to have a full tank of gas, don't go without change, use this app to get by. I mean, they talk to us like we're in third grade. Like, I didn't give that much information to my daughter when she went to her first day of school. I'm just like, hey, I hope you enjoy that, come on back. See you soon. But man, they load up, and I don't know why that is. Have we convinced the news people that we're all morons? Maybe that's possible, right? Maybe it's our fault. I get that. I totally understand that. But man, everything is arrested nowadays. Remember when COVID was in its height? Everything was masked up, glove up, get your shots, get your shield, stay 6 feet away. If you're coughing your elbow. The whole story was, 19 hints on how not to get long COVID. And now, people with a bunch of sick days left at corporate, they're begging for long COVID. They're guilty. We're live on KFI. We're not with that was it. Now we're done with that. We'll go to the next one, too. Rare blizzard warning is going to be in effect from Friday morning to Saturday afternoon for LA County mountains, which could get up to 7 feet of snow in the mountains. President Biden's in Poland, where he says Russian President Putin made a big mistake by suspending Russia's participation in the last nuclear arms control treaty with the U.S. The astronomers say they've discovered what they believe are massive galaxies that date back to within 600 million years of the Big Bang. They expected much smaller galaxies that were that old. Let's take a look at the 14 freeway. All right, let's talk about advanced hair. Yeah, last couple of things have taught us one thing is the value of the things we can control, and addressing hair loss is no exception. Advanced hair can reverse years of and even decades of hair loss with one simple, one-day treatment. Your natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and so backed by the Advanced Hair Guarantee. It works for bald spots, receding hairlines, thinning hair, men, women, youngsters. Works for me. Probably works for you as well. Top-rated physicians in advanced hair improve tens of thousands of people's lives. People just like you and me who desire a full head of hair so we look better and feel better. Bottom line. Scheduling free consultation by phoning them up, 844-333 here. You're going to get $250 off and 250 free hairbrush. It's huge. Do what I did, value the things you can control, and start regrowing your natural hair today in advanced hair. 844-333-HAIR. Before and after photos can be seen right there on the website, advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com. Jesus, slow and Santa Clarita.
You can work outside up to 14, leaving the 5. You're on the brakes ahead all the way to Florida Canyon Road. But then ahead, the drive slows down again, heading into ROTHSCHILD. This is from Escondido Canyon Road all the way to Pear Blossom Highway. You had a band of weather rolling through, and it's really messed up the drive in this area heading into Palmdale. Now, if you're able to give us an update, you're always welcome to pound 250 keyword KFI traffic. We have Will Coltrager checking out Carson KFI in the sky.
The 405 southbound of Avalon Boulevard. Back in the carpool and left lane for Phoenix Wheel again that's followed from the 105. Over in Cerritos is that crack. 605 freeway. No time before South Street. The right lane block there. It's slow and starting at Carson Street. Will Coltrager, KFI of the South.
Anaheim, loading up on that 91 eastbound into the 5 freeway. You're on the brakes all the way to Adams and Riverside. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez.
This is the remote champion, Alfred Williams. Here's what's trending on the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Mercedes-Benz.
WNBA All-Star today, Azuma Day is when John with a spark and will reunite with Kurt Miller, her former coach with the Connecticut Sun. MLS Commissioner Don Garber wants to bring a 30th team to the league by the end of the year. Vegas and San Diego are front runners. Alabama basketball player Brandon Miller playing tonight against South Carolina after he brought down former teammate Darius Miles' handgun to him that was used to kill a woman in January.
Intelligence runs in the family. Innovation runs in the family. Extraordinary runs in the family. The Mercedes-Benz range of SUVs. Every member is waiting to impress. Learn more at MBUSA.com.
This report is sponsored by Amtrak. Spring break travel can't plan itself. So get going with your next adventure aboard Amtrak. You can save up to 20% when you book in advance at Amtrak.com. 7-day advance purchase required. Restrictions and exclusions apply.
Do you need blinds or shades? BlindsFree.com offers custom-made blinds, shades, and shutters with free shipping and prices less than big box retailers. And right now, save 50% off any order during Blindshirt's President's Day sale. Early sale ends February 23rd. BlindsFree.com.
It's the Marketer's Report. This week, Patricia Spagnoletto, Global Chief Marketing Officer, Direct Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on the difficult task of building and retaining consumer trust. Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the on-air talent. The best thing for us to do is to build a relationship with our consumers. And if those consumers have a relationship that are on air, then we want to build on that. The House of the Dragon, which is one of our most successful, if not the most successful campaign we've ever done for show, audio is a core part of that. As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company, iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
Spring's going to be here before you know it. To start saving money with solar from SolarMax Technology.
Call SolarMax, get a 12-panel system for $0 down and $59.99 a month for the most powerful solar panels on the market. Plus, you want to lock in those NEM 2.0 benefits by April 13th.
Save even more with a 30% federal tax credit and California solar rebate.
Call SolarMax, start saving money by spring on their 12-panel system for $0 down, $59.99 a month.
Dial pound 250 from your cell, say that keyword SolarMax, pound 250, SolarMax, or go to SolarMaxTech.com.
Again, available on Food Credit, CSW, no Manchester, Our iHeartRadio Podcast Awards are back. It's the biggest night of the year for podcast fans. Get ready to celebrate your favorites. Head to iHeart.com/podcast awards. Check out the nominees for Podcast of the Year. Best comedy, crime, news, sports, and more. Tuesday, March 14th. Join us for our 2023 iHeartRadio Podcast Awards. Audible is the proud sponsor of the Audible Audio Pioneer Award. From groundbreaking originals to best-selling audiobooks and the best and latest in podcasts, you'll find your next obsession is Audible for home of storytelling. Try Audible free. Sign up at audible.com. They got to start filling potholes up. It's really bad. Your whole car frame is going to shatter going over some of these things. You feel like your wheels are going to go flying off. You're going to bang your axles. This is such a third world country. Johnny, yeah. And I think the third country is nothing worse than third world country. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. We're on the iHeartRadio app. And Shelly wanted me to change that to something. Shelly, what did you want me to change that to? Listen to the Conway podcast or something?
Yeah, it's specifically where they can find you on demand. Conway Show on demand.
Conway Show on demand?
Yeah.
Did I get him anything? Or?
It gets them your podcast.
Oh, that's cool.
Isn't that cool?
Yeah. We have potential bonuses and years down the road of stuff like that. Like that. All right, it's pretty cold out there. We talked about that. So and then we also have Lagoon and Peace, like the balloons. And cops near Studio City, they're increasing patrols for that guy who's been exposing himself. You seen that wild story?
The flasher?
Yeah. I'm like, oh man, thank God. It's like Christmas this guy's been around. Yeah, but he sits up in the hills if it's nice. If it's not raining, he sits up in the hills and exposes himself and touches himself. And then when it's raining, he comes down to Ventura Boulevard. Oh, is that what it is? Yeah. And so, look, I don't think what he's doing is right, but you can certainly forecast the weather by him. Depending on where he's, enjoying himself, you can tell what he's flowing in the naked dudes downtown.
I hope they're using that doctor system.
You're not going to use that?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, okay. I'm just saying we have alternative ways to detect where the weather's going. And the guy, feeling one off is one way. I do like calling it his own Doppler system. look, you say what you will about the guy, right? He shouldn't be doing that around kids. I don't know that he's any more wrong or right than Fritz Coleman when it comes to weather. I don't know. I'm just saying, if it's nice weather, he's in the hills. And if it's not nice weather, he's on Ventura Boulevard over an overhang of a shoe store, a kids clothing store on Ventura Boulevard between Wichita and Laurel. That's where he hangs.
So if you see him on Wichita and Laurel, bring a jacket on your head.
That's right. But if he's in the hills, the sunscreen. Sunscreen. You know what I mean. Look, I think he brings sunscreen either way. But you need sunscreen if he's in the hills. Maybe that's what he's doing for clients. You know what those stores are, by the way? And I don't mean to insult anybody here. But those stores on Ventura Boulevard, between Coldwater and Laurel, right? Well, mostly Wichita and Laurel. And there's two stores, clothing stores, honey store, wax store, candle store, leather store. Those are all the stores that are there. About 100% of them are owned by the significant partner or wives or husbands of very successful Hollywood people. And the wife or the husband or the other bed partner feels like they got to earn their keep, so they open a $100,000, wax bric-a-brac store, and store, right? And the customer count is usually zero. But what happens at the firm is they have their opening weekend is packed. Yeah, everybody comes up. Everybody shows up, and they all pay with cash to get the business a boost. And then it is a tumbleweed after that. And they got about 6 months later, that business, goes out of business, and another one comes in. Oh, it's a basket store. You can buy baskets. Right? You have baskets at the front door. You can use your basket to get baskets for all your basket needs. I didn't realize that for celebrity coupling stores, 100% is. Yeah. Every one of those stores is a rich guy or gal in show business that hates the idea that their significant other is opening up the store. But they got to do something. But they feel like they got to pull their own weight. So they open the store. And I will say this, though. If the guy's got some money, it's worth it because he keeps busy, or he keeps busy, or they keep busy, or whoever keeps busy. Somebody's now out of the house and in the store. But they forgot that they're not working. And so they come by the store about every 2-3 days. You see how it's going? And the way to open up a business and make it successful is to show up like every 3 or 4 days for about 5 minutes and see how things are going. They show up, you say, like once a week, just to wrinkle the sweaters or something. That's right, because all successful businesses have an owner that stops by once every 4 or 5 days for 5 minutes to see how everything's going. Now, people who really have legitimate businesses, they hate those businesses. Oh my God. Because it makes a mockery of what they do. When you open a business, it's minimum of 18 hours a day, 7 days a week for 5 years. Oh, easily. And then these guys and gals come in on open up on Ventura Boulevard. They spend $300,000 on the opening, gangbusters, and then it's over. Anyway, that's what's happening on Ventura Boulevard. Update on Ventura Boulevard. What's going on? All right, we have a storm coming in. We talked about that. It's going to be unbelievably cold, and it's not just unseasonably cold, or it's actually seasonably cold, but it's going to be the coldest it's been in perhaps 30 years. And people aren't taking my warning. I saw a guy today driving around with his convertible top down. I'm like, buddy, you got to get that out. You can't not go around the next couple of days. I saw that yesterday. Yeah, right. It was chilly yesterday. Right. I know what guys are doing, but they got all the windows up. the windows are up. There's no roll bar. Yeah. So if the guy, it does a couple of cartwheels, he's done. Tomorrow, it's 38 degrees is the low in the San Fernando Valley with 70% chance of rain. That means snow in these mountains. I'm the one pointing on the radio, but there's mountains behind us right here. There's going to be snow on those mountains, potentially. Friday, 100% chance of rain in the valley, 40%, 40 degrees to 52 degrees is the temperature range. Saturday, 90% chance of rain. And you know it's going to be a really crappy, rainy, cold weekend when Santa Anita on Tuesday says, we're not racing this weekend. Yes, all that. Tuesday, these cowards out of Santa Anita, and you don't want to talk about out there. Look, I have built up enough goodwill of Santa Anita where I can call them cowards. They have enough human. Yeah, they've got plenty of it. Everything but that's exactly right. Yeah, good check. They don't have any mothers there. They have plenty of mothers, but they're so terrified of these, animal activists that come in and say, "Oh, there's not, the horse that died, and hold on, and because they won't race these horses unless, it's 72 degrees, it hasn't rained for 9 days before. It's unbelievable. Race those horses. Damn it, I got places to go this weekend. I got nothing to do this weekend if they're not racing. Come on, get those horses on that track. At least Sunday or Sunday. Where it's not going to rain. Let's go Sunday with the track. We're live on KFI AM 240. 1 hour pros. KFI 24 News. Just like TCJ saying, cold winter weather is here. Long winter expected throughout the region over the next several days. Valleys are anticipated to really start getting wet tomorrow. And then intensifies to Friday, peaking Friday afternoon to Saturday morning. National Weather Service meteorologist Andrew Rourke says mountains in LA County, Orange County, and the IE are all expecting varying amounts of snow and strong winds. Mountains in LA County could get up to 7 feet of snow above 6,000 feet. Boy, trolling KFI News blizzard warning for the mountains of LA County takes effect early Friday morning. This report brought to you by Jacoby and Myers Attorneys LLP. The man convicted of shooting and killing rapper Nipsey Hussle outside his closing show in the Crenshaw district has been sentenced to 16 years to life in prison. Eric Holder Jr. was found guilty in July of first-degree murder and attempted manslaughter. Holder shot the Grammy-nominated hip-hop star in 2019 at store on Flossin Avenue. Marathon store still closed, but remains as a memorial to Hussle. A convicted DUI driver has been sentenced in Orange County to 9 years in prison for a crash that killed a woman in Steel Beach. The crash happened in late 2021. The man pleaded guilty in December. Prosecutors say he had a blood alcohol level of 0.15 and failed to stop at a red light. And Microsoft says it's ready to take its chatbot mainstream and use templates and links information to stop the AI search engine from going off the rails. Company says the AI tech will be available on the smartphone app as well as on Edge internet browser. Cold temps tonight, lows around 40 with a chance of rain coming in, and cold tomorrow with that rain likely all day tomorrow and hanging through Saturday. Cold to say the least looks like Saturday. Right now in Mission Viejo 51, Huntington Beach 52 degrees. There's a crash in Mission Viejo.
It's on the 5, and it's making the way northbound coming up on Oso Parkway. The star's landed in middle lane. The drive, well, it is a slow one, getting away from almost Joe Sarah out of San Juan Capistrano. We've got local drivers checking out Doritos. Hey, I'm on the side.
Calgary Drive here, and hopefully it's going to be the 605 freeway. Get it northbound. Right there before South Street, the right lane block is a crash. That's something that's just terrible all the way back from Capella on the northbound side of the 605. Also, 60 freeways eastbound past Hacienda. That's on the right shoulder, causing some breaks out through 7th Avenue. Full cold drivers, KFI in the sky.
San Bernardino Mountain roads are due to mess right now. Got a lot of weather rolling through that area currently. If you're heading up or down, you've got to have those chains with you. And the Cajon Path on the 16 northbound actually delays beginning out of Ontario from the 50 exactly to the 138. KFI in the sky. Have to get you there faster. I'm Lisa Martinez.
This is Leland Smith here, founder of Service Captain's Plumbing, Heating, and Air System. If you're thinking about replacing your heating and cooling system, I have a serious question for you. Do you really even know what you need? There are so many companies out there offering different systems at all kinds of prices. How can you really know if what you're being sold is what you really need? What the price is right? We believe an educated customer is the best kind of customer. So give us a call, and we'll help you understand all the options that exist for your home. If you already have a quote from another company, call us for a second opinion, just to make sure you're getting what you need and at the right price. Quotes and second opinions are always free. So call Service Champions at 833-777-7777 and find us online at servicechampions.com.
Want a strong, lean body, but cheap fad diets and cardio workouts? If your goal is to build strength, lose fat, or increase energy without being injured, the perfect workout is for you. The perfect workout method is just 20 minutes, twice a week, with a private personal trainer. They're safe, effective, and time-efficient workout at any of our 18 locations in the San Diego, OC, and LA areas. Results guaranteed. Call 800-882-2169 for a free, no hard sales intro session. That's 800-882-2169 for the perfect workout.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before. With over 2 million phone calls last year alone, more people in more cities across America want more Morgan & Morgan. When you hire Morgan & Morgan, you're also hiring a family business. And after 35 years, we now have more offices, more staff, and more lawyers injured on Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an Are you tired of living with chronic joint pain, like knee pain or shoulder pain, pain in your hips or back?
Hey, it's Gary and Shannon, and you don't have to go through another year in pain. Next Generation Pain Management has arrived. Here it is QC Kinetics.
QC is an industry's leader in cutting-edge regenerative medicine. Now, regenerative medicine is the all-natural process that uses highly concentrated tissues from your own body, putting them directly into your achy joints and restoring and repairing that damaged tissue.
We're talking lasting pain relief with no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. Pro athletes have been doing this for years. Now you can too.
QC Kinetics has over 100 clinics in America, and now they're here with regenerative solutions that can get you moving again pain-free.
If you are sick of living with pain from arthritis or injury, call the local medical professionals at QC Kinetics for a free consultation.
3 locations: Glendale, Mission Viejo, and Orange. Call 213-997-PAIN. QC Kinetics. 213-997-PAIN. It's 213-997-PAIN. Welcome to the CPAP Games live from the Ace bedroom. It's another eventful night, Bruce. It sure is, Ron. Steve has been flailing everywhere, struggling with his CPAP. His wife, Michelle, is as tense as a fiddle string, trying to contain her rage. Michelle's rolling Steve over. There he goes, and the mask is off. Oh, my, the snoring. Michelle throws an elbow. Now a shove. And she's leaving for the couch, taking her place of Behavior's 100-pound lab. That's in that dog crap. With all this struggle, you should get inspired. Absolutely, Bruce. Inspire is a sleep apnea treatment to give you comfortable, restful sleep with the click of a remote. That's right, a button. As you sleep, Inspire keeps you breathing normally and sleeping peacefully. There's no mask and no hose. Just sleep. Learn more at InspireSleep.com. That's InspireSleep.com.
Inspire, sleep apnea innovation. Inspire is not for everyone. Talk to your doctor to see if it's right for you and review important safety information at InspireSleep.com.
Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, podcasts, AMR, AM 640. The news, what it means, why it matters. Show is hailing in Pasadena. How about that? It's already getting cold and windy and rainy, and snow's on its way down to 1,500 feet. I think the Hollywood signs will get snow. That's a big story if that happens. And then California drivers likely to see their car insurance increase. Well, that's cool. I don't know anybody who doesn't want that. See their California insurance go up. And then Nipsey Hussle's convicted killer got 15 years to life in prison. That is a lot, man. That is a lot. All right, let's talk about this dude in Studio City who's flashing everybody. And he's not been doing it for 2 hours. He's been doing it for about 6 months. And nobody stopped it. Nobody. Let's find out what's going on here. All right? The flasher. The Studio City flash. The police are trying to track down the man who has repeatedly exposed himself on hiking trails and streets in Studio City.
That's right. The reports here at Crime and Canyon goes back all the way to December, and in the last couple days, there's been multiple sightings of this guy. Take a look at the images. They are pretty graphic and unblurred. Well, they leave nothing to the imagination.
Oh, no. That's going for it. You gotta get this. He's going for it in life, right? A lot of people don't go for it in life. Yeah, he's going to lay in his deathbed and he's going to go, oh, then you're this, I did that. A lot of people, they take an accounting job at a bank to pay the bills, pay the mortgage. They work in insurance. They're selling, they're selling, I don't know, carpet, and they're not thrilled to go out and measure your house for carpet. But this guy, you think they want to do this? Yeah, this guy said, sure, I'm going for it.
In some, the Simon Canyon Creek, as some locals call him,
oh, that's a kind of a cool nickname for him, right?
In some, the Simon Canyon Creek, as some locals call him, is naked, pleasuring himself for everyone to see.
Oh, I call him the Simon Canyon Farmer. Oh, that's a good one, too. Yeah, that's even better.
Pleasuring himself for everyone to see.
They shouldn't make a female reporters say that. Right, that's horrible.
You can hear it in her voice that she's like for everyone to see.
Yeah, she doesn't want to say it. She doesn't want to see it. She's just over this.
Pleasuring himself for everyone to see. Right there on the popular hiking trail in broad daylight.
Okay, that means it's good weather. He's on the trail. Bad weather, he's on the trail.
But he hasn't limited his exhibitionism to the trail. He's also been seen in the neighborhood around the canyon, where sitting in his underwear, he sets up a couple of stools on the sidewalk, takes off almost all of his clothes, and there he sits. For the sea. Now again, the sightings date back to December 20.
There's another newscaster that got it wrong. That says there he sits broken-hearted. No.
He sits, hand in his postures for all to see. Now again, the sightings date back to December 23rd, but over the last couple of days, there have been multiple reports of this guy. Police have been called, but no one has been able to catch him or ID him.
There's 1,000 videos of him, but nobody's been able to catch him. Not one.
Or ID him. No sightings have been between 2 and 6 p.m., according to those.
Oh, prime pleasuring hours for homeless guys. Got a schedule. Yeah, they're not night owls.
2 and 6 p.m., according to those who run prime.
The early, they call it the early bird festival in Prime and King. The early bird gets what? The early bird end is warm, is what they're calling it. He wakes up and checks his itinerary for the day.
Prime and Canyon's Instagram page, they've been tracking the multiple reports, and
I wonder if this guy dies, if he gets the same T20 treatment as institutions. We all knew him. We all recognized him immediately. We're going to do a National Geographic special on him. It'll be seen on TNT. There he is with the night vision cam. That's wild, that. The T20, that mountain lion, got more press than this guy did.
And also warning hikers, and again, not only hikers, but people driving or even walking through the neighborhood, including children.
By the way, you realize why he's doing it up there? He's doing it in Studio City, up in the hills and down in the neighborhood of Studio City, because, they just say this, soft men live in those areas. He's not doing it in Pacoima. He's not doing it in Pomona. He's not doing it in Riverside. He's not doing it in Fontana. Because all those places, he would have got his ass kicked the first time he did it. I see. Very first time he did it, he would have got his ass kicked. I thought you were trying to say he's setting an example. No. He's soft men. Soft fellas live in the area. Testosterone-free soft fellas is what I like to call them. But if he did it in an area, like if he did it in South LA or East LA, no. First time, done. Yeah. It's gone. Nobody would ever that video or seen it, or even it wouldn't be on the news. But soft sellers live up there. Here's it. Yes, that's right. Yes, that's right. Exactly. But here's the testosterone in men is disappearing, and here's how you know. That guy is still alive. Yeah. Like when I was growing up, if one of the kids in our family had stumbled upon that, my dad would have done something about it, and I guarantee you, my friend's dad would have done something about it. A group of guys walking down the street, at least one of them has a cut off 2x4 in their hand. Yeah. and that would have been taken care of immediately. But here's how also, I don't get to take a break, real quickly, here's how you know that men have gotten softer. Thousands of young girls who've been abused in the gymnasts in the United States, like the Olympic gymnast movement, there's thousands of young girls that have been affected by these doctors, these perverts that said they were going to help them out and sexually abuse them. And I never heard of one story of a father kicking that guy's ass for killing one of those doctors. Never heard of any of those stories. But back in the 70s, if that would have happened, that guy would not be alive. But men got soft, and the result of that is a guy up in the hills peeling one off. There you go. Sounds familiar with me. Yeah, exactly right. Ron, iHeartRadio, whether it's like it or not. Live everywhere, the iHeartRadio app. One Out Pros, you can't find 24 news. And Good Beach has made it official with a ban on balloons. The city council voted last night to ban the sale and public use of balloons, including no releasing them into the air. That's good. It's expected by 2024. The FDA says makers of oat milk, almond milk, and other non-dairy milk can keep calling it milk, despite the dairy industry calling for a crackdown on the word. And the sole winner of the $1.35 billion Mega Millions jackpot from January 13th has come forward to collect. The anonymous winner bought their ticket in Lebanon, Maine. They took the $724 million one-time payment. Don't do that. We'll check the 210 freeway coming up. Let's talk about American Vision Windows. You know, I originally heard of American Vision Windows through Neil Saavedra. And hey, look who's here, Neil Saavedra. How are you, Bob? How are you? All right, let's talk about American Vision Windows. How many American Vision Windows do you have in your home? 4, ballpark. I got 3. They're my 3 favorite windows. And they were in and out of the house like an hour and a half, putting them in. It's crazy because we live in an old house, 110 years old. Wow, you freak out. A hole in the side of that thing, right? And then, no problem. And naturally, the old ones. They're beautiful. They really are. And they keep the heat out in the summer and the heat in the winter. Me too. Yeah. With that sweater. No, that's a way they put on. Anyway, you got to call American Vision Windows. They are the best. 0% interest, 0 payments until 2024, plus free expert installation. Call 888-226-9908. 888-226-9908. Or go to the website. I bet you know the website, right? You got it. You must know. Oh, yeah. It's AmericanVisionWindows.com. Yes, AmericanVisionWindows.com. See website for details. I'm Chris Fred. Offers by 22823 California CFC 77836. Cold with a chance of rain tonight, and cold and rain tomorrow and through Saturday. Cold throughout as well. This report brought to you by Blindster.com from the Southern California Toyota dealer strategy. This is slow and fast.
Found that loading up away from Lincoln to Reyes, it's a pretty slow drive ahead all the way to Citrus, and then beyond, you've got pockets going from the 57 freeway as you continue into the Rialto. With that, we're co-drivers checking out Mission Viejo, KFIE side.
Outside of the 5, we had an earlier problem at Oakville Parkway. Everything is off on the right, so with traffic. Still awfully slow from before Avery Parkway. And then over on the 405, another similar situation there. Crash was off the northbound side right around San Canyon. It's out of lane, but traffic's still pretty slow as you get away from the 133 on the northbound side. They kind of go all the way up to that construction zone. You couldn't open up, they get past the 22. Real cool drivers. AFI in the sky.
KFIE in the side helps get you there faster. I'm Lisa Martinez.
You need blinds, okay? Blindster.com offers custom-made blinds, shades, and shutters with free shipping and prices less than big box retailers. And right now, save 50% off any order during Blindster's President's Day sale. Hurry! Sale ends February 23rd. Blindster.com. This report is sponsored by GiveMeTheVim.com. So I'm bullish on these stores right now. Go to my website, GiveMeTheVim.com, and you will get a great experience. They don't call us America's Best Car Buyers for nothing. They're worth your time. Contractor license 1047 Here are some homeowner headaches we fix you get. One is our team review the nuisance, where we help you prevent breakdowns by performing 6 critical adjustments with us, $129. Another one is one plug-in drain for just $80 with a 30-foot drain set. And we're on call 24/7, 365 days a year. And our drain cleaner service is just $80. So nice and satisfied. And then fun, COETCL.com. We can say sales the right way, not the easy way. Cash. If you've been interested in that, call I Am to the Lawyer today. One ring could be good thing. 800-920-0810. If your business happened to survive COVID, you're still around, and you've had 5 or more employees that also survived COVID with your business, you actually may be eligible to receive a payroll tax rebate of up to $26,000 per employee. I'll do the math on that one. And it's a refund of your taxes on loan. Balancing your hands on the money. Lots of red tape, complicated stuff, and bureaucracy. So let me suggest getrefunds.com. They are experts in the student loan payroll tax refund program. Have already returned $3 billion to businesses. I'm a fan. Why? Because in another program, they returned refund. No charge up front. They share a percentage of cash that they get there. Businesses of all types can qualify, even though the PPP, nonprofits had increases in sales. So to find out if your business qualifies, go to getrefunds.com, click on the Qualify Me button, answer a few questions, getrefunds.com. Heart failure, carpal tunnel syndrome, shortness of breath, stomach issues, lower back pain, how does it all add up? If you have heart failure and any of those seemingly unrelated symptoms sound familiar, it's time to talk with your cardiologist and get the full picture. You may add up to transthyretin amyloid cardiomyopathy. ATTR-CM is a rare and underdiagnosed disease. Recognize the signs and discuss them with your doctor soon. Learn more at connectwithyourheart.com. That's connectwithyourheart.com. Sponsored by Pfizer. Hyundai and Kia are going to offer the software update up until now. They were charging you $170. By the way, if you put keys on top of your Kia, doesn't it sprout and grow? It'll handle. You're thinking of the Kia. Oh, God, I get so confused with this stuff. They're very close. Right. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the radio app. I'm with them. Yeah. When you drive, like you see the car insurance go up. Mystery households convicted killer got 60 years of life in prison. It's a long time. And OC Fair 2023 tickets to go on sale. That's a big deal. That's a huge deal. People love that. Love the OC Fair. Every year we try to fly down it. It's pretty cool. All right, let's get back to this weather. It's affecting everybody, not just people inland, not just people in the mountains, but people on the coast as well. How about Manhattan Beach? From Torrance to Redondo Beach, and here in Manhattan Beach, it has been a windy morning so far. Some trees down across the South Bay. Take a look at the action that we got behind us right now as these tree service crews are cutting this tree apart, big eucalyptus trees. It's been quite the operation. They've been working for a couple of hours just trying to get it off of this apartment building here. And all that's left of the trees is that right there that they are trying to remove. Earlier it was on top of a vehicle, but there you go. You can get away with that in TV when you have video behind you. But you can't get away with this in radio. Is that right there? Here's what you can't get away with. And all that's left of the trees is that right there. You can't get away with that in radio. Two presidents are called into the office on radio. If you do that on TV, you got video. And all that's left of the trees is that right there that they are trying to remove. Earlier it was on top of a vehicle, but let's get to that video from overnight as it was quite a scene here on Lowell Avenue as the large eucalyptus tree laid across the street, damaging a truck that was parked underneath it. It blocked the roadway until this morning when crews showed up to chop it up into pieces and get it out of the way. Wow. This is one of several trees, man, what a blessed society Manhattan Beach is. I have a big, huge story as a tree came down. This is one of several trees that came down across the South Bay, which was a nerve-wracking experience for people here. We did talk to a tourist from Wales. Oh my God. What did the tourist from Wales have to say about the tree falling? Who said this is an everyday occurrence during the wintertime for them. Oh, okay. So they supported my position that the people in Manhattan Beach have it pretty good. Where this is a daily occurrence in Wales, and yet it happens about once every 5 years in Manhattan Beach, and it's on the news. It happens every day in Wales. It happens once every 5 years here. So I guess that's newsworthy, right? Okay, I'll get that. But news in Wales. This is an everyday occurrence during the wintertime for them, but for residents here who are definitely not used to this kind of action, it was quite the shock. Could have been crashed and boom, and The people that live better than most of us. In 30 years, never seen anything like that. Never seen anything like that in 30 years. In 30 years here in Manhattan Beach, I've never seen anything like it. Yeah. You know what the people in North Hollywood say? In 30 years, I've never seen two bank robbers, two brothers going to rob a Bank of America and shoot 30 cops. And then the cops kill them in the streets of North Hollywood. You haven't seen that in like 30 years. But in Manhattan Beach, a pine tree toppled over. We think it was a 3-year-old tree. We're doing a tree topsy on it to see how old it was. In 30 years here in Manhattan Beach, I've never seen anything like it. You're a blessed society. Is that what you're trying to tell us? Oh, yeah, I was really worried that it actually hit our wall or something over here. Yeah, it's doing close to home right now, right at your house. It seems to me you guys are stepping up a bit. Yeah, I nailed him, right? Yeah, I'm right at your house. It seems to me you guys are stepping up a bit. They laughed him off. But they need to toughen up a little bit. Yeah, it seems to me you guys are stepping up a bit. Oh, we're not used to it. So you guys, I think I've already got about 2 layers on. I think you've got about 4. Perspective is everything. From the cold to the wind to the waves, there are a lot of storm elements that we're up against this week. A high surf advisory is in effect for all of our coastline until 3 a.m. tomorrow, with waves as high as 6 to 12 feet along the dangerous rip current. All right, let's get into this snow and what cities are going to get snow here. How the storm is going to hit cities and the weather advisory. We are in rarefied territory for how low the snow level is going to go. Case in point, there are very few places where I can go back in weather history like a century or more. Redlands is one of those places. And the last time that Redlands had measurable snowfall, which is more than just a couple snowflakes, that may have happened, but measurable snowfall, a tenth of an inch or more, was 1919. Did you hear that? Listen carefully. I know people half-ass listen to the radio sometimes. Stop what you're doing, turn up just a little bit, and listen to this. And the last time that Redlands had measurable snowfall, which is more than just a couple snowflakes, that may have happened, but measurable snowfall, a tenth of an inch or more, was 1919. Okay, 104 years ago. 104 years ago, Redlands had snow. And they're going to have snow again. 104 years ago was the last time it snowed in Redlands. Not a great week to have a global warming convention, right? If you can wait till after this week to get the global warming stuff, it'll suit you better. Gotta wait this week. Gotta sit this week out. This week doesn't, the temperatures aren't on your side. There's the tip. Not a guarantee, but there's the tip. We get snow in Redlands coming up tonight, or tomorrow, or tomorrow night. The first time in the century. Holmdale, the last time you had snowfall was January of 1974, measurable snow. You may get a few inches of snow tonight and tomorrow. Holmdale, a few inches of snow. I told you about this Monday, and everybody's North. Burbank, I'm not expecting more than a couple snowflakes with a heavier shower, but it's been since 1966. And just for fun, Los Angeles. Downtown LA, the last time we had measurable snow was January of 1954. Some elevation for you. Places like, wow, 1954. How old were you in 1954? Well, most of us weren't born. If you were born in 1954, you're 46 plus 43, 40 years, 46 plus 23. What is that? 46 and 23, 46 and 69? 69 years old? So you're 69 years old? Okay, you have to be 70 years old. That's not true. 75. You don't remember anything as a 1-year-old. Unless you're anything like me. So you have to be 75 years old to remember snow in downtown Los Angeles. 75. That is wild. So we might get snow in downtown LA. We might get snow on the Hollywood sign. Some snow in Redlands, out the Antelope Valley, the high desert, the low desert, the medium deserts, everybody. So that's going to be a huge, huge story. You've got to get the KFI app. You've got to get the iHeart app, which is the KFI is on the iHeart app, and you got to check off the push notices so we can push out information to you when the roads are closed, when they're going to open up, and everything in between. This is a major, major cold storm that hasn't happened in 30, 40, 50, sometimes 100 years. In 100 years, you're not going to feel this kind of cold weather. So you've got to to listen to KFI. This is a very important weekend to listen to nothing but KFI all week for today, Thursday, Friday, Sunday, when it is freezing here and we get tons of snow. You're going to see snow on these mountains here in the San Fernando Valley. You're going to see snow on Canyon, on Malibu Canyon and Canyon Dune as well, going over to Malibu. You see snow everywhere. It's going to get exciting, right? Then go on. We're live on KFI AM 640. News without the you. KOST.
Los Angeles, all time.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. On the look. As you've been hearing, I'm Michael Crozier, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Police are trying to find a man who's been spotted stretching himself in front of others on Simon Canyon Trail in Studio City. This woman says the exposure may be a sign changes are needed at the trail.
Now they're going to need somebody kind of circling or some type of security, which I've never seen. I've been coming for years.
Photos of the guy have been posted to social media, including one picture with a man on his back appearing to touch himself. The man's been spotted since December. The LAPD says it's increasing patrols in the area and they're looking for him. The man accused of killing Bishop David O'Connell in Hockey on the Heights is in charge with murder. LA County DA Gaston announced charges this afternoon against Carlos Medina. He was arrested Monday. Medina's wife worked as O'Connell's housekeeper. The LA County Sheriff Luna has not said why investigators believe the bishop was fatally shot Saturday. A judge in LA has sentenced a man who gunned down rapper Nipsey Hussle.
The Superior Court judge handed down a 60-year sentence for the man convicted of shooting and killing Hussle. The judge said he took into account the killer's mental health struggles along with the devastation he caused Hussle's family. He says the sentencing is a balance of the two. The hip-hop star was shot in 2019 outside of his clothing store in LA, where the two men grew up together. In downtown LA, Chris Adler, KFI News.
Water agencies in the Southland are getting more water from the state thanks to the Sierra snowpack. The Department of Water Resources says it expects to receive 35% of water supplies this year. Will provide an extra 210,000 acres of water to the state through 29 public water agencies. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy has granted access to video from the January 6th attack in the Capitol. And Fox News host Tucker Carlson, political commentator, says his team is spending the week at the Capitol. Jamie Raskin sat on the January 6th committee, branded the release of the January 6th footage an ethical collapse, tweeting, "What security precautions were taken to keep this from becoming 2024 insurrection?" There are more than 40,000 hours of unreleased surveillance footage from the January 6th attack. U.S. officials say Russia tested an intercontinental ballistic missile that appears to have failed around the time President Biden was in Ukraine. Russia notified the U.S. ahead of the launch Monday through deep encryption lines. One official says the test did not pose a risk to the United States, and the U.S. did not view the test as an anomaly or an escalation. And Hines is looking for a man who says he was lost at sea and survived on nothing but his ketchup packet. Somebody says he wants to help the man buy a new boat, sending a message adrift into the internet feed. So people know Elvis Francois, they can DM the company on social media. They also created the hashtag Find the Ketchup Boat Guide to spread the word, and went adrift on his boat in December. We'll take a look at the 60th freeway next. All right, Morongo, you got to get away this weekend. It's going to be beautiful. The drive down there is going to be great. With all the snow in the mountains. Oh, you're going to absolutely love it. And Morongo's always got something great for us. You know, they're always working on it. They have the Zen Gift giveaway. Get yourself an electro-pulse massager when you're in 500 points on your reward card on the 27th or the 28th. UFC 285 Fight Night Live. Yeah, grab a snack and a beverage and join the broadcast viewing party at Sideline Sports Bar on March 4th. That's on Saturday. The Bananas, both LA Times and Inland Empire magazine readers voted Morongo the best. Play and dine at Morongo. You can earn up to $100 a day in dining credits just by playing slots with your rewards card. It's party time in the pits. Play table games with your rewards card. You can win $100 in promo tips Fridays from 2 to 10 p.m. Morongo Casino Resort and Spa. Good times for everybody. Chance rain is going to move in through the night, mostly tomorrow early morning with cold temperatures through the night, goes around 40 degrees. Tomorrow, looks like rain is a sure thing, and it'll kind of hang through Saturday, and it'll get colder again tomorrow as well. Highs above 40 at the beaches, above 50 Metro LA and Orange County, around 60 inland and Pine Valley, close to 50 in the Antelope Valley. Couple degrees warmer, maybe a degree or two, with the rain on Friday. And then the cold day of the week looks like to be Saturday with that rain. Right now in Fountain Valley, 53, Lake Forest 50, Marine Ray 51, Manhattan Beach 50 degrees. The KFI financial report, the Dow finished down 85. NASDAQ was up 15, S&P was down 6. The average price of regular regular gas in California, $4.74 a gallon. Let's head out to Ontario.
Almost 16 eastbound coming up on Vineyard. Thanks for trying to look that way. And so down from Central. And while we're talking about the Inland Empire, there's some weather coming through right now in Devore, right at the 215 and 15 merge. Lots of wet roads there and some pretty dicey conditions, even the high desert along the 15 through Oak Hill, Casteria, Victorville, even out to Apple Valley is getting hit right now as well. We've got local drivers checking out the drive to buying the sides.
Someone uses your toilet and it overflows. Can you imagine how embarrassing that is for your guests and for you? Hello, I'm John Coyan, founder of ROTHSCHILD Plumbing. You're hosting a party, the water is on the floor, and your guests have to tell you that the toilet is backed up. And worst of all, you have to tell your guests that they can't use the bathroom. I shudder when I tell this story because it happened to me. Can you imagine? I own ROTHSCHILD Plumbing and my toilet overflowed. Talk about being humbled. Well, the truth is, it could happen to anyone. And the solution is to call 866-DRAIN-77. That's what I did, and our plumber was here within the hour. Not because I'm the owner, but that's just what we do. I'm so confident that you'll be satisfied with our services that I put my cell phone number on every business card. 866-DRAIN-77. That's 866-DRAIN-77. Yeah, 102-8886. If you get hurt in an accident, choose the locker with the experience to win. Choose Adobe and Myers. KSI. More stimulating talk. And I have radio station. KFI AM at 640. Conway Show. Oh, yeah. Right. Afternoon settle. What the hell? What is it, James? What is it? I think on purpose. You don't ever let anything play. I was like, let me see if you let it play. What is it? The song is called Tickle Gun. Oh my God. All right. I want to see if it was actually listen to it. I'm glad. Yeah. It's the home of the fiddler. Gypsy Hustle's convicted killer gets 60 years to life in prison. He's pulling his heels for a while there, thinking about what he did. Orange County Fair tickets go on sale. Everyone enjoyed that in Orange County. In LA County, people drive through like me, go to Orange County. And in California, drivers like to see their car insurance increase. And we have this cold storm, man. This storm is going to hit us hard like we haven't been hit in 30, 40, 50, 60 years. So it's a big deal. It's a big deal, especially if you're homeless. This is a matter of life and death. And so it's going to be a horrible few days for people without shelter. It's just a really bad couple of days.
Both the city of Pasadena and the county of LA are offering emergency motel vouchers to try and get as many people as they can inside. But that is not as simple this time.
Well, cover up the best I can. And I'm just going to have to deal with it. Oh my God, you feel for that guy, huh?
48-year-old Drew is facing a long, cold night ahead in the Pasadena park he's called home for years.
It's not fun. I tell you that. It's hard. It's hard.
He has not yet been able to get a voucher from the city of Pasadena's motel voucher program.
What? Why don't you give us that voucher? He's been in that park for years. 10, 15 years.
Joe Long, a local outreach volunteer, explains part of the challenge. In order to enroll in the motel they have to get physically to a location and understanding on a Thursday evening. It's a big gamble for them to leave their belongings.
Oh my God. So they make it impossible for these homeless to get a room. You have to go to the motel, they have to have a room, and you have to eat on a Thursday night between 6 and 6:15.
To enroll into the motel they have to get physically to a location and understanding on a Thursday evening.
Oh my God. Man, oh man. If it's one group you really couldn't make it tougher on to get off the streets when it's 20 degrees outside, it's the homeless.
It's a big gamble for them to leave their belongings and go to a location that they don't know.
Yeah, that's true. I will say this, a couple of things I've learned about the homeless, they are very attached to their belongings. You know, whether it's a bag full of other plastic bags or, a piece of furniture, a shopping cart or whatever, that's all they have left in life, so they hold on uh, with almost like super strength onto the last couple of things they have. I've noticed that.
People they don't know, and then maybe they won't even get in their code, there's no guarantee. LA County's emergency winter shelter program, activated in extreme weather, seems on the surface easier to access.
And you know this is going to happen as well. It's going to happen. There's a family out here. The kids are 2 and 4. They're not in school yet, or maybe mom and dad took them out of school to come out to LA because Minnesota is minus 20 degrees. And so they're staying in a motel in Pasadena. They're going to go to Disneyland tomorrow. And it's like, wow, this motel is practically empty. It's great. You can sit around and just enjoy it. There all these people coming in. Oh, it's smoke. Now it's all homeless people. That's going to happen tonight as well in one of these hotels.
Outreach teams are spreading the word as the extreme weather descends.
Yes, not about it. I wonder if these hotels, when they fill up with homeless, I wonder if it becomes like a big party. Or do they take that opportunity to try to rest up and get a good night's sleep? I don't know. I would hope it would become like a big party, where people are drinking and smoking and fighting and banging around. That's a big party. Yes, now that it's being offered in various parts of the county right now, and by later this evening, we'll announce that it's being open in most of the county. So, almost no matter where you are, if you're looking for an option to with shelter bed to stay in tonight through, frankly, just about the end of the month, give 211 a call to see what location is open there. All right, if you're homeless and you have a cell phone, which is a reach for some folks out there, call 211. Try to get yourself a little shelter.
He says there are 509 emergency vouchers on top of the everyday shelter offerings.
Also, I was thinking about this last night with the hotel vouchers. Do you think the hotel clears out the mini bars? I'm willing to bet that the hotels are getting vouchers for the 8 mini bars. Oh, is that right? Okay, all right. No bare bones. That's probably right. I mean, maybe not all hotels come with voucher and free liquor. Wow, look at this. These are candy-coated cashews. Man, I can enjoy myself. I'm this decade, and I get a key for the book.
But advocates say in a county where 50,000 people live on the street, that doesn't seem like a lot or enough. And Mom says it will not be. Does anyone watching that? I would encourage them to go up and if you see someone on the street, offer them a blanket, have socks, some clothes that really makes a big difference.
Yeah, this is a really bad weekend for a lot of people on the streets, man. Most of the year, you can complain and talk about it behind their back and how dirty it is, how dangerous they are, and all that stuff. But this next couple of days, I think we got to put that aside and toss them an umbrella or a blanket or I don't know, a pair of socks or a meal or something. It's all what all of us are used to because it's like this weather. As bad as it is, it's nothing compared to even what the northern part of the eastern coast is getting right now. Oh, I know. It's my last night. The Kings played in Minnesota. I mean, it was 9 degrees with 3 inches of snow an hour, and they packed the place to see the Minnesota play the game. Packed, yeah, because they're used to it. Now it's like, oh, all right, it's a little bit of a hindrance, but plan ahead and you get out there. So there was a team game in LA, and there was even a spread of a 4-mile-an-hour Santa Ana winds. The place would be half empty. Yeah, like what you were saying about the one shutting down on Tuesday, or Santa Anita shutting down, yeah, they already knew it. Sydney told me she had something she was doing this weekend that was like a community or whatever, and it got canceled on Monday just in preparation. Man, what a word. We really are. It starts raining, it gets cold, and it just shuts down. And it really sucks. I'll tell you one station that's not going to shut down, KFI.
The LA County coroner says in 2021, at least 14 unhoused people froze to death on the street.
Oh my God. It's going to be the worst now. So, look, again, please, I understand the homeless in your area, Sherman Oaks, LA, Santa Monica, Manhattan Beach, Playa del Rey. It might be a pain in the ass for you for 51 weeks of the year. But this is the one couple of days where we got to really throw them a bone and try to keep these cats alive. This is going to be brutal. live on KFI AM 640. Everyone, the iHeartRadio app. 4 now with Pro. KFI 24 News is top 2 studio city today. Increasing patrols and looking for a guy who's been exposing and touching himself in front of people in Prime Canyon since Christmas time. Several supermarket chains in Britain are limiting the amount of fresh fruits and veggies people can buy because of shortage is blamed on bad weather. In Major League Soccer, expand to 30 teams by the end of the year. Officials say San Diego and Las Vegas are the most likely candidates, but other popular cities including Detroit, Phoenix, and Sacramento. We'll take a look at the 405 freeway. Let's talk about Swiss America. Oh, yes, man, you gotta love Swiss America. They are the absolute best. And right now, precious metals, they're poised to make a major move this year with recession, high inflation, the whole run. Gold surging, a number of analysts are projecting record high prices for precious metals. So if you have stocks, that could go to zero. That probably went to zero. But if you have gold and silver, that can never go to zero. No one's ever going to go completely broke with that. And that's a great tip from me to you. So right now, Swiss America is offering silver walking Liberty $half at an amazing low price of $12.50 each. And I sent one to me. It is spectacular. It is beautiful. So phone them or text them at this number and get them on the phone or text them and get gold and silver in your portfolio so you don't go completely broke either. 800-289-2646, 800-289-2646, or go to the website, SwissAmerica.com/Conway, SwissAmerica.com/Conway. Cold, chance of rain, slight chance of it tonight. The cold and rain tomorrow is pretty much a guarantee of it. And that'll kind of hang through Saturday, cold throughout that time. Probably the coldest day of the week being Saturday. This report brought to you by JimmyTheVan.com. Things are sooner.
We're looking at the 405, which is heading northbound. This is away from Sand Canyon. It's kind of slow all the way to Steel Beach Boulevard. The southbound side of the 405 also going down in Irvine. This is getting away from a lot better right coming with the way to Sand Canyon. And it's got low cold driver. KFI on the side.
Looking at slow traffic in East LA. Southbound side of the 5, it's terrible. Out of the East LA interchange heading to Commerce there. At Crispy, an earlier track is cleared out of lane, but even beyond that, it's pretty awful all the way down to the 605. Miracle driver, KFI in the sky.
KFI in the sky helps get people faster. I'm Nicole Martinez.
GiveMeTheVin.com is paying top dollar for your car, truck, sports car, exotic. I told my buyers, let's get them bought. Right now, it's the time
This report is sponsored by Vanguard University in Orange County. Earn your bachelor's, master's, or nursing degree in the classroom or online at Vanguard University. Ranked as a top 10 university in the West by U.S. News and World Report for 12 consecutive years. At Vanguard, your story matters. Visit Vanguard.edu to learn more.
Tim Connell of Carlos Chevrolet, Costa Mesa. We're offering President's Day savings all month long on Silverados, Suburbans, Tahoes, and affordable electric Volt EVs at CarlosChevrolet.com. Find your roads at Carlos Chevrolet, the Orange County road since 1964.
At Ralph, shopping with pickup and delivery is the same as before. Same low prices, deals, and rewards on the same high-quality items. One small trick for groceries, one big win for busy families everywhere. Start your car today at Ralph.com. Ralph, fresh for everyone. Description applies. Please like to do so.
Enjoy the taste of summer with fresh produce. Right now, you see red or black Caesar grapes for only $1.99 a pound with your cost. Well, fresh food if you want. Just 1047 here are some homeowner headaches we fit together. One is our key rejuvenation, where we help prevent breakdowns by performing 6 critical adjustments for just $129. Another one is more on-call unit drains for just $80 with a 30-foot drain set. And we're on call 24/7, 365 days a year. And our drain cleaner service is just $80. So nice at that price. It'll air conditioning and plumbing. COECTL.com. We do things the right way, not the easy way. Only iHeartRadio gives you access to all of your favorite radio stations. He's Ryan T. Price. I go by the name of Charlie. Bobby Volunteer. Hola, soy Enrique Santos. Access to all of the best free. My favorite music, my songs. We'll do everything. Access to all the great podcasts for every interest. And stuff you should know podcasts. The Daily Show podcast. So heard with Colin Powers and Beth DeMar. It doesn't cost a thing. Download the absolutely free iHeartRadio app now. On the podcast Really No Really, join Jason Alexander and Peter Silgan, along with experts and newsmakers and celebrities, in a search for answers to life's most baffling, intriguing, and annoying questions. You know, those things that make you go, really? No, really? I think there was a 17-year-old in Rhode Island who ran a candidate that was a secret. Really? Wait, that's news to me. That's really no really right there. Really no really. Listen to Really No Really on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Wake Up Call with Jennifer Jones. It's the bullet points that you need of the day. What is your weather? What is your traffic? What is the biggest news headline? What's happening around the world? LA County, San Bernardino County, Orange County. We try and get it all on Wake Up Call. Live 5 to 6 a.m. on JFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Conway Show. All right, we're going to major stories here. Of course, the weather is a big story here. California's drivers likely to see an increase in their car insurance. I can't wait for that. We're going to take just a little more. Nipsey Hussle's convicted killer gets 60 years to life in prison. Most of us listening right now are not going to be alive if or when he ever gets out of jail. And the Orange County Fair, that's always a cool deal. You know, people love that fair. People live in Orange County, they're very prideful of it. And people that don't live in Orange County, they travel, you know, sometimes hours. They even fly into Orange County to go to that. Of course, are you a big Orange County Fair guy? Did you take a kid there when she was younger? No. I took her once or twice, but it's just, I got the LA Fair, man. Yeah, that's right near me. Yeah, it's down the street, almost walking distance. So you know, it's not a difference or anything like that. Just yeah, I get it. You know, it's a long day. It is, but man, it is worth it. I turned Delio on to the Orange County Fair. I don't know, like 3 years ago. I set her up with a 4-pack of tickets. Yeah, look at you, generous man. Yeah, thanks. I know the lady Michelle that runs the whole place. We went to college together. If you went on to see some like a huge deal in Orange County, I just do the show. But so I had her on the air and she said, "Hey, does anybody want to sit down for the show?" I said, "Oh, yeah, I can set you up." And she was like, "Oh my God, that's so great, thanks." And I said, "How many tickets do you need?" And you said, "I don't know, you needed one for you, one for your husband, daughter, and your daughter's friend." Yeah, I said, "4?" Yeah, but she took 2 friends. 2 friends. Oh. 4 kids and 2 adults. And I recommend you get front of the line passes. You can act like a snob for the day. Yeah, now you hooked me up. Yeah. Not really. So I got you in the door. And what else? Did it cost anything more after that? Oh, just like $400 or $500. $500? Kim got us to the front door. That's right. But I thought Kim meant like, oh, you're going to get food tickets and ride tickets and backpack tickets. No, there is. So I promised all these kids, I told their parents, they do not need to bring money. You get it like a golf cart to just go around the fair as much as you want? No, that's Mexican kind of like junior's way of getting around the fair. No. And Michelle, who runs the fair, she called me last year and she said, "Hey, we didn't do that well on the books. Did Delio show up this year?" We didn't get Delio's money this year. Yeah. We spent a lot of money. And then I had to like get John's ugly spirit and all that long. Oh, that's like, right. When the kid, get whatever you want. And he looked over at me and I was like, "Oh, no." One of the kids on the way home wanted to stop at McDonald's. I'm so hungry. I remember I took my daughter and her friends to the Orange County Fair, and they wanted to stop at Chick-fil-A on the way home. I'm like, Chick-fil-A? We were for 9 hours, we were at a place that had nothing but food. Tried everything. But you know, that's a great commercial. Someone really loves Chick-fil-A. They can be surrounded by food their entire afternoon, and yet they still want to go home and get Chick-fil-A. All right, they don't. All right, let's talk about this car insurance. This is a big deal for a lot of people. A lot of people are broke. They don't have kind of money, and their car insurance is going up. Now, these days when you hit the road, the place is bad. Right in the wall. And if your prices gas prices weren't already blowing your budget, now drivers are looking at auto insurance way hard. What kind of hundreds of dollars per person? Jim Court is targeting a consumer watchdog. Why is insurance going up? What's wrong with these people? Non-profit says major car insurers have either raised prices recently or are in the process of doing so. Yeah. And by the way, when you do need your car insurance for home insurance, good luck. It's always a radical negotiation session with them. And in my case, they always screw you over. Always. Here in California, rate hikes have to be approved by the state insurance commissioner, Ricardo Lara. The most they're able to get without us asking for a hearing, which is mandatory, would be 6.9%. Still 6.9% a lot. You pay $1,000, a year for insurance. That's another $70. It's a lot. So they're all asking for 6.9%, and many of them are getting 6.9%, and we don't think they all deserve 6.9%. According to insurance.com, the average premium for full coverage auto insurance in California is about $2,100 per year. Wow, $2,100. And you never use it. If you do use it, they're not going to, work with you. They're going to either cancel you, raise your rates, or screw you over. The national average for the same coverage is $527 less. We pay $500 more than everybody. We pay more in gas. We pay more in natural gas. We pay more in electricity. We pay more in taxes, in property tax. Well, maybe not property tax, but certainly in sales tax and income tax. We just get hammered in this state. Experts say you can blame that for a series of California curses, starting with all our cars. More traffic means more accidents. It's an entire state. Then injured drivers need all kinds of health care. They have a higher health insurance cost in California. That was the big difference too. And of course, we have wildfires. If they have natural disasters have higher rates. Oh, please. How many cars have been burned in natural fires? 4? Because big insurance companies and suffer big losses. Bob, remember these days back in the beginning of the pandemic when hardly anyone left their homes? Yes. Did we all get a break on insurance then when nobody was driving? The people lost us says insurance companies overcharged California drivers who weren't driving. Oh, okay. So they overcharged us when we're not driving and overcharged us when we are driving. So the clear is between $3 billion to $5 billion. Money this guy, insurance commissioner Laura has promised to reclaim for customers. We don't think the commissioner should be approving rate hikes. That's right. He delivered on his promise to get us refunds. That's right. A spokesman for the California Department of Insurance says rate hike approvals are actually at a 10-year low. And that the department is doing all that it can to make sure Californians do not pay more than they have to. If we all had balls, which we don't, we'd all get together on one day, like maybe April, 29th, whatever, and we'd just say, okay, today is the crash 'em up derby, where we all just take our cars all day long and crash into everybody else's car all day long and let the insurance company handle it. So it's a one curse day for automobiles. So what do they call it? What's the figure eight derby? The crash, where you demolition derby. Yeah. We should have a demolition day where everybody just crashes and beats the hell out of their car and everyone just lets the insurance company handle it. Demolition day. You just go crazy. That would be exciting to watch. Yep. I signed me up. Did you get involved? Oh, yeah. I've had enough of hitting random things that I have no control over on the road, so just on the way home. Just intentionally knowing I'm going to hit it. I ran over a mattress the other day. No way! On the 134 right from Glendale, just past Glendale, past the tree. Oh yeah, okay. Coming up on the hill, and I saw the car in front of me. Yeah! I go over to the side, and I was like, a guy with my front driver's side, and I pulled over to the side of the freeway, and the entire interior covering of the wheel well gone. Oh, really? Yeah. No, I've lived in a couple of cities in my life, San Diego, I lived in Ohio, Toronto for a while. I've never seen a city like LA where everybody's always moving their own crap. Everybody's got a truck or a pickup or a trailer. It's filled with furniture. It's filled with mattresses. You cannot be on the freeways of Southern California for 5 minutes without seeing somebody, the guy moving his stuff. All that possessions. There's usually a rocking chair still on these trucks, which people still use those things, but everyone's got a rocking chair, and it's all manually tied down very inefficiently. It's like a part with one sticking line over top of it, keeping it down. My favorite is the guy coming home and he's 2 feet out of the mattress delivered to your store, so it's on top of the car and he's folding. That guy's great. Every time I see a van filled, or like a U-Haul is filled, or a trailer that's filled with furniture and refrigerator and all that stuff, I always try to, just because it's boring driving around, I I was trying to figure out, is this a move up or is it a move down? Are we moving up? Which direction are we going now? Are we being evicted or did we make a chore and we're moving into a two-bedroom? Is this fine? Done! That's the only way to deal with it. You have to have a sense of humor and figure out, is this guy moving up or down? And you know what? Arrows, magnetic arrows off of the car doors to tell you. You know? Like, there's a magnetic arrow going down, stay away from that guy. Just toss them up and look at their face and see if it's like, are they excited about what they're doing? If he's young and smiling, it's a move up. If he's 65 and his wife is still with him in the U-Haul, it's a move down. Leave him alone. Live on KFI, AM 640. More now pros. And KFI 24 on News. Southline getting hit with cold winter weather. It's a very strong storm. There's a very low snow level. There's a lot of water and a lot of snow. National Weather Service meteorologist Andrew Ward says starting tomorrow, mountain areas above 6,000 feet in LA County could get up to 7 feet of snow. Peaks of the Santa Ana Mountains in Orange County could also be under 1.5 feet of snow. Strong winds expected, especially in the mountains over the next several days. This report brought to you by WDC Kitchen and Bath Center. An LA County Sheriff's deputy is pleaded not guilty to murder and other charges in connection with a high-speed crash in Southgate that killed a 12-year-old boy. Aro Castro was off duty in late 2021 when he slammed into a car the boy was in. The boy's older sister was hurt. The LA County DA said Castro was going about 95 as he approached the intersection of Firestone Boulevard and San Juan Avenue. The maker of an at-home COVID-19 test is filed for bankruptcy. Secura, based in California, listed assets of about $146 million and liabilities of about $85 million in its position. CEO says listed pandemic restrictions lower demand for the test. Company says it'll still operate as it looks to sell itself. Secura's at-home COVID test markets itself by providing results in 30 minutes. The test is listed for $35. A Spectrum News journalist in Orlando has been shot and killed and another's been hurt while covering a shooting that happened earlier in the same spot in Florida. Orange County Sheriff John Nina says the person connected to both shootings has been arrested. He is 19-year-old Keith Melvin Moses. He is being formally charged in the murder from this morning, and we expect additional charges for the shootings of the 4 people this afternoon. Nina says the man has a lengthy criminal record. He says after he allegedly shot the reporters this afternoon, he said he shot a young girl, her mom, nearby. We'll take a look at the 101 freeway next. Well, you've been thinking about calling Advanced Hair Restoration. Do yourself a favor, simply schedule your free consultation today. Find out if the bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair is in fact optional. Imagine a relief just knowing that a full head of hair is a real possibility and around the corner. Advanced Hair's one-day treatment is virtually pain-free, right? And your own hair starts to regrow the very next day. It worked for me, it worked for tons of our listeners. A lot of them thank me personally for inspiring them to take control, which is kind of cool. So Advanced Hair's exceptional standard of care also makes this the perfect time to pursue your needs. Do yourself a favor. Schedule your free consultation right now if you choose to move forward, which I think you will. You're going to receive $250 off and 250 free haircuts. That's huge! 844-333-HAIR is their phone number. Making that call literally the hardest part. Advanced Hair successfully restored my bald spots, and your hair is also backed by the industry-leading guarantee. Phone them up, 844-333-HAIR, or the website, advancedhair.com. Cold temperature tonight goes around 40 with a chance of rain. Cold tomorrow with rain likely all day, and it'll be all day Saturday as well. Coldest day of the week is Saturday. 55 in Costa Mesa, 57 in La Palma. There's a stall downtown.
On the northbound side of the winter lane coming up on Mission, this conked out cars blocking middle lanes. The lanes backing up off of the 5 and right around the corner on the right hand southbound at the 10. That's the crash reported in the right lane coming down out of the Legion Park and Stadium Way. It's out to Irvine with low cold driver KFI in the sky.
It's already on the 5. First of all, the 5 as you head southbound. Basically from Base Parkway down to El Toro Road, you're going to have lots of company there, lots of stops for traffic. Also slow on the northbound side from Culver Drive on up to Grand Avenue. Over on the 405, it is super slow, getting away from the 132 pretty much all the way on up to the 22. Will Cold Driver, KFI in the sky.
KFI in the sky. Helps get you there faster. I'm Lisa Martinez.
Nice convenient location. It's great brand. Get super prices on a super selection during the Norm Reed President's Day event at Norm Reed Superstore. From West Covina to the Cerritos Auto Square, and from Huntington Beach to the Irvine Auto Center, you'll find a Norm Reed Superstore near you. Ford, Lincoln, Hyundai, Genesis, Volkswagen, and Honda. We have your favorite new models in stock. Plus, to our exclusive price protection guarantee. Which states, if you can find the same new vehicle for less within 5 days, your range will pay you the difference or buy your vehicle back. The price protection guarantee provides assurance so there is no need to shop anywhere else. Don't miss the Norm Range President's Day race. That's right today at a Norm Range Superstore location, like the #1 Honda store in the world in the Cerritos Auto Square. Or shop online at normrange.com. That's for over 100 years. Sales 2022. Are you tired of living with chronic joint pain, like knee pain or shoulder pain, pain in your hips or back?
Hey, it's Gary and Shannon, and you don't have to go through another year in pain. Next Generation Pain Management has arrived. Here it is QC Kinetics.
QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in cutting-edge regenerative medicine. Now, regenerative medicine is the all-natural process that uses highly concentrated healing properties from your own body, putting them directly into your achy joints and restoring and repairing that damaged tissue.
We're talking lasting pain relief with no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. Pro-athletes have been doing this for years now. You can too.
QC Kinetics has over 100 clinics in America, and now they're here with regenerative solutions that can get you moving again pain-free.
If you are sick of living with pain from arthritis or injury, call the local medical professionals at QC Kinetics for a free consultation.
3 locations: Glendale, Mission Viejo, and Orange. Call 213-997-PAIN. QC Kinetics. 213-997-PAIN. That's 213-997-PAIN. Looking for your next investment opportunity? How about 100% passive ownership in commercial real estate? First National Realty Partners is backed by $1.5 billion in commercial real estate assets from Walmart, Whole Foods, Kroger, Publix, and more. Grocery store anchored commercial real estate offers day one cash flow from high credit national tenants, tax advantages with 1031 exchanges, inflation fighting triple net lease, and more. Get information on current and upcoming opportunities today. Call 888-301-9010 or go to fnrtradio.com. Become an investor in owned and managed commercial real estate with national grocery store brand tenants producing quarterly cash flow. Call 888-301-9010 or go to fnrtradio.com. Securities are only available to verified accredited investors. Investments are subject to risk, including loss of principal. Cash distributions are not guaranteed. Any representations made about investment stability reflect FNRT's strategy and may or may not be realized. Visit fnrtradio.com. American Vision Windows. So choice for energy-efficient windows and doors. AmericanVisionWindows.com. We're putting the media back here in social media. Follow us now everywhere at KFI AM 640. KFI AM 640 is the Conway Show. Starbucks has a new drink with olive oil in it. I can't imagine that's anything but awesome. Nipsey Hussle's convicted killer gets 60 years to life in prison. He'll be going to jail for quite some time, thinking about what he did. And then Disney issues a warning after incidents of a dangerous TikTok friend on one of their rides. We'll get into that. But man, we got to get back to this weather. This is unbelievable. Everybody's talking about it. You know, news stations usually, TV news stations usually do one segment on this weather, then they go to something else. They have 3 or 4 reporters. And every station I'm watching has 3 or 4 reporters around Southern California. And you can tell the seniority of the reporters. See, the guys with the most seniority are in studio where it's 72 degrees. The guys with the next seniority, they're in like Burbank or Coldwater. They're within driving distance of the home station. So as soon as they're done, they can drive back now a mile and a half back to the station and then get home. And then you have the third tier of seniority. They're out at Flint Ridge, La Cañada, covering what might be a local snow event in Pasadena, Hollywood Hills. And then the next level are the guys in Gorman and the guys at the Grapevine and the Passage. They're the next ones. And then the people with the least seniority, the people who just got here, sorry, Big Bear gang, Big Bear and Snow Summit. You're going to be up at Arrowhead. You got the whole run up there, but you're going to be locked in there for the weekend. You're not going to be able to get out. You're reporting on the blizzard because you just got here. About it.
The snow is falling in LA County just north of Santa Clarita.
Woo! Okay, I interrupted with my woo! Where is it again?
The snow is at 650 ABC posted date. It's a big county just north of Santa Clarita along the 5 freeway through Passaic. That's the blizzard conditions over the next 24 hours.
Wow, that's great knowledge, Celia. You nailed it. Anyway, so that's those are the reporters. And here's another hint. Whenever you're watching Channel 2, Channel 4, Channel 7, Channel 9, if you're watching one of those four stations, their home base is in either Studio City or in Burbank/Glendale. So Channel 2 is in Studio City. Channel 4 is in Universal City. Channel 7 is in Glendale, right where the 5 meets the 134. That's where Channel 7 is. And then Channel 9 is also in Studio City. So, because all those stations are within a mile and a half of each other, those four stations, whenever you get the 11 o'clock news, a lot of the reporters like to be within a mile of the station so they can just, go pick up their crap and go home. So that's why you see Studio City, Burbank, Glendale, North Hollywood. You see those live shots at night because all of those are within a mile or two of home base, so they can get in, pick up their stuff, and go home. And that's why you see whenever there's a restaurant, they're doing a bit on COVID where it's outdoor eating, it's always in either Studio City or Burbank or Glendale because that's where those cities are the closest, and those reporters, they want to get their ass back to the station and get home. So there's a lot housekeeping I need for you there from KFI. All right, let's talk about digital cameras. Digital cameras, if you have a child, you want to take a ton of pictures, because for every 100 pictures, you get one good one. Digital cameras are making a comeback.
Well, that's going to get the engineers to take perfect photos. Then I got their idea. Blurry, grainy, and blown out shots are all the rage. It's no longer cool to be in focus. These digital point and shoot cameras are just the kind of low-tech street lasers I'm looking for. Wow! My surprise is afterwards, and I just took this photo that looks kind of the moon that I made a post on Instagram. Hashtag digital camera is exploited.
God, I wish I was younger to be involved with this group. Right? Wish I was 18. I can get into just taking blurry pictures and smoking weed and posting on social media. God, that seems like an easier lifestyle.
My surprise is afterwards, and I just took this photo that looks kind of the moon that is fun.
Plus, compared to how this generation talks, I would be like a carnival barker or an auctioneer compared to how quickly I speak. Compared to this
photo that looks kind of the moon that I made a post on Instagram.
God almighty, everyone talks so slowly in that generation. They go on and on. And I went and got a new mattress the other night. And got home and the seats were the wrong size. Everyone's so slowly speaking. You gotta pick it up.
They used to vocal fry too.
Yes.
They're so soft and really high for a cow.
That's right.
Hashtag digital camera is exploited. The guys that are buying them now had their baby pictures taken with them 2 decades ago. It is an era, isn't it? This represents an era.
This is the era before everyone started using their phones.
A cameraman camera in Manhattan, they can't keep digital cameras on the shelf.
Wow, that's kind of cool. I have a digital camera though. When my daughter was very young, she was just born, I wanted to get a nice SLR camera. And those are the ones you can take like, 5 or 6, 7 shots a second. And then you might be able to get one good shot every day. And so I bought one of those cameras. They're expensive. I think it was like, I don't know, like $1,200 or so. But it's worth it because every one of those pictures I have from her when she was a baby, worth every penny I paid for that camera. So when I was shopping for one, I went to what was the Circuit City? Remember Circuit City? I went to Circuit City. And when I was looking for a camera, I said, this is a nice camera here. What is this Canon camera? It's an SLR. How many frames will it take in a second? And the guy said, 1,200 frames a second. I said, 1,200? That seems like a lot. I've not seen a camera that takes over 5 shots a second. But this takes 1,200 a second? He said, yes, 1,200 shots every second. I'm like, wow, man, oh man, I'm going to take this one then. So I bring it up to the counter, got that that spider detector on it, so it's they got to cut that off when I purchased it, so that doesn't beep when I go out the door. And then I said to the guy behind the counter, I said, "Oh man, I got lucky here. 1,200 frames a second, huh?" And he goes, "Oh no. It takes 2 frames a second." I said, "Oh, but the guy on the floor said it's 1,200 frames a second." He goes, "Oh, he's new. He doesn't really know anything." I'm like, "Oh, okay." I said, "You shouldn't have him out on the floor because if you keep misleading customers like me, then you're going to go out of business." And he just chuckled at me. He's like, "Oh, that's very funny." And then about 3 years later, they went out of business. So there you go. All right, we're keeping an eye on this cold weather coming in. You've got to keep it on KFI. You got to get the push notifications on the app. And this is a very serious time. It is going to be cold and snowy. There's a snow event and snow in this area that we haven't seen for more years. 104 years is the last time that we snowed in some of these areas like Redmond. And we're going to get snow. And then this is a big party. Pop the popcorn and let's find out where it's going to snow, and we'll tell you where it's snowing. You can drive out and look at it, and we'll also show you on social media where it's snowing here in Southern California. John Lake's over at everyone in the iHeartRadio app. We're now crows. They find 24 news. As you've been hearing, a rare blizzard warning is going to be in effect from Friday morning to Saturday afternoon for LA County mountains with up to 7 feet of snow possible. President Biden in Poland, where he says Russia's President Putin made a big mistake by suspending Russia's participation in the last nuclear arms control treaty with the U.S. And astronomers say they discovered what they believe are massive galaxies that date back to within 600 million years of the Big Bang. They said they expected much smaller galaxies that were that old. We're catching 10 freeway. Well, Dr. Manger over at Satellite Eye Center wants to give the all-new laser light LASIK exam. The laser light LASIK exam uses a laser, that's in the title, to make your eyes over 1,000 times to perfectly map your vision. The laser light LASIK exam helps my doctor, Dr. Manger, help you get crystal clear vision. I'm giving away a laser light LASIK exam for the first 14 callers only. Stand by to get this laser light LASIK exam. On Monday, we sold out. All 14 went out the door. So if you missed out on Monday, you got to call right now. If you're wearing sunglasses, reading glasses, contacts, maybe you're nearsighted, farsighted, the whole bleeding lot of you. You got to anger and get this procedure I did. We can see better than 2020. Phone them up and get the laser light LASIK exam right now. Here's your chance. First 14 callers with 866-559-4444, 866-559-4444, 866-559-4444. Cold, maybe some rain tonight. Cold and definitely some rain tomorrow. Definitely some rain Friday. Definitely some rain Saturday. Cold throughout with probably the coldest day on Saturday. This report brought by Catalina Island Company from the Southern California Toyota Dealer Traffic Center. Let's go places. Slow in Pomona.
Down after later loading up, moving the 57 freeway remain on the braking traffic all the way into Tallahassee and over some very wet roads. Also between Ontario heading into San Bernardino right now, rain coming down. So bike carefully, give yourself plenty of stopping space between you and that car ahead. You know the drill. Something heading into the tunnel path and even the high desert, especially for the Civil Hill where there's some snow flying across the team and that area as well. Pick up local driver downtown, KFI in the sky.
It is not a good drive right now on the 10 freeway. And right there at Maplewood, Los Angeles, keep that off there, the right lane is blocked. Traffic jammed out of the UCLA interchange to get it tight there. Some good news though, over on the 101, that road is solid. Clear. Notice the northbound side of the 101. You're going to get the brakes, getting away from, it looks like, look at the floor, over like Boulevard, it'll flow all the way up into the valley. Local driver, KFI in the sky.
KFI in the sky, help get you there faster. I'm Lisa Martinez. Escape to Catalina Island this winter for adventure, wellness, and everything in between. Relax on the beach, explore the hiking trails, or spend the day on the water. When you arrive midweek and book 2 nights, your third night is complimentary. Plan today at visitCatalinaIsland.com. This report is sponsored by the San Bernardino County Transportation Authority. Starting February 24th through mid-April, there will be 6 weekends of directional 55-hour freeway closures coming to the SRT-10 in Redlands and Highlands. Visit GoSBCCA.com for a list of dates and detours.
I never chose to become a gambling addict, but what I did do was get out of the profession.
For no cost gambling addiction counseling, call 1-800-GAMBLER or text support to 53342. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health. Life is uncertainty from pain to feel stress and sick, worry, or frustrated. Our hope and health. Hashtag Cal Hope and Health Security. Mental health conversions. Call 333-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
On the podcast Really Know Really, join best friends Jason Alexander and Peter Tobin, along with experts, newsmakers, and celebrities, in a search for answers to life's most baffling, intriguing, and annoying questions. You know, those things that make you go, really? Now, really? I think there was a 17-year-old in Rhode Island who ran a candidate that was a difference. Really? Really? That's good to me. That's really no really right there. Really no really. Listen to Really No Really on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Before I started Really Hero Plumbing, I was an angry young man. Hello, I'm John McCoy, founder of Really Hero Plumbing. I was angry because my dad died when I was 17 and he left me alone. I was angry because I couldn't go to college with my friends and because I had to drop out of high school. It's not a pleasant story. But as I grew older, I also grew up. I realized that my dad didn't leave me alone. He left me with values and principles that continue to shape my life. Dad said, be on time. He didn't like it when people were late. He taught me to be polite. It was something I lost, but we captured along the way. And he taught me to keep my promises, because broken promises lead to broken relationships. We keep these values at Leader Hero Plumbing. I think we have a pretty good company. I know we have great people. And if one of our heroes fails to live up to these values, please call me. My private number is on the back of every Leader Hero business card. You can also reach us at leaderhero.com. Thank you. Americans pay about $5 billion a year to control termites and repair the damage. More than floods, earthquakes, hurricanes combined. Call Pacific Coast Termites at 800 Pacific for a free home inspection, certain restrictions apply, no thinking ever. Call 800 Pacific, 800 Pacific. Visit PacificCoastTermites.com and call 800 Pacific. The clean, friendly way. Or listen to the following program will be recorded. The whole idea of male contraception in a pill form, a single dose renders sperm immobile for up to 2 hours. Now, I remember from my sex ed class, looking here for like 2 days. You know, wake up and wake up and glad. Live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Big storm coming in. People are freeze, get snowed on. It's going to get crazy. Michigan is issuing a warning after incidents of dangerous TikTok trend hit Disneyland. And this key hospital's convicted killer is 60 years to life in prison. That's a long, long time, man. Sit there and think about what you did. On the storm, Dalio says we're getting snow the doors of Lake Estate in Santa Clarita. It's going to be an unbelievable couple of days for people that live out there. You know, remember, take photos, and those photos will be on the wall. And 50 years from now, your grandkids will be like, hey, Grandma, tell me about that again. Oh, it snowed back in 2023. Might be, all right, thanks, Grandma, for the details. All right, let's talk about the state line. And they're going to be shutting a lot of freeways down there. Cold and windy, very strong gusts at times. Driving into interstate discipline is quite difficult too, with large swaths of dirt flowing across the road. But the biggest problem, as you mentioned, something that happened late last night up near State Line. Check out this video shot by someone who was driving on the 15. That's when rain and snow started falling in mountain paths, and icy conditions forced the highway patrol to close the 15 in both directions. Oh no! You know, when they close it in that deep into the desert, there's nothing you can do. You know, if they close the Grapevine, you can hang out in Santa Clarita or in Bakersfield, or if they close the I don't know, the other passes, there's always a city above and a city below. You know, but when they close it that deep into Nevada or California, there's no place to go. There's nothing to do. You get stuck in your car for a day or two. That closure lasted several hours. They tried to reopen the freeway around 6, but had to turn around and shut it down again. In fact, it wasn't until about 10:30 this morning that they finally opened it back up to traffic in both directions. However, temperatures are still just about freezing at Mountain Pass. That's about 14 miles from sea line, elevation about 4,500 feet. Yeah, everybody, if you're a frequent Vegas driver like I am, and that's that big pass you go through right before you get to state line. When you come down that big, huge ass hill to get to state line. Oh, yeah. You come off the brake and you could just go 95 miles an hour there all the way down that hill. That huge solar factory on your left side. Exactly, that's what we're talking about. Right when you get into Prim, where you get Buffalo Bills and Richmond Street, that's it. It's the whole run there. I think you find in Clyde car, isn't it? Yeah, right. And then that big, I remember, this is a true story. I was going to drive cross country, and I left relatively late at night. I think it was like 9 o'clock at night. And I'm like, oh, I'll just get some coffee and I'll drive all night. Well, if you're not used to doing that, you can't really do that. So I was driving, I got caught in traffic. I finally got the Buffalo Bills like at 5 o'clock in the morning. After traffic and coffee, and I was just exhausted. And Buffalo Bills was offering a room for $39 a night. So I'm like, okay, I'll sleep here for 8 hours or so, and then I'll take off again. So I get in the room around 6 o'clock. I pull the drape. I go to bed, and it's 6:30. I hear boom, 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 boom. I open the door. I open the window, and that roller coaster comes within 2 feet of that window. Every 10 minutes, another roller coaster, another car comes rolling by. 2 feet from that door, from that window. And that's at least at one point, that roller coaster was like the highest roller coaster in the world. Oh yeah, it was death defying. I went on it once, and I thought I was going to die. I thought my heart was going to stop. It's an unbelievable experience. You ever been on it? Oh man, it is worth it. It really is. Is it? It's worth it, but it's not worth when you're sleeping 4 feet. Yeah, you're exhausted. Yeah. I mean, I'm literally sleeping 3 feet from that roller coaster. I always thought it was weird that they had the Bonnie and Clyde car that got killed in there. It's like, how random is that? I think there are a lot of Bonnie and Clyde cars. You think so? Yeah. I think there's, a guy sells them. Like, here's another one. Oh, where'd you get that? Oh, the bullet holes in it, they replicate them. Ah, I thought that was in Florida. No, it's here now. It's yours for about $500. Wow, $500 for the Bonnie and Clyde? Oh, that's it? Yeah, $500. I'll take it. Me too. And as these cold storms move through, it's possible, if not likely, that they'll have to close it down again. We spoke with drivers who got stuck in the backup. They say they had to just pull over at a casino in state line and simply wait it out. We got here, well, they were on the good side of it with a casino. If you're on the other side of it, man, there's nothing. Like Visit Road and the Arco Station. Or get longer, but how long did you get away? Here comes the lesson. Ready for the lesson, kids? Here we go. Okay, that's changed. Is that the end of the lesson? There is a possibility of getting stranded, so make sure you're carrying, extra clothing, water, food. All right, food, water, clothing, change. So that's the end of it? That kind of stuff, extra gas. Yeah, an extra gas. Okay, thank you. I'm as dumb as nails, so I had no idea that I could have any of that stuff. So thank you for taking care of me. I really appreciate that. Yeah, this is just a fraternity story. We saw Leo reporting from the Grapevine. I was up at Mountain Pass earlier, and then south of here, south of Oak Hills, is of course the Cajon Pass. Passes in Southern California, very susceptible when these cold storms go through. So it's something people who use these passes to commute, they're going to want to keep an eye on this over the next several days. Yeah, you got to get out there and get your firewood too if you got a fireplace. Because there are currently 200,000 people in the state of California that don't have electricity. So if you rely on your electricity to keep you heated, maybe space heaters, wait a minute, I'm doing what that guy did. What am I doing? Oh, I'm walking the audience like a moron. Bundle up, everybody. Yeah. Get yourself a heater and get your firewood and get your food and get your gas and get your blankets. And, I'm something. Soundwich Show, we're live. We're on the iHeart Radio app and on KFI AM 640. Task bullet, simulating talk. KFI. KOST, HD2. Los Angeles on time. Live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. Michael Crozier live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Maroney's been moved from acting to permanent chief by the Board of Supervisors. Maroney was a fill-in after the previous chief, ROTHSCHILD, retired. The county CEO has been told to negotiate a contract with Maroney. Critics say more should have been done to screen applicants from around the country and place an emphasis on women and people of color. Ozzie was the department's first black chief and remained the chief for 11 years. No woman's ever worn the chief badge. Chief Maroney's been with the department for more than 20 years. Chief Codify News. Lawyers for ex-LA County DA Jackie Lacey want the judge to order mental health evaluations for 3 members of Black Lives Matter. The 3 claim they suffered psychological issues when Lacey's husband pointed out at them during an early morning protest outside the Lacey's home. The suing for emotional stress, but Lacey's lawyers say they refused to turn over medical records showing treatment they received. Archbishop Jose H. Gomez has as Wednesday with a bilingual mass at the Cathedral of Our Lady of Angels in LA. Gomez started the service by paying tribute to LA Bishop David O'Connell, who was killed at his home in Hacienda Heights over the weekend. Son por sus familias, son por viajes en Los Angeles. They are going to visit this difficult time. So let's keep that in our prayers too. Wednesday marks the 40-day season of Lent. The holiday gets its name from the practice of putting ashes in the shape of the cross on foreheads of the faithful as a sign of faith. A detective says the 22-year-old connected with the deadly mass shooting at a gay nightclub in Colorado Springs in November, raiding neo-Nazi websites. Detective Rebecca Jones testified Anderson Aldrich used racial and gay slurs while gaming and posted a photo of a rifle scope pointed at a gay pride parade. Testimony is part of a 3-day hearing to see if there's enough evidence to announce hate crime charges against Aldrich, who identifies as non-binary. The Biden administration's proposed a rule that would make it mandatory for migrants to apply for asylum in the country they travel through on the way to the U.S. ABC's Rachel Scott says it would make it ultimately easier for the U.S. to deport people who don't follow the new rule.
The plan does mirror the policies proposed under the Trump administration, but it does make one clear difference, and that it does not apply to children.
Some Democrats say the administration needs to focus on expanding legal pathways, not restricting them. Immigration advocates have vowed to sue the administration to stop the rule from going into effect. An unemployed man from Texas who rioted on January 6th and threatened Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez has been sentenced to 38 months in prison. Garrett Miller pleaded guilty to all 11 counts against him. He's been in jail since getting arrested in 2021. Miller apologized for his role in the riot and the threatening post toward AOC, saying it was disrespectful. He acted in anger and needed to be humbled. The United Nations has condemned Israel's deadly police raid that killed at least 10 people and hurt more than 100 in the West Bank. Spokesman Stefan Dujarric says diplomats on the ground are trying to de-escalate the situation. What is important for us is to see an end to this cycle of violence. The only way out is through a political solution and a renewed dialogue. Dujarric says the UN has been very clear and forceful about condemning the loss of life of civilians. Israel's military says the raid targeted a group of young men known as the Lion's Den. Officials in Israel say the group is funded by Islamist militant groups Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad. And people who drink soy, oat, almond, or any other milk alternative to pecan milk. The FDA issued a ruling saying that plant-based beverages do not pretend to be milk, and consumers understand the difference. To appease the producers of milk, the dairy people, the draft rules say the drinks do need to be labeled clearly, such as soy milk or cashew milk. Draft rules do not apply to non-dairy products other than beverages like yogurt. We'll take a look at the 5 freeways coming up. All right, let's talk about American Vision Windows Bill and Kathleen, showcasing the way they run this company with love and dedication to their employees and happy to work. Revolutionizing the home improvement industry one customer at a time while changing the lives of employees for the better. People make a difference. American Vision Windows knows that, and they build a team around self-improvement. They provide great advice on which windows to get and how to keep your home secure and keep the cold in the summer and the cold out in the winter. And then they also have a rule of thumb. They wouldn't let a technician in your home that they wouldn't let in their home. So due to the high energy costs, many people are turning to dual pane windows. You said as well. American Vision Windows, all custom made to fit your needs and the style of your home. 0% interest, 0 cancel until 2024, plus free expert installation. Phone them up, 888-226-9908, 888-226-9908, AmericanVisionWindows.com for details. The offer expires, the website for details on Food Credit offer expires 2/28/23, California CSC 77236. Things rain moves in through the night, mostly though early morning when it really gets intense. Cold temperatures throughout the night, lows around 40 degrees. Rain pretty much assured the way through Saturday. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and cold. Highs above 40 at Beaches tomorrow. About 50 Metro LA Orange County, around 60 inland and Pine Valley, close to 50 inland in the high desert Antelope Valley. Actually, a degree or two warmer on Friday, but it's still going to be with that range. Coldest day of the week, Saturday, with that range. Right now in Irvine, 61, Fullerton, 50, Burbank, 48, Orange, 50 degrees. KFI Financial Report, the Dow finished down 85. NASDAQ was up 16, S&P was down 6. The average price of regular gas in California, $4.74 a gallon. Things are slow in Griffith Park.
This is the south outside of the 5, and the race are going in right at the 134 freeway. So long for drive ahead as you continue to the 605. And we've got Will Colt driver, KFI in the sky.
Northbound side of the 15, if you head up the Cajon Pass, beware, we've got a stall right around Cleghorn. It looks like they just took that stall off, so maybe not the lanes anymore, but it's slow. Get an alert from the 215 on the northbound side of the 15. It's 50 out of the 215. Northbound side, just a little Bushy Parkway. They're working on clearing a crack there that has traffic slowed from the 210. Real cool driver today, FI in the sky.
And a lot of wet roads in that area as well. Ontario, San Bernardino into the Cajon Pass and High Desert. So use caution while you're driving. Slow down. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm into Martinez.
This hour of the Conway Show is being brought to you by Puritan Water. Get a complete whole house water filtration system for $0 down and $49 a month. Go to PuritanWater.com.
I never cared to become a gambling addict. But what I did choose was to get help from a professional counselor. Admitting I was powerless to solve the problem, that opened the door. I thought I was beyond repair until I called 1-800-GAMBLER and it provided life-changing resources and referrals at a zero-cost manner.
For no-cost gambling addiction counseling, call 1-800-GAMBLER for support for 53343. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
Experience and results. If you've been injured, 888-OPO wins.
More stimulating thoughts.
And iHeart radio station.
KFI AM at 640 is the Conway Show. The big story is the weather. We're following a few other stories. I'm going to get past it. We're like a good goalie where people are trying to get, news stories past us designed as us. And we're like the Jonathan Quick of news stories. Or just, quick save, love save, ad save. But right now, California drivers are looking at a pretty big increase in their car insurance. That sucks. Starbucks has a new drink with a spoonful of olive oil in it. You can't imagine it's anything but excellent. And Nipsey Hussle is convicted killer gets 60 years to life in prison. To sit back and think about what he did. But man, the big story here is still this storm. Everybody's talking about it. A friend of mine, Steve, was in, and he runs an Agua Dulce winery out in Agua Dulce. And he says, man, whenever there's weather, everybody is on KFI out there. Everybody in Santa Clarita, everybody in the high desert, buzzing out to Palmdale, Lancaster, Apple Valley. And he just told me that it's raining in Ontario right now. Is that right?
Wow, here to San Bernardino and into the Cajon Pass. And I just heard from KFI listener Richard saying that he's got about a half mile of visibility heading southbound in the Cajon Pass.
Oh my God.
And he says, very good conditions. And I just took a look at some of our Caltrans cameras in the area. And even though there's snow coming down, it's not quite sticking to the roads yet on these cameras. So, but it's starting to happen.
Wow, that's incredible. And again, that's the reason. Look, when it's all fun and games, you can do what you want. You can play a CD or a book on paper or whatever. Oh man, when it comes down to radical warnings about winter storms in Southern California that we haven't seen in 20, 30, 40 years, you would be silly not to keep it on KFI and tell your kids, you're worried about. Turn on KFI and keep up on these warnings. Because when they close these freeways down, you don't want to be stuck in a pile of traffic. You will not get better or more accurate information. No! I mean, not on radio. Not anywhere. Right, I think President's on something. All right, but this is a radical storm coming out of Alaska and Canada, and it is just going to, you're going to freeze your ass off. Absolutely freeze and your tail off here. That's why you got to know when it's coming. wind's coming in your direction. What's going on? Let's we got a news story here.
But when you factor in the wind, it feels like a single digit. So look at this wind chill map. This is not the current temperature. This is how it feels when
okay, so you look at the wind chill map right now. Lancaster, 25 degrees. Oxnard, 39 degrees in Oxnard. Avalon, out on Catalina, Avalon will may see a record temperature. It feels like it's 34 degrees on Avalon. 34. Ontario, 35. It's just raining out there in Ontario. Santa Ana, 50. Long Beach, 51. If you're going to LAX, it's going to feel like it's 39 degrees. I wonder if Buffalo on Catalina Island are happy right now. Yeah. I wonder if and I bet they do, but I would be surprised if LAX has de-icing equipment. I bet they don't. No. Maybe they have to because of the FAA right now. Yeah. But they probably never used it. I can't imagine them ever using it before. So Burbank Airport, maybe they've got de-icing equipment, and maybe they have to use it for the first time. I don't know. It's getting weird out there and cold.
Factor in the wind. It feels like 20s in Lancaster. It feels like 1 degree. And it feels like the 30 degree in an Empire off
degree. What's it get to 1? Do you say 1? It's 0.
So especially in the mountains, we're dealing with dangerous wind chills. We've got to layer it up.
It's like when they say a crime was reported around 3:30. Yeah, well, that's a very specific number. You're not saying 3:38. That's right.
If you have to step outside, we still have wind warnings.
Okay, the wind warnings. Wind warnings. It's a big deal. Big Bear, 36 miles an hour. Long Beach, 26 miles an hour. San Clemente, 38 miles an hour. It's been cold down where Angel like that.
And wind advisories in effect along the coast for the valleys, Orange County, the Inland Empire, and also the deserts. We're not really going to see an improvement until we get into this evening. Look at the wind gust futurecast now and how strong they wind continue from the coast all the way up to the cactus. This afternoon around 1 p.m. it's breezy forever.
I've never heard that term. I like that. She's on to something else from the coast to the cactus. I like that. I like that. Yeah.
That's cool. Yeah. I love that.
I'm going to feel that and not tread it.
And that's going to make those 50-degree temperatures feel even colder. Tonight, we'll start to see a little bit of improvement when it comes to the winds, but the desert slope will continue to see those strong winds. We're on the southern fringe of this massive winter storm that is continuing to from the cactus to the coast.
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah. Flip it on. All right. Where's she now? I like the sand to the sand. Thank you. What did Jerry Duncan used to say from the mountains to the coast to all of Southern California? He had a very specific thing he said all the time. I can remember one.
From mountains to the sea to all of Southern California.
Yeah, a very good evening. Now here's the latest.
Very cold air. We're going to have some reinforcing cold air tomorrow, and then on Friday, we're going to have a storm system that's going to hook up with some tropical water that's going to bring us some heavy rain. This is a storm that we have on our hands right now. And look at how this second storm drops out of Canada. It has a path more over the ocean water, and then it taps into an atmospheric weather starting on Friday and Thursday, really heavier than expected Friday, possibly into Saturday, and lingering into Saturday and Sunday. So with all that moisture in the atmosphere combined with the very cold temperatures,
perfect storm. Perfect storm. Lots of cold weather. Lots of rain. Lots of snow.
We've got a snowmaker and a rainmaker. We have a cold winter storm, a colder winter storm headed our way late Thursday into Saturday. That's the second storm. Heavy snow. Blizzard warning has already been issued for the LA Ventura County Mountains.
And they're expecting in Big Bear 2 to 5 feet of snow. Yeah. 2 to 5 feet. And snowing sometimes 2 to 3 inches an hour.
We're expecting that snowfall. Very density said from the desert to the sea.
Oh, yeah.
All of Southern California.
Yeah. Here's the latest. I'm Cal, where is it?
2 to 5 inches in some isolated spots it took 7 inches. Now the rain, heaviest on Friday, rainfall rates happening to an inch. Right now, estimates are going to be several inches for us. So we're going to see some major travel impacts, especially Friday, Saturday, with the potential for some flooding, flash floods, and the breakdown. So that's something that will...
Yeah, if you're flying out on Saturday, Friday or Saturday, man, you got to really call the airport, make sure those planes are... Oh, yeah, they've already cancel thousands of flights. Is that right? Already across the country because of the weather going up north, going west east. Oh man, what a storm!
Watching for later this week. And that blizzard warning will be in effect starting Friday into Saturday. It's going to be upgraded from a winter storm warning. And we can also see up to 75 miles per hour for the LA and Ventura County mountains. Now for today and tomorrow, blustery, clear showers today, scattered showers tomorrow, some more elevation still in the Inland Empire and deserts tonight and tomorrow morning.
There you go. All right, it is going to be freezing out there, absolutely freezing. This is the perfect storm where we get a big rainmaker coming in with a huge Arctic blow out of Alaska and Canada, and it sets up to be the perfect ugly storm for everybody here who's listening in Southern California. All right, we'll keep on top of this. This is a big story here in LA for the next couple of days, and everyone wants to know where that snow is. We'll tell you. We're live on KFI AM 640. For everyone on the iHeartRadio app, now more pros. And KFI 24 News. Laguna Beach has made it official with a total ban on balloons. City Council voted last night to ban the sale and public use of balloons, including not releasing them into the air. That goes into effect by 2024. The FDA says makers of oat milk, almond milk, and other non-dairy milk can keep calling it milk, despite the dairy industry calling for a crackdown on the word. And the only winner of the $1.35 billion Mega Millions jackpot on January 13th has come forward to collect. The anonymous winner bought their ticket in Lebanon, Maine, and took the $724 million one-time payment. Don't ever do that. From the Southern California Toyota Dealer Traffic Center, Fedgo Bakery, there's crashing in Arcadia.
Avenue. It's out of range now to the right shoulder, but the razor back and apple acid. Well, out of Pasadena as you come off this mountain. Beyond the crash, the drive remains slow all the way to the Rosita and slowing and heading upland from baseline into Rialto. We've got some wet roads in the Ontario San Bernardino area, even into the Cajon Pass. And we also heard about some snow flying from some people that were traveling southbound along the 15th. I'm sure it's on the northbound side too, okay, but he was traveling southbound. Now, we're heading out to Riverside, Rubidoux on the 60 eastbound, loading up from Rubidoux Boulevard. These stretches all the way to Utah, heading into Moreno Valley. KFI in the sky, helps get you there faster. I'm Lisa Martinez.
This is Michael Jr. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network, presented by DraftKings. WNBA All-Star today, Ogumake has re-signed with the Sparks and will reunite with Kurt Miller, her former coach with the Connecticut Sun. MLS Commissioner Don Garber wants to bring a 30th team to the league by the end of the year. Vegas and San Diego are front runners. Alabama basketball player Brandon Miller plays tonight against South Carolina after he brought down former teammate Darius Miles' handgun to him that was used to kill a woman in January. I'm Frank Adams. Hey everyone, it's Mike Golis Jr. introducing my new podcast, JoJo, tackling sports, pop culture, and whatever else you can think of. Download and listen to the newest episode from my show, JoJo, the podcast with DraftKings, releases daily, Monday through Friday, wherever you get your podcast.
This report is sponsored by Catalina Island Company. Escape to Catalina Island this winter for adventure, wellness, and everything in between. Relax on the beach, explore the hiking trails, or spend the day on the water. When you arrive midweek and book 2 nights, your third night is complimentary. Plan today at visitCatalinaIsland.com.
Right now, there is Staples Pivot Off. Select shares are up to 50% off. Like the junior scale essential snake pack half share. Now just $59.99 at Staples. In-store only, offer MC25 while supplies last.
The perfect workout is for you. The perfect workout method is just 20 minutes, twice a week, with a target safe, effective, and time-efficient workout. And any of our 18 locations, OC, and LA areas. With those guaranteed, call 800-882-2169 for a free, no hard sales intro session. That's 800-882-2169 for the perfect workout.
Live from the Hayes bedroom, it's another eventful night for us. Experienced Ron Stevens been struggling with his feedback. His wife gets out of sight. He's arranged for still throws an elbow. He's waiting for the couch. He's getting inspired. Absolutely, Bruce. Inspires a sleep apnea treatment of getting comfortable, restful sleep with the click of a remote. There's no mask and no home. Guys, learn more at InspiredSleep.com.
Inspired is not for everyone. Talk to your doctor to see if it's right for you and review important safety information at InspiredSleep.com.
It takes years, maybe a lifetime to build trust. Once won, it's a precious value. I'm Michael Akiva, managing partner. Toby Meyer. We're honored to have earned your trust since 1972, and there's nothing we value more. Toby Meyer, the name you trust. A clean energy future. This is not the step of reckoning. This is the step of everyday Southern California. Because thanks to programs and rebates from SCE, we all have the power to create a clean energy California. Visit SCE.com/clean energy to learn more. Alphabet Boys is a new podcast series that goes inside undercover investigations. In the first season, we're diving into an FBI investigation of a 2020 protest. It involves a cigar-smoking mystery man who drives a silver hearse. And the saboteurs were like a lot of good. But our federal agents catching bad guys or creating them. He was just waiting for me to set the date, the time, and then for sure he was trying to get ahead of me. Listen to Alphabet Boys on iHeartRadio app or wherever you hear about that. The same risk factors for heart disease, they're the exact same for Alzheimer's. So if you want to lower your risk for Alzheimer's, simply lower your risk for heart disease. I get to choose between Alzheimer's and a Big Mac. I gotta tell you, that's a hard decision to make, you know? Yeah, they'll handle it's a hard decision for In-N-Out Burger. Well said. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640. It's kind of like them. Nipsey Hussle's convicted killing of 60+ years, 6 years to life in prison. Charges filed against the accused killing of LA's Bishop McConnell. And Laguna Beach banning balloons. Sorry, kids. You'll have to just move to another town to enjoy balloons. If you're in Los Angeles, Southern California, rain today, rain Thursday, rain Friday, rain Saturday, rain Sunday. Nothing on Monday. Rain Tuesday and rain Wednesday. So we have Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Wednesday. We have 7 of the next 8 days are going to be potential rain days. 7 of the next 8 days. That is incredible. That's unbelievable. So if you love the rain, this is your like Super Bowl. It's going to be raining and cold. Right. I love it. Storm warnings, blizzard warnings, wind warnings, freeze warnings, everything's out there. Flood watch. So we're keeping an eye on all of it here. Blizzard warnings for the first time in Southern California mountains since 1989. Blizzard warning is the first for Southern California mountains since 1989. 1989. That's a big deal. I don't know how old you were in 1989, but, well, you have to we have to figure this out. 11 and 23, 34 years ago? 34 years ago. So however old you are now, mine is 34, and that's the last time a blizzard warning by the National Weather Service. The first alert issued for Southern California mountains since 1989. The warning schedule will take effect at 4 a.m. Friday and will last till 4 p.m. Saturday. The National Weather Service predicts 2 to 5 feet of snow that accumulate in the mountains above 4,000 feet, falling at even as heavy winds get up to 75 miles an hour. Below that elevation, 2 to 4,000 feet, you can get 6 to 12 inches. And officials initially said the warning is the first in recorded history, but that's not true. New York-based meteorologists later discovered text of a blizzard warning that was issued by the National Weather Service for Los Angeles on February 4th, 1989. So it looks like we're in for a very cold, wet couple of days or weeks. And it's an incredible story. The first time in 34 years that we've had a blizzard warning. That's a big deal. 34 years is a long time when it comes to weather. Very long. So let's try to get as much information out to you about this blizzard warning. The first, since 1980, you can tell that to your friends now. You go to a party this weekend. I don't know, maybe you're going to a late Mardi Gras party or an early Easter party or a really early St. Patrick's Day party. And you can say, wow, we've had a blizzard warning in the mountains. First one since 1989. You're like, wow, how do you know that? Stay up on everything.
Hi, good morning. Yeah, it's about 26 degrees out here right now. The snow is starting to pick up. Earlier, we saw it coming down as flurries, and now it's coming down as droppable, which is similar in consistency
size, and we're all fast. You gotta give us what size those flakes are, and they're dipping dots. I get that.
Yeah, just related to snack. Okay.
It's always so great. They always have to reduce everything to the dumbest of the bunch of us. Like when there's a fire, you have to have your ready, set, go bag. You know, it's like you're running in third grade again. Ready, set, go. Then they describe that Chinese balloon as three buses of three public buses of equipment on it. What's the other one they always describe as children? The ready, set, go. There was another one they had for if it's something like if it's knee high, it can kill you. You know, the flooding water.
Oh yeah, something about like what is it? Oh, and when there's high surf, don't turn your back on the ocean.
Yeah, right. Yeah, they always have these things. And now the latest is, those flakes, they're like dipping dots.
The snow is only expected to intensify throughout the next few hours and the next few days, so we're expecting some very difficult driving conditions on the Grapevine and the Cone Pass, and possibly some road closures as well.
Okay, Angel, they've been talking about the Grapevine and Gorman Pass and the Home Pass and all that stuff. Is everything open right now?
Yes, currently everything is open. There is a road that's closed, but it's still north of us, headed out by Bakersfield. It's Highway 58, which comes across into the high desert on our side. But over on the Bakersfield side, they have closed the 58 down at Highway 220.
I like 58. That's a very well-paved road, and I've taken that a couple of times, having to get around the Grapevine. That's a great alternate route.
Sure is.
I love it. Any warnings from Highway Patrol when they're expecting any radical closures?
Well, the combined operations between Bakersfield and Los Angeles call themselves Operation Snowflake.
Oh.
And they are ready, and there's already some closures in effect in the Gorman area on the surface streets around the 5, but the 5 is still open. And that closure that I just mentioned is Fraser Park Road and Lafayette Road, I believe.
They always get hammered up there.
Yeah, they do. Oh, yeah. I mean, they have those good gates that when the 5 closes, those gates shut down, nobody is getting
It is done. You just hang out that Jack in the Box for Fraser Park.
That's right.
Yeah, they took the off-ramp and on-ramp off. I'd be pissed if I owned that truck stop or that Jack in the Box up there and they closed the freeway off.
Oh, yeah.
You're losing thousands of dollars a day up there.
Oh, my God.
All right, here's what I want you to keep an eye on traffic all throughout the night, tonight, tomorrow night, and Friday for everybody here on KFI.
So we make it snow as low as 1,000 feet.
Wow.
Areas like Santa Clarita, spots in the Inland Empire could see some rare snow. And I would say that
This is great for Santa Clarita. I know there's a lot of people out there at Santa Clarita that get very excited about snowfall, especially for kids that have never seen it before, snowing at their home. This is a big deal. And you always toy with the idea, like if you're up at night, it's midnight or 1 o'clock, with snowing outside, your initial instinct is to wake the kids. Yeah, take the kids up to look at this. And the answer to that is always yes. Always yes. So always remember that as a great memory. If they don't get enough sleep and they're groggy in school the next day, they'll never remember that. They'll remember the time that mom and dad woke them up and they saw snow together at their house. They'll always remember that. When I moved from Miami to Kansas, when my parents had divorced, I was 7 years old, and obviously I'd never seen snow at that point in my life, and he made a point of making sure I saw when it came down in Kansas. Oh, that's great. Well, yeah, he opened all the windows and doors up at 4 in the morning. That was awesome. We were up in Oregon when my daughter was like, I don't know, 3, and it started snowing. She did not see snow, and we woke her up at 2 o'clock in the morning, got her dressed in her snow outfit. We all got dressed. We walked down to the park and played in the snow at 2:30 in the morning. 2 o'clock in the morning. And I got pictures of that. I always remember that. And if I let her just, sleep throughout the night, I would never remember that. I never had pictures of it. But I have pictures of her, freezing her ass off, when she's 3 years old. And if the cops would have come by, the cops would have said, hey, what's going on with you? What's going on? Where are you doing these parenting skills? 5 minutes of misery, but a lifetime of skill. That's right, bros. You knocked it out, bro. All right, we're going to keep an eye on this crazy storm. First time there's been a winter blizzard since 1989 for the mountains of Southern California. That is first hit, perhaps, about 1989. The KFI AM report. All right, more now Crozier, and we're also on the iHeartRadio app. Go snag that. That's free, and that's always nice and handy to have throughout your store. Crozier's up now with KFI 24 News. LA District Attorney George Gaston is charged with accused of killing the victim who was shot in Hacienda Heights.
Carlos Medina, the husband of David O'Connell's housekeeper, has been charged with 1 count of murder for allegedly shooting and killing the victim Saturday. Gaston says if convicted, Medina could face up to 35 years to life.
This case warranted a filing for a sexual allegation that he personally used a firearm during the commission of offense.
Gaston says O'Connell suffered multiple gunshot wounds and paramedics pronounced him dead at the scene. He says there was no sign of forced entry into the victim's home, and the motive for the killing is still under investigation. In downtown LA, Chris Adkins, KFI News.
This report brought by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. The LA City Council approved a motion to explore creating a climate budget. Officials say they want data on greenhouse gas emissions to help the city reach its goal of achieving carbon neutrality by 2045. The strong winds and the snowy weather coming in are going to make things difficult for people driving through the Grapevine. Safety officer at DC Williams tells KPLA it's going to be very windy the next few days.
So if there's traveling up and over the Grapevine, definitely hold on to that steering wheel. We're advising for people not to do trailers up and over the Grapevine because of the possibility of them being blown over.
They're also expecting rain and icy roads. The top of the Grapevine is a little over 4,000 feet, so it's expected to be impacted pretty heavily by snow this season. The State Department of Russia committed war crimes in Ukraine. Department Ambassador at Large, Beth Van Sack, says the U.S. has a range of sources and documents to back up the crime.
The United States, together with the international community, is committed to holding those responsible with the direct perpetrators and the architects of violence to account, no matter how long this might take.
In fact, there's crimes against humanity are acts committed as part of a widespread attack against a civilian population with knowledge of that attack. Because members of Russia's forces committed execution-style killings of Ukrainian people, tortured civilians, raped women and girls, and deported hundreds of thousands of civilians. And a 16-year-old student's been arrested for allegedly stabbing a teacher to death in front of other students in France. Stabbing was at a private Catholic school. News outlet there says the student possessed 90 students, including those who witnessed the attack, as well as the teachers, were offered psychological support. Cold temperatures tonight, lows around 40 with spotty rain. Cold tomorrow with that rain likely all day. That rain's going to hang through Saturday. Cold day of the week looking like Saturday. The 50th, we'll think that 48 in Laguna de Gale. There's
This was on the north side of the 5 at 4th Street involving a motorcyclist. That's where at last check the left lane was blocked, and the lanes are just huge right now. Single digit speeds all the way from Jamboree out of Paston. So watch out here. It looks like they may be getting ready to wrap this up. Beyond the crowd, we have more going ahead from the 5722 all the way to Harbor and Anaheim. It's also slow moving out of Pasadena along that 210 eastbound the way from Belgium. Very dense and slow as you approach the area of Azusa. I'm just checking at the highway patrol see if there's anything tracking on the 210 eastbound. At Vernon, there was a crash involving one car that skateboarded on the right. Second lane from the left has been blocked, so that could be adding to that drive. And also, if you make the way out of Santa Monica, 10 eastbound looks like a Cloverfield all the way to the 5. 10 up on the sign. Help get you there faster. I'm Rachel Martinez.
I want to remind you about something that you wouldn't think could happen, but it can. Is people can steal your home. My friend had his home stolen. The crime is home title theft. It's real. It's horrendous, but it's real, and it's everywhere. Luckily, this was just a demo, but I saw how criminals all around the world target American homeowners, and that's why I protect my home with home title locks, and you need to as well. And a thief can simply forge your signature on a legal document saying you sold your home to them. Homeowners insurance and common identity theft programs do not protect you, but home title locks does. They want to give you an absolutely free, no obligation verification that your home is still in your name. You register for 30 days of protection for free. Just go to HometitleLock.com, promo code Sean, an absolutely free, no obligation at HometitleLock.com, promo code Sean. It's the Marketer's Report. This week, Patricia Sagnaletto, Global Chief Marketing Officer, Direct to Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on the difficult task of building and retaining consumer trust. Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the on-air talent. The best thing for us to do is to build a relationship with our consumers. And if those consumers have a relationship with the DJs that are on air, then we want to build on that. House of the Dragon, which is one of our most successful, if not the most successful campaign we've ever done for a show, audio is a core part of that. As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all. Every audience, live conversations, tested influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company, iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more. Attention Southern California, another massive rate increase. Declare your energy independence from the utility company. If you've ever thought about going solar, you must go solar right now. You can go solar with Semper Solar, your local and veteran-owned solar contractor. They'll get the job done with a free decor and honor. Imagine, no money out of pocket and no payments until 2024. That's no utility bill and no payments all year. Keep your money in your pocket and go solar American style with Semper Solar. Worried about blackouts? Tesla Powerwall and Enphase batteries are in stock. Call 877-211-5591. Not sure about your roof? Semper's and Owens Corning Platinum Preferred Contractor. Upgrade to Owens Corning 50-year warranty for free. Grab the 30% solar federal tax credit. $500 downloadable coupon, $500 off for military and first responders. Plus, 0 down, 0% interest and 0 payments until 2024. For all offers, call 877-211-5591 or visit SemperSolaris.com. On group credit, 2/28/2023. CSW number 97815. Are you tired of living with chronic joint pain, like knee pain or shoulder pain, pain in your hips or back?
Hey, Gary and Shannon, and you don't have to go through another year in pain. Next Generation Pain Management has arrived. Here it is QC Kinetics.
QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in cutting-edge regenerative medicine. Now, regenerative medicine is the all-natural process that uses highly concentrated healing properties from your own body, putting them directly into your achy joints and restoring and repairing that damaged tissue.
We're talking lasting pain relief with no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. Pro athletes that have been doing this for years now, you can too.
QC Kinetics has over 100 clinics in America, and now they're here with regenerative solutions that can get you moving again pain-free.
If you are sick of living with pain from arthritis or injury, call the local medical professionals at QC Kinetics for a free consultation.
3 locations, Glendale, Mission Viejo, and Orange. Call 213-997-PAIN. QC Kinetics, 213-997-PAIN. That's 213-997-PAIN. Get it doing RV. ViralRabbi.com. Season Kickoff RV Show is on now. KFI AM 640. KFI AM 640 is the Conway Show. We got the suspected killer in the LA Bigfoot shooting, Bishop O'Connell. I'll reveal the latest charges on that. We're Beach has said no to balloons, and cops near Studio City are increasing patrols looking for the guy who's exposing himself. So, fun city to live in, right? Kind of interesting. And then we just had an accident that was reported. I was listening to Chris Christie from Channel 7 News, and evidently somebody robbed with a gun in Beverly Hills. They didn't say whether it was on the streets or whether it was a store that was robbed. But Beverly Hills cops don't put up with that crap, and they immediately followed, immediately gave pursuit, and there was a head-on collision with the cops at Avenue of the Stars and Pico. If you're not familiar with that, it's near the Museum of Tolerance is in that area. It's just south of Beverly Hills. So the guy tried to get out of Beverly Hills, and the cops in Beverly Hills swarmed him. The cops in Beverly Hills, they got great equipment. There's a lot of them, and they hate this kind of crap. So they're going to set you real quick in Beverly Hills. My suggestion is not to rob people in Beverly Hills. They have too many cops, too much time on their hands, and too little tolerance for that crap. So get into a city where you can relax a little more. Like, I don't know, perhaps Los Angeles. So the suspect is injured in that accident and is being hauled off by an ambulance. But there's going to be a lot of traffic there while this all these promotions continues here. So they're going to have cops out there. They're going to have a lot of information to gather. And so if you're in the area of Avenue of the Stars and Pico, That's where that investigation is going on. So it's going to keep you there for a long time. It's tough to get through that at 6:30, 6:40 in the afternoon. All right, the storm, the time lapse here. Everyone's keeping an eye on the storm. What's going on with the wind, the snow, the rain? It's a big deal here in Southern California. Huge. On the 50 to 75-mile-an-hour winds producing blizzard conditions. So we have that blizzard warning in effect. Here's aerial towing from the National Weather Service. The elevation could be up to 7 feet of snow. A layer of powder possible as low as 1,500 feet in the foothills. Rain already falling and locking out the Flint Ridge. In Pasadena, the umbrellas are at the ready. Yes. And the weather turned to hail. Residents in Monrovia also catching a relatively rare sight on camera. Wow! Crews have cleared out the catch basins and storm drains and ready for the rain and possible runoff. It's 50% from the flipping system is ready. They cleared it and it's ready to go at full capacity to catch this event. Right. Along the coast, high surface expected and possible coastal flooding. Strong winds already causing problems. This eucalyptus tree crashing into a South Bay apartment complex. We had a really stormy night, and about 10 o'clock, heard a big crash, and boom, and bye-bye. This is also going to be a warning, probably, I don't know, by this weekend, not to go into the water. Don't swim, don't surf in the water, because all the, how do you call it, the homeless species, they're going to be washed right into the ocean. So there's going to be hundreds or thousands of gallons of basic that get rolled right into that ocean. So let's get a tolerance for that kind of crap. When I'm tolerant of it. Some people are. Some people are great, but some people have that kind of tolerance though, where they grew up in New York in the 60s and 70s and swam in the Hudson River every day. They're just swimming in basically gasoline all day. So they built up that tolerance, but most of us haven't. Most of us are with Purell and masks during COVID and the towers that were going. But some people from New York, man, nothing gets them sick. I really envy that. That's why, you have to have a high tolerance for disease if you can live in New York City. You really do. It's a lovely. A friend of mine was telling me she was on vacation in I think it was Vietnam or something like that. And she was on a boat in a little river, and the river, it was just trash, like 3 inches of trash before you even hit water. And she says the kids there were just so indifferent towards it that they would jump in the river to come over to their boat. Wow. Swimming in the filth like it was nothing. Yeah, they get that in India. Yeah. Really? Yeah, and she's just like, and they're coming closer to it. Like, it's wild, man. The coloring people do that. Yeah, they're out there. I mean, they're not in Burbank, but they're out there. The human species has a great ability to adapt to almost any horrible situation. Yeah, we definitely look. We've had horrible situations. I mean, there's been times when millions of people around the world have been killed by either mankind or natural disasters. The bathroom's been shut down here. Can't think from it for a week because it was busted, and that was like horrible for us. But I'm surprised that bathroom's been shut down for as much as it is cost to rent space in the building. A little bit here, didn't it? If this is the most beautiful building I've ever worked in by far, unless you go into that, then it's a gas station. Right. And that building was always been a problem for us. That one that's closest to the soul. Yeah, it's always been that they just replaced it today. It's always been gross. Brand new. Yeah, well, it is. Very expensive new one, but the one next to it is still the old one. That's now the dead one. Oh my God. Yeah. All right, well, they'll get to that. Very good. All right, American Idol, that's still a story. That's still a huge thing. And people are talking about this, about the latest competition, bringing them close to tears. Now, I haven't looked at it, but Bellio, that seems like up your alley. Have you looked at it?
It is up my alley, but I haven't yet.
Okay, well, we'll enjoy this together.
Oh, okay.
I just brought him to tears.
Hello, so who you are, where you're from. My name is Bill Tony, and I'm from Cocoa, and I'm back here in St. David. My dad,
He's really involved.
my dad passed away a couple of months ago.
I could get it in a lucky. Yeah, I got it. Song, what's this guy going to do? Bring us to tears.
Tell you the night close the dawn. Tell you I love you all the time.
I'm not your son, you're not my father. Who's gonna change your life?
Young man, you take this aboard. Yeah, and that's kind of cool. It's kind of odd at the end, though. Right? I'm not your son. You're not my dad.
I'm not your son, you're not my father. Who's gonna change your life?
Yeah, that's interesting. Kind of look at it at the end, right? Yeah, they did it for me, silly. Well, yeah, what do we say? Let me take you there. We're going to society right there. All right. That's crazy, over. Another one coming off the assembly line next. There's a conference show for Live by KFI. For everyone, the IR radio at Point Out Trojan, KFI's 24-hour newsroom. Got this city or city for their increasing patrols, and they're looking for a guy who's been exposing and protecting himself in front of people and finding candy. Especially stock. Several supermarket chains in Britain are limiting the amount of fresh fruits and veggies that people can buy because of the shortage, blamed on bad weather, and they grew soccer to be expanding to 32 by the end of the year. This will say San Diego and Las Vegas are the most likely candidates, but other possible cities, including Detroit, Houston, Sacramento, will check the 5 freeways next. It's been over a couple years since I started sharing my advanced hair story with you, but how you still facing hair loss? And I can't figure that out. Don't settle with balding if you desire a full head of hair. Advanced hair makes the solution much easier. Takes just one visit, your natural hair starts to regrow the very next day, and it's all backed by the advanced hair guarantee. It's no wonder why tens of thousands of people, including myself, have received the FUE treatment from Advanced Hair's top-rated physicians. Works for bald sponsors, skinny hairlines, thinning hair, men, women, younger, older, wiser. I work for you. A full head of hair doesn't only change the way you look. It makes you feel more confident, more proud, and useful. You're growing your hair where you're once balding. Absolutely life-changing. Schedule your free consultation right now. Get up to $250 off, or you can get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Call them now, 844-333-HAIR, and don't forget to ask them about the Advanced Hair Guarantee. 844-333-HAIR or advancedhair.com. Get your crack in orange.
Technically, it's a line at 5, making your way northbound, coming up on the 5722. He's kind of shipping out the lanes to the right shoulder, and the lanes are backing up. Last check, there's pretty some moving out of Tustin and look at it now, still slowing down away from Jamboree, so it's kind of a big mess there. It looks like another crash is coming up on 4th Street, wrapping up as well, adding to that slow drive. Anaheim, 91 eastbound, and slowing down from Claire Brazil all the way to Green River, and the drive in Pasadena, slowing on the 210 eastbound, moving the 134, because very dense and slow out of Monrovia, all the way to just before Azusa Avenue where a crash has been cleared out of lane. Hey, up in the sky, helps get you there faster. I'm into Martinez.
Listen to the broadcaster and Alfred Williams. Here's what's trending on the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Mercedes-Benz.
The Lakers entertain the Warriors tomorrow. The Clippers will play the Kings Friday. WNBA star Janae Ogumake has signed with the LA Sparks. And LA Commissioner Scott Barber wants to bring their 30th team to the league by the end of the year. There's the Kansas City in San Diego. Flatheader Noah Strong set to report to the Phillies spring training camp tomorrow. Strong moves to selected reserves from active duty with the Navy, giving him another chance at a baseball career. I'm Frank Aaron.
Style runs in the family. Athleticism runs in the family. Extraordinary runs in the family. The Mercedes-Benz range of SUVs. Learn more at MBUSA.com or test drive one at your local dealer.
This report is sponsored by Amtrak. Spring break travel can't plan itself. So get going with your next adventure aboard Amtrak. You can save up to 20% when you book in advance at Amtrak.com. 7-day advance purchase required. Restrictions and exclusions apply. It's a hard to admit, but when I was in junior high school, I was bullied so badly, I tried. Hello, I'm John Acoyan, founder of Rooter Hero Plumbing. I was named Ogamis after my grandfather, but as a kid, I was teased for having that name. So I changed it to John. John is the English version of Ogamis, and it maintains the honor to my grandfather. My family and heritage are important to me, so staying true to myself and Rooter Hero Plumbing are important. Staying true to Rooter Hero Plumbing means true to you and delivering world-class service. That's why my cell phone number is on the back of every Rooter Hero Plumbing business card. Call us at 866-377, and we'll keyboard your line for $77. That's 866-377. Thank you. 301028886.
On the podcast, The Last Soviet, Last Black, Some in Space, shares his own experiences of astronaut training and whatnot.
Yes, that's true.
And tells the story of the final cosmonaut, a man trapped in space while his nation crumbled to the ground.
His name is Sergei Kuzmin. He's a Soviet cosmonaut, and he's manning the world's only space station, the pride and joy of the USSR.
Listen to The Last Soviet on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. I never chose to become a gambling addict, but what I did choose was to get help from a professional counselor. Admitting I was powerless to solve the problem, that opened the door. I thought I was beyond repair until I tried one in 100 gamble, and it provided life-changing resources and referrals at zero cost to me.
For no cost gambling addiction counseling, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Protect, support the 53346. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
Want a strong, lean body, but eat fad diets and cardio workouts? If your goal is to build strength, lose fat, or increase energy without getting injured, the perfect workout is for you. The perfect workout method is just 20 minutes, twice a week, with a private personal trainer. Very safe, effective, and time-efficient workout at any of our 18 locations in the San Diego, OC, and LA areas. With both guaranteed, call 800-882-2169 for a free, no-hard sales intro session. That's 800-882-2169 for the perfect workout.
California will begin phasing out Mylar balloons. They will become a legal contraband. I'm quite sure on the black market you'll still be able to find your Mylar balloon. My name is Linda. And if they don't have it, then they must not have clean it. Well, Kelly, I got the Mylar balloons, and the silver spoons, and everything that you need to make it hot. Live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM at 640. It's Tom Lynn Show. We got a case that just ended in Century City. Beverly Hills armed suspect being chased by Beverly Hills cops. And they got their man on Avenue of the Stars in Pico. Big story. Then we also have First Coast. It's linked to Alzheimer's disease. That's not good at all. And this storm is what everyone's talking about. And we want to know when these taxis are going to possibly close. State line, there was a problem there. We talked about that earlier. That not right before you get down into State Line where the Whiskey Peak and Buffalo Bills, that's the area that they're closing periodically because it gets too cold and too icy, and they don't want people to kill themselves out there. So that's what's going on out there. And then Gorman, we talked about this earlier, but it's always nice to keep telling people. Maybe you missed the program earlier. You had to work at 4 o'clock. You can't always listen to KFI. We get them. So let's revisit this. The Gorman expected blizzard conditions in the mountains. They've not seen a blizzard warning in the mountains by the National Weather Service since 1989.
Earlier throughout the morning, we saw a lot of flurries coming down. It has sort of slowed down just a bit, but the wind has really picked up. And all of this is expected to intensify over the next few hours and the next few days. Caltrans already preparing. Take a look. They have applied brine to prevent ice buildup on the roads here on the 5, on the Capone Pass. Up in the Grapevine on the Capone Pass, we could see some road closures. Now, we do have a blizzard warning going into effect Friday through 4 p.m. Saturday. That is for the mountains of Ventura and LA County. Snow is expected to fall as low as 1,000 feet. Wow. So, some spots may see some real snow, and that includes Santa Clarita, straight to the Inland Empire.
Yeah, Santa Clarita, I think you're going to get hit hard here. I was out in Santa Clarita last year when they suspected snow. I was at Walmart. And I went out there just to see the snow, and it was true. They predicted snow, and around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I was out there at Walmart. It started snowing in the parking lot. And whenever you get snow in Southern California, it's huge. Everyone talks about it. Everyone can take pictures of it. And everyone's going to talk about it for years because these blizzards come together. And blizzard conditions were trapping people in their homes in otherwise, places where it's never snowed before. And you're trapped in your home because the streets are too icy. You've been talking about the storm for years, maybe decades. And And this is the pregame show of the storm. You know, this is where everybody gets together and makes predictions for what the storm's going to do. And then when it hits, that's game time. And then we have a postgame. Postgame will be Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday in KFI. Well, perhaps the weekend, right? Maybe Saturday and Sunday, we will postgame. But right now we're in pregame mode. The game is just starting, and it's going to, the real big kickoff is tonight into tomorrow and into Friday.
If you need to get to the mountains, now is the time to go safely.
Right up there.
Cool Caltrans recommends using called Quick Match. That's Quick Match.
Quick Match. You got to get that Quick Match. All right, then we talked about the storm on State Line earlier and the homeless people affected by the storm. So we pretty much have you covered for most of the storm watch here. How long is it going to last? Well, let's find out. We don't know. I mean, you think it's going to be till Saturday. Sunday might be the first day here in Southern California where you're not going to see rain or snow or ice on the road.
Palmdale, the last time you had snowfall was January of 1974, measurable snow. You're going to get a few inches of snow tonight and tomorrow. Burbank, I'm not expecting more than a couple snowflakes with a heavier shower, but it's been since 1966.
But still, I mean, Burbank, since 1966, I was 3 last time it snowed in Burbank. 3 years old. I might see snow tonight or tomorrow or Friday.
And just for fun, Los Angeles, downtown LA, the last time we had measurable snow was January of 1954. Some elevations for you. Places like Hennick and Banning and Palmdale will likely get snow for the first time in a generation.
Wow. That's exciting, man. Everybody's excited about it. It's like one big party here in Southern California. And you gotta, you gotta get photos of it. You gotta document it. You gotta wake the kids up at night if it's snowing outside. It's a big party. Right? Get your coffee, get your food, and, if you don't say buzz to the market, maybe some firewood, and enjoy yourself. Don't be afraid of this thing. Don't cower in your house and hope it passes by quickly. Enjoy it. This will be one of those storms that people talk about for generations. You might have pictures that you can share with your family and your friends for the next 20 or 30 years. So it's going to be exciting. KFI is going to cover every angle of it. We have the push notifications coming off of our app, so we'll be able to tell you instantly when freeways are closed and when mountain passes are closed as well. But you're going to Big Bear. If you live in Big Bear, if you have a cabin there, and you want to get there before the storm, you really had to have left by now. And you probably still get up there, with change and still make it, but it's still going to be tight to get up there. The best bet was yesterday was the best bet. But I'd probably still manage it now. But don't try. I mean, if you try tonight, like after midnight or so, that might be a really horrible decision. All right, Mo Kelly later with Mo Kelly comes up immediately here on KFI. What are you got working on, Bob? Well, we got to talk about the snow as you could talk about. Yeah. Just the storm itself is supposed to be a big one, the biggest in years. And so just like we want everyone to be safe. And also, Tesla is coming home to California. Is that right? Or at least that's the word is. Okay. And we have to talk about the outfit. They've added a crisis scene to the ceremony. But it's a year too late. The crisis was last year. What's the point of doing now? I was listening to yesterday, I think. I can't remember before. We were talking about Chris Ross. And if you got slapped like that, you would have kicked your ass. Yeah, I actually would have been an involuntary response. It's supposed someone was assaulting you at that point. Right. And you know what? I think it's something weird, though. Like, if I'm wrestling with, buddies when I was younger, and somebody punches you in the arm or whatever, but man, when somebody hits you in the face, it takes you to a new level. As hard as they can, it wasn't like it was just a dismissive, brush across the face. Yeah. And I think, because you're a third-degree black belt, I'm fifth now. Would you have won that fight? It would have been quick, if only because I'm not trying to have a fight. I would have probably kicked him in the balls and left it at that. Or broke his knees or something. I'm not trying to trouble. That's right. All right, Mo Kelly's up next here on KFI AM 640. Stay tuned to KFI all day long, all day tomorrow, all day Friday for the latest on this big, major storm coming through Southern California. We have not seen a blizzard warning in the mountains in California since 1989. This is a big deal. Conway, so we're live on KFI AM 640. Common sense left California a long time ago. We're bringing it back. KOST
slanderous and kind.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Really? I'm sitting live on the KFI 24-hour newsroom. SoCal is getting some cold winter weather.
Rain and strong winds are anticipated across the region over the next several days. Mountains in LA County, Orange County, and the IE are all expecting to see varying amounts of snow. National Weather Service meteorologist Roth said that snow will impact travel. If you have to go through the mountains on Friday, it's probably not going to. Precipitation is expected to really pick up tomorrow night. Strong winds have already downed trees in some areas. Blake Stroll and KFI News.
A blizzard warning for the mountains in LA County will take effect early Friday. The man convicted of shooting and killing hip-hop star Nick Diesel has been sentenced to 16 years to life in prison. A judge in LA gave Eric Holden Jr. 25 years for the murder in 2019, 25 more for a firearm sentence enhancement, and 10 for assault with a firearm. Holder was convicted of first-degree murder in July after killing Hustle in South LA in the same neighborhood where they both grew up. The man accused of shooting and killing LA Bishop David O'Connell in his home has been charged.
Carlos Medina was charged the husband of a woman who worked at the housekeeper for Bishop O'Connell, who was charged with one count of murder.
District Attorney George Gascon says there was no forced entry into the bishop's home Saturday, and the claim about a money to Bishop and Medina doesn't seem to be credible. An actor from Dances with Wolves, accused of sexually abusing and trafficking indigenous women and girls in North America for decades, has been charged with 19 counts, including kidnapping and drug trafficking. These are in addition to previously announced charges of sexual assault, trafficking, and child abuse. Nathan Clayton Horse has been charged in Nevada, Montana, South Dakota, and British Columbia. He was most recently arrested last month at his home in Las Vegas, where he lives with his 5 wives. As President Biden wraps up his trip to Europe, the U.S. visit believes Russia has tested an intercontinental ballistic missile capable of reaching the U.S., but it appears the launch failed. This has happening around the time Biden was in Ukraine Monday. ABC then lends their sources say the missile was able to travel farther and faster than old designs. Launched yesterday when we formally suspended Russia's participation in the treaty that regulates the 2 largest nuclear arsenals in the world. Biden met with leaders from Bucharest 9 today, reassuring NATO allies the U.S. is on high alert for any threats from Russia. Tony Award-winning actor Ben Platt says the first preview performance of Parade on Broadway was overshadowed by neo-Nazis protesting outside the theater. Platt stars in the revival based on the true story of the false conviction and lynching of a Jewish man named Leo Frank in 1915. Platt says the hate group is bothering people on their way in Tuesday night.
And saying anti-Semitic things about Leo Frank, who the show is about, and just spreading anti-Semitic rhetoric that led to this whole story in the first place.
Platt says it's a wonderful reminder of why the cast is telling this particular story. Platt is Jewish. He says it's a privilege to perform this role. He also thanks security for taking care of the group. Microsoft says it's ready to take its Bing chatbot mainstream. The news comes less than a week after it made fixes to stop the AI search engine from going off the rails. The company says the AI tech will be available on its Bing smartphone app as well as on Edge internet browsers. Southland weather from KFI, cloudy and windy with a 50% chance of rain, possibly even snow showers after midnight. Lows in the 30s and 40s, 20s and 30s in the Antelope Valley. Gusty winds pick up after midnight too. Rain's expected tomorrow with snow possible about the 1,500-foot level. Mountain passes are expected to get heavy snow at times, up to 9 inches of snow possible in the Antelope Valley. More rains on the way for Friday and Saturday with highs in the 40s and 50s. We'll get a break on Sunday, but another storm is rolling through on Monday night and Tuesday. It's 49 in Los Alamitos, 42 Santa Clarita, 50 in Seal Beach, 51 in Irvine. The Dow closed today down 85 points. The Nasdaq added 15, S&P 500 down 6. The average price for regular unleaded gas in California, $4.74 a gallon. We've got a stall in Long Beach on the 405. Here on the northbound side of South Santa Fe Avenue, the 2 right lanes that are blocked. The bridge that's not going anywhere. Traffic is still moving away from Pacific, and we're heading out to Rosemead. This is on the 10 eastbound before Rosemead Boulevard. So the stalled car left lane is blocked with a backup out of City Terrace from City Terrace Drive. It still is tough in Pasadena, 210 eastbound. Getting away from Sierra Madre, the race very dense and slow ahead to just before Duca Avenue where a crash is wrapping up. And it's looking a lot better in the tunnel path currently on the 16 northbound. Still a little heavy on the 10 weight to the 138. KFI on the side helps get you there faster. I mean, to Martinez.
This hour is sponsored by Advanced Hair Restoration. Is your car still under warranty? No, not anymore. My mechanic just suggested an extended service plan from Ox Car Care. Ox Car Care? Yes, Ox will cover repair bills if anything happens to the car. New brakes, transmission, AC, or engine problems. Plus, Ox Car Care offers free oil changes, tire rotation, and roadside assistance. Wait, you pay nothing on repairs. Ox gets a fix, free oil changes, free tire rotation, and free roadside assistance? Yeah, you don't pay. Ox pays. Ox even has a 30-day money-back guarantee and is A-plus rated on the BBB. They handle their claims from start to finish, unlike those other warranty companies. The last thing I need is an unexpected car repair bill. I'm calling Ox Car Care now. Call Ox Car Care for your free quote, 800-301-4089. Ask about senior and military discounts. Ox covers commercial car owners too. Don't get stuck with a major car repair bill. Call Ox Car Care, 800-301-4089. 800-301-4089. Hi, this is Joe Cordell with the law firm Cordell & Cordell. Divorce can be complicated, especially if children are involved. If you're a father and want to protect your role in your children's lives, remember Cordell & Cordell. We've helped men with matters like these for 30 years, and we'd love to help you. Contact Cordell & Cordell to schedule an appointment with one of our firm's California attorneys. 1455 Tracy Road, Suite 500, San Diego, California, 92108. Online at CordellCordell.com. That's CordellCordell.com.
On the podcast, The Last Soviet, Last Back, some intense, hands-on experiences of astronaut training and whatnot.
That's true.
And tells the story of the final cosmonaut, a man trapped in space while his nation crumbled to the ground.
His name is Sergei Kuzmin. He's a Soviet cosmonaut and he's manning the world's only space station, the pride and glory of the USSR.
Listen to The Last Soviet on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Superwoman, 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 Superwoman.com. KFI.
More stimulating talk.
And iHeartRadio station.
It's later with most every KFI AM 640. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Some of the top headlines for following. In addition to that storm with this movie in, Bernie Sanders says it's time for a 4-day work week. We have to talk about that at some point. And this California bill AB 925, which aims to ban the sale of tobacco products to those born in or after 2007, which means that those who are 16 years older or younger. And this comes on the heels of our discussion last night of what happened in Laguna Beach, banning the sale and use of balloons in many aspects. And Starbucks is going to start selling coffee infused with olive oil in Southern California. I don't know why. I don't know to whom, but someone I'm sure will buy it and they'll pay $15 a cup.
Why? That doesn't even sound like I have the cookies and cream flavored coffee.
But I can at least understand that. That makes sense to me.
Right, like and it doesn't really change the taste of the coffee so much. You just get the aroma of it. That's why I get flavored coffee. But what about olive oil? Why?
I don't know. I like nowadays. I like olive oil with my bread. I like to cook with olive oil, but I don't like to drink anything with olive oil.
Would you like a glass of olive oil?
No, I would not, as a matter of fact.
Come on.
That does not seem appetizing to me, and it doesn't. No, the way your response to olive oil in coffee is my. And it's just something that doesn't go together. It's not something I would ever even imagine ingesting under any circumstances. And I never in a million years would pay good money, because Starbucks is not inexpensive, pay good money to ingest coffee with olive oil.
Okay, so when it comes out, it's not in the U.S. yet.
Are you going to pay that to try it, right?
Well, yeah. Well, we would try it. Because I got a Starbucks gift card for Christmas. So what am I talking to?
It's coming to Southern California. So
oh, it is? Okay.
Yeah, we'll have to. Okay. All right, so is this going to be like no go? We're going to have to
Mo, go or no go?
And we'll have to just force through and get something on the table and
like almost like you're waterboarding you and just forcing it to drink it.
Yeah.
Okay. And then I'll decide whether it's a thumbs up, thumbs down, pumping or jumping, slam it, jam it. Yeah. Okay. Mojo or no go. But obviously, there is a much larger and much more serious story. We are following this evolving, coming blizzard, and it's weird to say blizzard in California in the same sentence. We haven't said that since maybe I think like 1989, when we actually had a blizzard warning. And let me slow down, because I know I get messages all the time from you. And you say, Mo, you guys, you talk about this storm, you talk about that storm, and we don't necessarily know what to make of it. And this is how I always respond. It's our job, as I see it, to make sure that we tell you something. And if it turns out to be nothing, then that's okay. Because at least you are informed, you are aware, you are prepared in many instances. But if we don't tell you, and we treat it like it's nothing, and it turns into something, then I think that we've abrogated. I think we've abdicated our responsibility to say about it in support. That's one of the reasons why we focus on it. And that's why you will hear the KFI AM640 News Department give wind advisories and also blizzard warnings with respect to different counties and locations and municipalities, because it's not going to be the same for everyone everywhere. What's going on in LA, for example, or maybe Orange County, we may get a lot of rain, we may even get some hail. I've heard some reports of hail. And it may be only that. We know that I heard ABC was talking about snow as low as 1,500 feet.
I'll even lower it.
Okay.
It varies, so that's kind of where we're landing right now. But it's pretty to the foot. It goes even lower.
And we know in doing this information could change as we go into the latter portion of the week and into the weekend. That's what happens with weather. It moves. It changes. And we'll have different information. There may be a different advisor.
Yeah, and Jim Conley just said a few minutes ago, we were talking about snow, because they were saying we could see some snowfall in Burbank. There has been snowfall in Burbank in the last 10 years, because I was at work one night. It doesn't stick necessarily, but there was actual snowfall. It was very cool and weird. Not that weird for where I come from, but really weird for LA.
I would love to see snowfall. Obviously, I don't want anyone to get snowed in the mountains, but I would love to see snowfall in LA or Orange County properly. Just once in my lifetime. And it would be a once in a lifetime occurrence. Now, unlike you, and I did not grow up seeing snow consistently. There was that one time at snow camp for 4-H. And then my 4-year-old
at snow camp?
Yeah, it was totally outside. And it was obviously when I was living in Washington, D.C. 4 years of school. But even in Washington, D.C., the snow days were rather mild in comparison to the rest of the East Coast. Yes, we would get snow, but it wasn't something in which you get snowed in, just because Washington, D.C. didn't have, at least back then, we didn't have really major snowstorms. But I would love to see snow in LA. This once, I would love to see snow coming down over Disneyland. That would be kind of cool, no pun intended, but I would like to see that.
You did it every Christmas at Disneyland.
Well, I mean, but just
but not real.
Yeah, I mean, come on, the real.
Yeah. And up in the Antelope Valley, they're saying up to like 9 inches of snow in the foothills and a few inches on the Valley Florida.
Yeah, I know, like in Lancaster, Victorville, they have seen snow and it does stick on occasion. But I usually like snow in my backyard.
It happens.
It could happen. And I don't know if it's going to happen. I don't know how we would react as a city if it did happen. We can't even handle rain. So what would we do with snow which would actually stick on the ground? I mean, I started to think, people how they drive just in the rain. How do you think they would drive on the 405? Well, they're only moving 4 miles an hour, so that may not be a good comparison. How do you think they would drive on the 5 if they had actual snow on the ground?
I know. Mm-hmm. On the 405, they're actually driving 4 or 5 miles an hour.
That was well played. And I'm actually insulted that you got through rim stuff so very quickly. You didn't have to ask for it. You didn't have to beg for it. You didn't even have to argue for it. He was like right there, like you're working in cahoots. It's almost like you're conspiring and drinking. Tell me the truth. Are you guys working together? Did you guys like have a plan out there? Talk about it before you go.
It was all natural.
I don't trust none of that.
regarding the coming storm as you go out through this evening. So just keep it right here and stay by AM 640. Promise we have you covered. It's later with Motel. Stay by AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app now. So stay by 24-hour news and anything.
Air travelers have been advised to be ready for cancellations and delays because of storms moving across much of the U.S. It's not just affecting Southern California. Denver, Detroit, and Minneapolis and all airports are most affected as an additional foot of snow is expected to fall. Palestinian media is reporting rockets have been fired into Israel. The Israeli military gives warning signs have been trying to keep out. The Department of Water Resources has let SoCal water agencies know they're going to be getting more water from the state from lots of water earlier this year. The region is going to get 35% of requested water supplies, up from the 5% they were told before the storm hit in January. We're going to check some trouble on the 10 next.
I admit it. I don't always do right. Too much fast food at times, but I do my martial arts. I walk an hour each day on the treadmill and other exercise with my dogs, but I know it's not enough. In a dietary sense, I'm missing out on my recommended daily intake of fruits and vegetables. Knowing that, I've added Field of Greens to my daily diet. I've been doing it now for about a week, and I already feel the results from my digestive system to much improved quality of sleep, which is real important, and more. No exaggeration. Just one scoop in a beverage of my choice, and I'm filling in the gaps in my diet. And Field of Greens has a sexual health promise. Take Field of Greens, and at the next doctor's visit, if your doctor doesn't compliment you in your overall health improvement, well, you can return it for a full refund. I've got you 15% off your first order and get another 10% off when you subscribe. Visit fieldofgreens.com and use the promo code KFI. Again, that's fieldofgreens.com, promo code KFI.
Becoming cloudy tonight with lows in the 30s and 40s. Rain likely after midnight. It's also going to have rain through the day tomorrow. This report brought to you by BlindSure.com. From the Southern California Toyota dealer traffic center, let's go places. You've got a sell in Mid-City on the 10. On the eastbound side, coming up on Vermont. Watch out for that middle lane block. The wind's going down off of the 405. Also, come out to the Rosemead Drive, staying on the 10 eastbound before Rosemead Boulevard. They're doing another stall out of the left lane. Here, there's some traffic loading up off of the 710. It's going to be crowded as you make your way through Austin. This is the 5 northbound. So there's away from the hill. It's kind of crowded ahead towards the 55 where traffic can to the right shoulder. And Anaheim Hills, 91 eastbound, loading up at Imperial Highway, looking better by Green River. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I mean, to want to know. You need new blinds or shades? BlindSure.com offers custom-made blind shades and shutters with free shipping and prices less than big box retailers. And right now, save 50% off any order during BlindSure's President's Day sale. Hurry, sale ends February 23rd. BlindSure.com.
This report is sponsored by Churches. Yeah, so in this season, again, look for churches, they keep up with it. It's simple, partially, irresistible. And it starts at $5.99. Oh, again, so to give what living time. Churches take the stick. Welcome to the great state of place.
For over 60 years, Clark Pest Control has been California's leader in pest control technology. If you need help getting rid of pests, termites, rodents, mosquitoes, and much more, contact Clark Pest Control for a free estimate today. Call 1-800-WE-NEED-YOU. That's 1-800-WE-NEED-YOU. Or visit ClarkPest.com.
This year is 3 years to learn a new language with Rosetta Stone. No matter what's inspiring you to learn a language, travel, work, family, or just for fun, the Rosetta Stone app makes it easy to get started and stay motivated to reach goals. Right now, get a lifetime unlimited subscription with forever access to all 25 of Rosetta Stone's languages for 40% off. Visit RosettaStone.com today and then save 40%. Rosetta Stone, how language is learned. It took years, maybe a lifetime to build trust. Once won, it's a precious value. I'm Michael Akiva, PNG partner with Jacoby and Myers. We're honored to have earned your trust since 1972, and there's nothing we value more. Jacoby and Myers, the name you trust. When you have heart failure and often hear, those stomach issues ruin your birthday.
You're too tired to take that step off.
Who do you have a trusted source for carpal tunnel syndrome diagnosis? If these seemingly unrelated symptoms sound familiar, come see a cardiologist. Ask about transthyretin amyloid cardiomyopathy, or ATTR-CM, a rare and underdiagnosed disease that gets worse over time. Learn more at connecttoyourheart.com. That's connecttoyourheart.com.
Sponsored by TRUMAN.
iHeartRadio gives you access to all. iHeartRadio has access to all of your favorite radio stations. Be playing. I go by the name of Charlamagne the God. Hi, I'm K. Bobby Volunteer. Hola, soy Enrique Santos. Access to all of the best free curated playlists, my favorite music, and that song. Well, the other thing. Access to all the great podcasts for every income. The Stuff You Should Know podcast. The Daily Show podcast. No Her. With Colin Powers. And best of all, it doesn't cost a thing. Download the absolutely free iHeartRadio app now.
Wake Up Call with Jennifer Jones.
I wouldn't call myself a know-it-all, but I would say that I call myself a nerd-it-all because I want to know everything that's out there. And so, unfortunately, if I know it, I think you need to know it. And so then you're a captive audience for an hour.
Live 5 to 6 a.m. on JFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. AM 640. Here are some of the other headlines that we're following. Of course, we will have the latest on the storm front, which is moving in. It should be covering most of California in the form of wind, rain, and snow. We might have some time to get to the Saddleback Church. Who was out there by the Southern Baptist Convention over having a woman pastor, and also a vandalism suspect breaks into a California court and even starts a fire. Some of the stories that we're following. And also this, if you're a Catholic, you already know all too well today is Ash Wednesday. And so as you prepare for the season of Lent, Ash Wednesday is very important for Catholics all around the world. Mark Wahlberg, if you were paying attention to the bumper when he was back as a rapper and performer as opposed to an actor, he was performing with Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch, and that was their one hit. But Mark Wahlberg is back in the news because he was talking about his faith today on TV. And I wanted to talk about what he said. And I'm not a Catholic, but I am a Christian, Protestant faith Christian. And the whole idea of faith and how we perceive it, and whether it's supposed to be in the workplace or it's not supposed to be in the workplace, I'm going to give you what he said, and then I'll give you what I think about what he said. He was sitting down on the Today Show, speaking with Savannah Guthrie. And he was asked about being a devout Catholic, and I didn't know that he considered himself to be a devout Catholic. I don't know anything about him personally, but it's very important to hear. This is what Mark Wahlberg had to say on this Ash Wednesday. Quote, faith is everything. It's afforded you so many things. God didn't come to save the saints, he came to save the sinners. We want to be better versions of ourselves, and through focusing my faith, it's allowed me to do that. And then he was also asked about his expression of it publicly. And he says, it's a balance. I don't want to jam it down anybody's throat, but I do not deny my faith. That's his even bigger stance. You know, it's not popular in my industry. I'm going to come back to that when he says it's not popular in my industry. But you know, I cannot deny my faith. It's important for me to share that with people. I have friends from all walks of life and all different types of faith and religion. So, you know, it's important to respect and honor them as well, both so. I wouldn't say it's exceptional, but I raised my eyebrow when he said, you know, it's not popular in my industry, as in Hollywood. And here's the uncomfortable truth. Expressions of faith aren't popular in any industry, and they're not designed to be popular. Popular is about being of the world. Popular is about where the crowd goes. And where the crowd goes is in direct contradiction to what faith is about and what it teaches you. And unfortunately, we fall into the trap of thinking like, oh, Hollywood is just godless, and you know they don't want to hear from Christians and by extension politics conservatives. And that's not the case. Hollywood, honestly, is no different than any other industry in a number of industries. The expression of faith is not designed to be popular, and it never is going to be popular because it's not about appealing to people in a sense of placing them and entertaining them. It's much more deeper than that. And that's not ever going to be popular. It's not going to be popular on, in the automotive industry. It's not going to be popular in the sports industry. It's not going to be popular in the machinist industry. It's not going to be popular in the insurance industry. So it's not special that faith is not popular
Hollywood. I think it's just bought into this idea and stigma that everybody's an atheist in entertainment, and that isn't true. But on this last Wednesday, it did afford me the opportunity to talk about faith, and faith is something which is very personal. It's not supposed to be about the masses. It's about living in right relationship with Him, capital H, not, yes, there's a portion of it which has to do with proselytizing and evangelizing, and I know Fort Reporter, who produces the Jesus Christ shows right down the hall, he may run in here any second to give his 2 cents, and I would welcome that. But faith is not supposed to be popular, and that's the point. And I don't question anyone else's faith. I don't look at Mark Wahlberg, who's had a questionable history on this, that, and the other. I like him as an actor. I've never met him. I don't know anything about him. I don't presume to know anything about his faith, how deep it is, or what it's not. I will take him at his word that it's genuine, it's sincere, and this is a very important time to him in his spiritual life as racist, as a devout Catholic. But sometimes I think we mix up our faith too much in the world. We're not supposed to conform to the world. We're supposed to be transformed through the renewing of our mind. So that's one thing that I take this slight issue with, because if it is popular, then I question how real it is. Because things which are difficult are never easy. Things which are difficult are never popular. If they say it were easy, everyone would be able to do it. Everyone would do it. And being a Christian, being tied up in faith and depending on one's faith, for me, it's not an easy thing. It doesn't matter. Again, as to whatever industry you're in, it doesn't really matter. It's not supposed to be easy. If you're going to walk by faith and not by sight, if you believe that the Lord is ordering your steps, that's not easy to do. If we believe that now faith is a substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen, that's not easy to do. That will never be popular anywhere, not just in Hollywood. It's not going to be popular in the schools. It's not going to be popular in government. That's not even talking about church and state. It's not supposed to be that way. And if I had the opportunity to talk to Mark Wahlberg, I would ask him very pointedly, like, do you actually want to be popular? Is there something wrong with it not being popular? I mean, Jesus wasn't popular. There's nothing about faith which is about popularity. He was not a popular guy. He was a young guy. They crucified him as we get closer to December. So I just think about it. Like, I think we have this wrong conception of what faith is and what beliefs are supposed to be, or Christianity is supposed to be within the context of the world. You look less upon Hollywood because Christianity or Catholicism, if the tradition of Christianity is not popular, it's literally not popular in any industry. Now, it might be a popular religion around the world, but as far as industry goes, no, it's not popular. And honestly, if you're Christian, you should be okay with that. Actually, I think you should celebrate that. Because that's why we have to confess with our mouth and believe with all our heart. And God gave His only begotten Son. He died on the cross for our sins. And I'm not trying to preach here, but I think there's an opportunity here to look at what Mark Wahlberg has to say as someone who's in Hollywood and just in his professing his faith, in which I support wholeheartedly. But I don't want people to miss the point. Because far too many people, I think, and I do this very humbly, think that Christianity should be a sign we wear on our chest. No, it's actually an inward. It's our inward expression. And hopefully, if you see me on the street, you will be able to see my faith through my behavior. You will be able to see who I am and what I believe through how I live my life. Hopefully, I'll be a walking example, and I won't have to go around just putting on my Twitter profile or wearing a shirt saying, Jesus loves me, or something like that, to, as they say today, virtual signal that I believe a certain thing a certain way. Hopefully. So as opposed to dwelling upon whether something is popular in Hollywood, and I don't live my life with respect to any degree of popularity, being rich, I get on social media and tell people all the time, I don't worry about followers. It's just not a concern for me. Now, I know in the business I work, I'm supposed to be worried about followers, but no, I'm not. It's only because Christianity, idolatry, that's just not something I'm into. So it's okay, Mark Wahlberg, to put a period on this. It's okay that faith isn't popular in Hollywood or anywhere else because it's not supposed to be. The radio is no selling. KFI 8640 will live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Now to the KFI 24-hour newsroom and anything.
It's daily, coming to SoCal.
Highs only in the lower to mid-50s. When you put 20 miles an hour windows out there, it's not going to be a very nice day to be outside.
National Weather Service meteorologist Andrew Rourke says mountains in LA, Orange, and Ventura counties and the IE are all expecting snow and strong winds over the next several days. The mountains in LA and Ventura County will get up to 7 feet of snow in higher elevations and will be under a blizzard warning from 4 a.m. Friday till 4 Saturday afternoon. Orange County mountains could see up to 1.5 feet of snow. The man accused of killing Bishop David O'Connell in Hacienda Heights is in charge with murder. LA County District Attorney George Gaston announced the charges this afternoon against Carlos Medina, who was arrested Monday. Gaston says Medina is also facing a special circumstance enhancement for using a gun during the crime. If convicted, he could face 35 years to life in prison. Medina's wife worked as O'Connell's housekeeper. Police are looking for a man who's been spotted exposing himself on Simon Canyon Trail in Studio City.
What do you say? They've been getting calls about the guy since December. This woman who hikes in the area often says she's worried.
It's a little spooky that you can come out here and feel like you're going to be flashed or targeted or followed or, people are really coming out here losing their minds. So
people have posted photos of the guy on social media. In one photo, the man is seen on his back appearing to touch himself. Another video shows the man with his hands down his pants in front of a home. The LAPD has increased patrols in the area. In Studio City, Blake Crowley, KFI News.
U.S. officials say Russia has tested an intercontinental ballistic missile. It appears to have failed. It apparently happened around the time President Biden was in Ukraine. Russia notified the U.S. ahead of the launch Monday through deconfliction lines. One official says the test did not pose a risk to the U.S., and the U.S. did not view the test as an anomaly or an escalation. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy granted access to video from the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol to Fox News host Tucker Carlson. The political commentator says his team is spending the week at the Capitol pouring through the video and getting ready to reveal their findings. ABC's Andrew Denver says McCarthy's been criticized for giving Carlson access to sensitive security details.
Congressman Jamie Raskin sat on the January 6th committee, granted the release of the January 6th footage an ethical collapse, treating what security precautions were taken to keep this from becoming a roadmap for 2024 insurrection.
There are more than 40,000 hours unreleased surveillance footage from the January 6th attack. Southland weather can KFI, cloudy and windy tonight with good chance to see rain and snow showers after midnight. Lows ranging from the 20s to low 40s. Rain tomorrow with snow above 1,500 feet. The heaviest rain is expected on Friday with lots of snow in higher elevations. Raining again Saturday, should be dry on Sunday and early Monday. Then we've got another storm moving through Monday night and Tuesday. It's 50 in Fountain Valley, 50 in Dana Point. That's flowing in Sherman Oaks on the 101. This is the southbound side where the rates are going in at Richmond, taking you ahead to the 171 for the Ford Split. And then you've got another slow drive ahead in Hollywood from Sunset Boulevard in Los Angeles. With the drive in Santa Clarita remains kind of crowded on the 14 North Sundays and the 5. All the way to Golden Valley Road, you've got a little bit of a slow drive ahead between San Canyon. Looking a lot better past Florida Canyon Road. And once you're in Agua Dulce, the drive stays down one way past from Escondido Canyon Road towards Pearl Blossom Highway. If you have any problems, pound 260, keyword KFI traffic. KFI in the sky. Help get you there faster. I mean, can I see now?
Visit HoustonFeed.org or call 833-422-4255. Or for medication to treat COVID-19. Brought by the California Department of Public Health. For a better you in 2023, start with better water. Hey, it's Steam Sharp for Life Source, the whole house water system that will help you be a better you. If clean and healthy water is essential to look and feel your best, and if it is, then unfiltered chlorinated water just doesn't cut it. Life Source removes the bad stuff, keeps the good, and means no more chlorine, showers, or baths. Feel great. Get Life Source Water. Call 800-803-2696 or visit lifesourcewater.com. Life Source, taste and feel the difference. time, it is extremely important to stick with normal routines. Predictability and structure help kids self-regulate. Share purpose with your kids to help reduce anxiety, fear, and boredom. And Child's Hopeful Moment is brought to you by childhope.org. Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. Child Hope can help. Access Child Hope free and mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at childhope.org. I'm Attorney Darren Tapanoki, founder of 1-800-NO-COP, reminding you to exercise your right to just shut up. It doesn't make you look guilty, it makes you look smart. 1-800-NO-COP, because no one will treat you like a cop unless you're into that sort of thing. 1-800-NO-COP. The crash is coming. You can feel it in your gut. According to Time Magazine's major investors who predicted the 2008 crash see another on the way. Bloomberg predicts that the U.S. housing market looks headed for its worst slowdown in years. To hedge against it, there's only one asset that's safe. Liquid, and has outperformed stocks 3-1. Rare coins. For insider access to coins with the greatest growth potential, there's only one place to go. Tangible Investment is America's top coin dealer, and its CEO, Phil DeGenova, is the undisputed expert on this private portable asset class. For over 35 years, Phil's coins have increased 10, 20, even 25 times. He's been featured on CNBC, the History Channel, and quoted in the Wall Street Journal. Get the only asset that safeguards your future while generating incredible gains. Call Tangible Investments for a free investor kit, copy of the award-winning documentary Why Money Became Worthless. 711-2800. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. This is for all of our listeners who are understandably struggling with hair loss. Tomboy here. Now, I'm sure you've tried lotions, pills, creams, and potions, right? There's so many options out there. Who are you going to trust? What's really going to grow your hair back? The groundbreaking FUE treatment with advanced hair is an incredible breakthrough. Receding hairline, thinning hair, bald spots, advanced hair is simple, quick, one-day treatment has your own natural hair growing back the very next day. Advanced hair is the best of the best, and their commitment to the highest standard of care has and always will exceed the CDC guidelines. I've had the treatment, and I know that reversing hair loss is truly life-changing. You deserve to know what this feels like. The first 10 callers get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Call 844-333-HAIR. Locations in Beverly Hills, Orange County, and Ontario. One-day treatment, life-changing results. Your new hair is 100% guaranteed to grow. 844-333-HAIR. Or go to advancedhair.com. Adjusting famous style. Signing up for eco-friendly rebates. All the creative Clean Energy California. And thanks to programs and incentives from FCE, we all have the power to ensure a clean energy future. Visit FCE.com/clean energy to learn more. This is Jacob Emmerich. If you've been in a truck accident, call 844-24-JACOB. For official rules and more information about contacts on this station, go to KFIAM640.com/rules. If you get a yoga injury or pickleball elbow accident, well, it's probably because a large storm was at its way to the Southwest. So shut off the automatic sprinklers and get the latest news, weather, and traffic on KFI AM 640. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. This layer with Motel, KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Of course, we are following the storm, which is still coming to the Southern California area. We will have updates about that throughout the evening. Also, United Airlines will no longer charge parents to sit with their kids on flights. Oh, nice. They're going to allow, for no extra cost, parents to sit with their children. How capitalistic of them. And there is this. To be serious for a moment, you might have heard KFI over the course of the day report on how Eric R. Holder Jr., 33 years old, was found guilty of the 2019 first-degree murder of Nipsey Hussle, rapper and also entrepreneur, was sentenced to 6 years to life in prison today. And you may not be familiar with Nipsey Hussle. He obviously was a rapper. He was an entrepreneur. He had multiple businesses in the South Los Angeles neighborhood. He was a fixture there. He was well known there, and he was also he was very much about the business of economic improvement of the community and helping others understand the importance some people are maybe not familiar with the South Los Angeles neighborhood in a general sense. Los Angeles is a big place, and there's different enclaves and there's different areas, and I understand, South Los Angeles could be a little bit negative. So I want to actually talk about that for a moment and how that could be good to this particular story here. Now, if you lived in Los Angeles for more than 20 years or so, you know that a certain portion of the city was called South Central. And it's been changed. I think it was Congresswoman Maxine Waters who suggested the change, call it South Los Angeles. And South Los Angeles, for me, is basically south of Los City, maybe going down to around Jefferson or so. What would you think, Paul? I mean, for me, I look at South Los Angeles in regards to Nipsey Hussle and where he grew up in the Crenshaw district from Obama, formerly Rodeo. Yep, or Rodeo. Same street. Let's call it a street. All the way down to Frost. Yes, that is kind of the area where Nipsey Hussle and this individual Eric are holding from. What did you make of the fact, and we kind of talked about this, but what did you make of the fact that there are individuals who spend their whole life within that small 15-block, 10-mile square radius, and they never leave that neighborhood, and everything about their lives is connected to that neighborhood? The first time I ever knew that was a reality was when I was working at 92 the PA, and we had some members of a group who was from that area, from the area called the Jungle, which is called Bank of apartment complex. That was no one in that wow that area. If you see the movie Training Day, Training Day with Denzel Washington and Ethan Hawke, a lot of those scenes were filmed in the jungle, was right by the Baldwin Hills Crenshaw Project, and about Jefferson and Crenshaw, thereabouts. Yeah. So from that area, and they come to the station to do this kind of talk about community. And one gentleman there was saying, "Hey, Master, where are we?" I'm like, "What? There was an SBD thing." He said, "No, but what area is this?" And I said, "Well, this is the Miss Wilson district." And he was like, "Damn, this is the trip. I've never been out of my neighborhood, except maybe going to the beach." I'm like, "What do you mean by that? I've never been out of really LA. Okay, but this is the furthest I've been on this side of Wilshire." And that's just Wilshire, maybe with the Fairfax, yeah, Fairfax. And so when we talk about Nipsey Hussle, and if you know the specifics, Eric Holder is someone who knew Nipsey Hussle, and we can go back and forth as far as what happened and why it happened, but they were not unknown to each other. And I don't know why it got to that point. And it saddens me that it got to that point because nothing positive was going to happen out of it. And I say this not to be funny or anything. There was no way that you were going to bring harm to Nipsey Hussle, and you were going to either get away with it or live to see another 10 years because of it. And now, let's talk about another uncomfortable reality. Eric Holder has been sentenced to 6 years to life in prison, and wherever he goes, he will be a marked man. Yes. Not because of Nipsey Hussle's connection, even though he is kind of was doing his best to leave that part of his life alone. Not because of that, but because of what he meant to the community that he was from, and the overwhelming presence of gang affiliation in that same area, and people who affiliate this individual character or older are taking away the future of that community. Nipsey Hussle did, I can't put it in specific numbers, but he did, I would say, so much economic benefit to South Los Angeles. I don't know if it's been given enough consideration, and the number of lives that he touched. I know KFI talked about his murder, and I know if you listen, like, I don't know who this guy is. Well, I encourage you to find out more about his legacy and impact. And he was a person who did as much as he could with what he had right where he was. And for far too often we hear about people who make money, become successful, and then leave the economically depressed neighborhoods and never come back, never give anything back, never help anyone behind him or her, and this is how so was the exact opposite of that. And when we hear about this, what about the people who are doing for themselves in the community? A perfect example really, so I know felt very lost because if you are one of the people who grew up in South LA and never gone anywhere beyond South LA, then you also was lucky than that. The veterinary that he established Gratitude Square is something I think about outside of basic music, outside of the marathon store, or anything about the celebrity. That is tech startup facility that he brought internet, he brought the future to that community where we have angel investors, we have all types of startups coming out of that area that people who would not typically have that type of rich that literally young professionals bringing in the biggest names in tech, stopping by here to let you know that there actually is a world outside of that area that we need to, unlike Michigan, if you don't rap or whatever, you may not have thought that you could ever see this life. This is something where he said, I want to create something where individuals from Fortune 500 companies feel comfortable coming to my neighborhood to let these kids know about this opportunity. This lady with most of it, if I age before you realize that, we're on the iHeart Radio app now. Let's go to MC, get my profile music.
President Biden returned to the U.S. and joint stage jamboree tonight after a surprise visit to Ukraine to meet with President Zelensky this week. He also visited Poland yesterday. A judge has sentenced the man who killed rapper Nipsey Hussle to 60 years to life in prison. He served only 12 something back after 32-year-old Eric Holden Jr. was convicted in July of shooting and killing Hussle outside his Marathon clothing store in the Huntsville district. The winner of a $1.35 billion Mega Millions jackpot is chosen to remain anonymous. The Maine State Lottery, who's the winner, is taking the one-time lump sum of more than $723 million. The person won the ticket on Friday the 13th of January. This weekend, rain possible overnight, rain likely tomorrow, highs in the 40s and 50s, still possible above about 1,500 feet. This report brought to you by blindsure.com. We got floating in East LA on the 5. Outside recently for slowing down away from the 60s, taking it ahead to the 605. Look at the county sound. We're seeing a little bit of a backup out of City Terrace and City Terrace Drive, all the way to Rosemary for an earlier rapid now. Also on the 60 eastbound drive is slowing down East LA from just before the second trend. And it looks a lot better by the time you make your way back towards the area of Rosemary. Looks like our northbound is slowing down heading into Baldwin Park, moving the 60 all the way to the pad. And in Baldwin Park on the 10 eastbound, which is coming right up on Baldwin Park Boulevard, the traffic can stay down the lane. Hey, up on the side, help get you there faster. I'm going to come out tonight.
Please tell me you've gone to fieldofgreens.com by now just to check out the website for yourself. You can learn about how I'm improving not only my diet, but my overall health. I don't eat all that well at times, especially when you're working in radio today. I had my turkey bacon and my egg white still wrapping swallow, but I also have my Field of Greens to help supplement where I do fall short in my diet. I don't get all my fruits and vegetables that are necessary each and every day. So this is a way that I can, and because of it, I feel great. It's good in my energy every single day. I've been doing it for the past week, and I feel better. My skin is more vibrant. My digestive health is better. And I'm only talking about one scoop in a beverage of my choice, and I'm feeling really gaps in my diet. But here's the best part. I want to emphasize this, that Field of Greens has a better health promise. They promise. If you take Field of Greens and go to your next doctor visit, and he or he doesn't compliment you on how your numbers have improved, you can return Field of Greens for a full refund. And I've got you 50% off your first order. You can get another 10% off when you subscribe. Now, please go to fieldofgreens.com and use the promo code AFI. That's fieldofgreens.com, promo code AFI. New blinds are carried. Blinds.com offers custom-made blinds, shades, and shutters with free shipping and prices less than big box retailers. And right now, save 50% off any order during Blinds President's Day sale. Hurry, sale on February 23rd. Blinds.com. This order is sponsored by 1-800-NO-COP Criminal Defense. I'm Attorney Darren Cavanaugh, founder of 1-800-NO-COP, reminding you to exercise your right to get set off. It doesn't make you look guilty, it makes you look smart. 1-800-NO-COP, because no one looks good in cop. We are big at that sort of thing. 1-800-NO-COP. These are small good plumbers at my diamond. Well, I'm Having stopped himself by these friendly conditions can save you money, prevent flooding inside your home, and remove all unnecessary water from your life. Your high school clothes, and your face and house will be restored. There's $99 unstopped rate applied to 50 cents, 99 sewer boxes, and all 5 areas. Scheduling for today, your lifetime color will show up in time. Professional will smell better than a new color wrapped in bacon. You will be able to tackle like fingers, focus on things that really matter, and avoid the unsanitary top of the transformers. No butter here, man. Control train. Reference the $99 stoppage page. Pass it off smellgoodplumber.com. Then call 800-446. Contact them up at $299. This is my time, and I guarantee my plumber will show up on time and smell good. Your house phone is free. I With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting the highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
Honey, is that car still under warranty?
No, not anymore.
This is got an extended service plan from Ox Car Care.
Car care?
Yeah, Ox will cover our repair bills if anything happens to our cars, new brakes, a transmission, AC, or engine problems. Plus, Ox Car Care offers free oil changes, tire rotation, and roadside tickets.
Wait a minute, we think nothing on the repairs? Ox gets it fixed for us? Free oil changes, free tire rotation, and free roadside assistance? What's the number?
800-301-4089. Ox has a 30-day money-back guarantee and an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau. They handle their claims from start to finish, unlike other warranty companies. We should call now, 800-301-4089.
The last thing we need is an unexpected car repair bill. I'm calling Ox Car Care now. Call Ox Car Care for your free quote. 800-301-4089. Ask about senior and military discounts. Ox covers commercial car owners too. Don't get stuck with a major car repair bill. Call Ox Car Care. 800-301-4089. You know Orange County? The LA, Ventura, Glendale. So yeah, it happens. Stay here for weather, traffic, and the latest news. Reaction. AM5, AM640. Live. Everywhere on the radio app. Thanks for letting us know. KMI AM640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app, and as promised, we'll give you an update on this cold front, which is moving in. But in addition to that, LA County has issued a phase 2 mud flow alert for areas near ceasefire burn scar. LA County Department of Public Works has issued this phase 2 mud flow alert for areas near Duarte in anticipation of the heavy rainfall expected to hit Thursday through Sunday. On Friday, rainfall rates up to about an inch an hour on the frontal band of the storm. It will bring the potential for flooding in eastern near the burn scars. Precipitation totals are expected to be between 2 and 4 inches, and this is according to the National Weather Service. A yellow alert level, which applies to residents in approximately 25 homes, will go into effect Thursday, as in tomorrow at 11 p.m. Residents in that area are directed to adhere to the following protocol. Mill Canyon Road from Brookridge Road to Sixth Canyon Road will be closed from Thursday, the 23rd, 11 p.m. until Saturday, the 25th. Rain-related parking restrictions will also be in effect on Mill Canyon Road between Brookridge and Sixth Canyon Road. Residents are asked to remove any trash cans from the street, and trash pickup is canceled for Friday, the 24th. Just want to keep that in mind, because usually there's a domino effect. Because we are expecting this storm, which is going to impact different areas differently, you may not think about what it may also indirectly impact. When we talk about rain, we also have to talk about flooding. When you talk about flooding, you got to talk about mudslides or mud flows. And we have, obviously, snow, which is going to be, as Amy King told us, 1,500 feet in some areas and possibly lower in other areas. So there are other things to consider. I truly hope that snow is out
I'm going to be about, I'd say, half a mile, maybe less than half mile from like the base of the mountain. Yeah. But
your elevation is 1,358 feet, so you're right there on the top.
That's what I'm saying. I'm right there. It's just never to me. I need to see that. That's one thing I love about here. I love seeing the snow come down. You're supposed to see snow, right? Yeah. Yeah, they're living out there. They've been in it. They had to go to school in it. There was, in Erie, there were like tunnels, like so you go underneath the trees in like a little tunnel system to come up into the school, like you're in the school commune. Yeah. Okay, so there had no days. No.
So used to the cold, the whole downtown is connected by tunnels.
I didn't know that.
Or skywalks. So in between the buildings, so you don't have to go outside when it's cold like it is.
Okay. If you've never been in the Midwest, now I know I'm speaking of California, and not all of us have. I have friends who, to this day, who've never actually been in snow. If you've never been in the Midwest or far east in the middle of winter, then you can't even fathom how cold that is. I mean, the temperature may be 2, but 2 degrees, yeah, and the wind chill maybe -20, right? It's so low, yeah. Felt that. It's been in Jersey on the East Coast for a holiday with the ex-wife and out there with her family. Have seen a blizzard to the point where it's blind with like you open the door, it's like I can see it. It's just white out. Depending on the wind, you may not be able to open the door. That is true. Or you open the door and you see her like snow up like your knees, and you're like, gotta go downstairs into the garage, push the shovel or the plow, push it off the stairs. Fun though. It's fun for one day. One day. It's fun to play in fresh snow. Yeah. But when you have to deal with the rock salt, you have to deal with the slush when it starts melting, you have to start dealing with the black ice and the sliding down the street. Either when you're walking or driving, black ice is not there. Yeah. Just walking and stuff. You look at snow all together differently. When you have to live it and you have to bundle up and wear long underwear or whatever, just so you can go to the store, and you don't want to, but you have to. It's a different sensation.
But it's fun to dress for. Like, you know, they have these cool leggings now that have like
the heaters in them, don't they?
They probably do. But they have like the fleece on the inside. And I'm like, oh, that sounds so yummy and comfortable. I'm like,
no,
it's not really in California. It's just this one day.
Not really. No.
It's not, you know,
it's not comfortable because here's the problem. It does increase your body temperature. So you're super warm, but now you're outside in this, and it almost feels like almost a hot dog. You feel like you're cooking inside your clothes. I didn't know until recently that they have like these boot down jackets with like battery operated heating. It's like a heating pad. Yeah. No, but I'm saying I understand what I would. I'm saying I didn't know that they actually offered that. They do.
Well, when you use this can?
No,
did you try them?
Yeah.
The new ones? They're like,
oh no. This is from at least 2 years ago.
I think they're
probably better now. I hope so, because he had those things inside. If the battery is like all in your pocket, and so your pocket is warm. It's like, it's a self-contained indicator. That doesn't just improve it.
It's got like heat coils running through it.
Probably. It's like a beauty pad. You know, you can wear it. I hope so. And I think that's just heat. Probably, but that's why I like living in California, where the worst is it's going to be really cold for the most part. If you're at a very low elevation, and you get some rain, you get some wind, maybe some hail, but that's about it. And you have to adjust your life around that. But your life is not turned upside down, hopefully, by this cold snap which is coming in. But yes, I'm like Deepwater. I want to see some snow on the ground, and it's good. I want to really, make it inconvenient for people, but I do want to be like one snow angel in LA before I die. In LA. It's Ray with Bo Kelly. We're going to find out what's going on in the world of finance with Joel Larsar. Find out how the money. That's next. So keep it right here. AM240. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Perfect for aging defensive lines. TFI's cooling info gel quickly relieves endurance and is a bit of fresh scent. AOST HD2.
Los Angeles and China.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Blow me down. I'm in live from KFI 24-hour newsroom. Strong winds have blown some trees down in the South Bay. A eucalyptus tree in Manhattan Beach fell into an apartment building last night. The owner, Chris Christie, tells KTLA he heard the thump around 10 p.m.
I've lived here for 30 years, never seen wind like this in Manhattan Beach.
He says the building only has some damage to rain gutters. Another tree fell in Torrance. Firefighters in San Pedro had to do some tree cutting overnight outside Little Company F. Mary Medical Center. A tree that fell there was blocking access to the emergency room. Cold winter weather is moving into Southern California.
Strong winds are expected throughout the region over the next several days. Valleys are anticipated to really start getting wet tomorrow, and then intensifies to Friday, peaking Friday afternoon to Saturday morning. National Weather Service meteorologist Andrew Rourke says mountains in LA County, Orange County, and the IE are all expecting varying amounts of snow and strong winds. Mountains in LA County could get up to 7 feet of snow above 6,000 feet. Like trolling, say it, I use it.
A blizzard warning will be in effect for the mountain areas of Ventura and LA counties starting early Friday. We're brought to you by 800 No Trust and LA County Sheriff's Deputy was not guilty to murder and other charges in connection with a high-speed crash in South Lake and killed a 12-year-old boy. Ricardo Castro was off duty in late 2021 and his car slammed into a car of Oregon. The boy's older sister was also hurt. LA County DA showed that Castro was going about 95 miles per hour as he headed into the intersection of Firestone Boulevard and San Juan Avenue. A judge in LA has sentenced the man who killed rapper Nipsey Hussle. Superior Court just handed down a 60-year sentence for the man convicted of shooting and killing Hussle. The judge said he took into account the killer's mental health struggles, along with the devastation he caused Hussle's family. He says the sentencing is a balance of the two. The hip-hop star was shot in 2019 outside of his clothing store in LA, where the two men grew up together. In downtown LA, Chris Adler, KFI News. Officials in Orlando, Florida say a 19-year-old man has been arrested for allegedly shooting 5 people in 3 shootings in one day.
Melvin Moses, he is being formally charged in the murder from this morning, and we expect additional charges for the shootings of the 4 people this afternoon.
Orange County Sheriff John Nina says a Spectrum News journalist was shot and killed. Another was shot and injured while they were covering the first shooting that happened earlier in the day. That shooting left 1 person dead. Nina says a young girl was shot and killed, and her mother was injured after the Spectrum News employees were shot. Nina says the man has a long criminal record. The Palestinian Health Ministry says at least 10 people have been killed and nearly 100 hurt during an Israeli military raid in the West Bank. The Israeli military says its troops were operating in Nablus, but didn't give any other information. At least 51 Palestinians have been killed in the West Bank and East Jerusalem since the start of this year. This collab may help you get all the rock and roll satisfaction you need. It's a collaboration that's been in the making a long, long time. The Rolling Stones are said to be planning on recording with the 2 surviving Beatles for a new Stones album. Paul McCartney has reportedly already recorded some bass parts, and Ringo Starr is going to play on the album as well. Mick Jagger said last year a lot of tracks for the Stones' first album or original material in years are already done. Clean it up, make it and Lindsay with a 50% chance of having possibly snow showers at midnight. Lows between the 30s and 40s, 20s and 30s, and then the winds pick up after midnight, so rain especially tomorrow with snow possible about 1,300 feet. Mountain passes are expected with heavy snow at times, up to 9 feet of snow is possible in the Antelope Valley. More rain on the way Friday and Saturday with highs in the 40s and 50s. We'll get a break on Sunday, but then another storm comes in Monday night and Tuesday. It's 45 in Diamond Bar, 50 in Newport Beach, 35 in Palmdale, 45 in Sherman Oaks. We've got a slow go through Culver City on the 405. It's the fast on highway away from the Penn Freeway, taking you ahead to Howard Hughes Parkway. Looking good after that, rolling into Hawthorne and beyond. All good to little flow of that 101 traffic. Heading into downtown Los Angeles. Still coming up in Commerce on the 5 southbound from 710 freeway to the 605. And looking at Pasadena, it's looking a lot better on the 210 eastbound, moving the 134 freeway. And we have delays ahead moving out of Irwindale, east 210 from the 605 to Azusa Avenue. I wonder why nobody does that. Grapevine still open at this point. Hot ice right now. KFI in the sky has supposed to go faster.
Like ice
cream.
If you've been thinking about calling advanced hair restoration, do yourself a favor and simply schedule your free consultation today. Find out if your bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair is in fact optional. Imagine a relief just knowing that a full head of hair is a real possibility. Advanced hair is one day free, hey, first time pain-free, and your new hair starts growing back the very next day. It worked for me, and dozens of our listeners have thanked me personally for inspiring them to take control. Advanced Hair's exceptional standard of care also makes this the perfect time to pursue your needs. Do yourself a favor and schedule your free consultation right now. If you choose to move forward, you're also going to receive $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. That's huge. Call 844-333-HAIR. Scheduling a consultation is literally the hardest part. Advanced Hair successfully restored my bald spot, and they even guarantee that your new hair will also grow. 844-333-HAIR or advancedhair.com. Eric was way behind on his taxes. I owed a lot of money to the IRS, almost $15,000. I tried to make payments. The IRS wasn't satisfied with Eric's efforts, so they came after him full force. They come in to put a lien and a hold on all my income, my home, my car. I was just overwhelmed at what to do. Then Eric called Optimal Tax Relief. When Optimal Tax got involved, the cars would stop, the stress would stop. It was easy like 1, 2, 3. Optimal Tax Relief is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, and their team of expert tax professionals took care of Eric's problem. I owe $15,000, and now my debt is clean. I don't owe anything. Take Eric's advice. If you have a tax problem, you need to call Optimal Tax now. Call Optimal Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-364-9188. 800-364-9188. 800-364-9188. Optimal Tax Relief. No restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimalTaxRelief.com. This is Jacob and Ron. If you've been involved in a motorcycle accident, call 844-24-JACOB. More stimulating talk.
And I have radio stations.
Some financial headlines were following. The housing market downturn, well, it's officially here. You might not be selling your house anytime soon. And looky here, more flights have been canceled due to winter storms. And I mean thousands of them. It's later with Paul Kelly. We all have some financial planning to do. But did you know that companies have their own financial goals as well? Well, of course you do. But did you know they have goals for your personal expenditures? Or put another way, there's planned obsolescence for the products you buy with the expectation that you will be forced to buy the newest, the latest, and maybe the newest and latest for the rest of your family as well. How the Money with Joel Larsgard airs every Sunday here on KFI from 12 to 2. And Joel's going to each and every week to give you a little preview of his show and also impart a little stage wisdom along the way. Joel, good to see you. Good to talk to you again. How you doing, my brother? Yeah, always good to be with you, man. Well, I'm awesome. Because I'm a little bothered by this, and sometimes when it's thrown in your face and you can see it for what it is, you kind of knew in the back of your mind, but when it's affirmed in a public sense, it's a little unsettling. I mean, there are my plans, and there are corporate American plans, we can all agree. I plan to buy a new phone every 1 to 2 years, and Google sees to that. It will end software security updates. It will basically... my battery will die after a year or two. Right. Cars only get to last around 7 years because automakers don't really see the financial value in having cars last 20 years. That's not my imagination, is it? No, especially if you take gadgets. That's where it becomes the most concerning, just because you're right, it's not that the gadgets, the phone, whatever it is, the camera or something like that, no longer works effectively. It's that the manufacturer now no longer wants to offer support for that product. And typically they'll telegraph even, hey, this is how long we'll support the product that we have. And Apple has been better about supporting its phones than Google has. And so, yeah, you might have a perfectly fine working Pixel 3A, but Google says, yeah, we're not sending any security patches anymore. You're not going to get the update to the latest Android system. And so you're almost like forced into upgrading when you're perfectly happy with the hardware you got. But the company says, like, we're just going to kind of make it harder on you to keep it. And I understand from a tech standpoint, it's I've had nothing but Google Pixel. It's not that my Google Pixel 3a can't handle the update or wouldn't be better served by the security patch or the software update. Google is saying, and I'm picking on them because I'm a Google user, Google is saying, no, we're just not going to stick it. We're not going to keep offering. So either your phone is more vulnerable or you can wait and get to do it for later, which may not be the best financial choice for you. Since phones are getting close, in some respects, the average is $1,200 each.
Yeah, which I think brings up into question who really owns the device at some point in time. Because it feels like there's an article in the Atlantic a couple weeks ago talking about how printers, maybe if you stop signing to an ink refill service or something like that, they can shut you down and say, like, well, this printer, we're going to switch your printer from Palo Alto. We're remotely going to shut you down. And that's a problem because you're like, I bought this thing expecting that I would be able to print stuff whenever I wanted. But when the company has some say over the device, when it works, how it works, from remote, technology is kind of complicating the problem of planned obsolescence. Because when you're talking about just physical products, sometimes planned obsolescence makes sense, or at least not making something to the degree where it's the best product possible. Like when I buy pants for my son, who's 3, I don't need some sort of like pants that are going to stand the test of time. I need them to last for like 6 months, right? So it doesn't need to be like the nicest product in the world. But then other things where you're like, I would like to use this for longer, and I would prefer not to have to upgrade. But technology makes this new dance like even more complex for consumers.
You touched on something that I think is going to be discussed even more widely in the coming months and years. This subscription-based.
Hi there, I'm Rabbi ROTHSCHILD. I live my life all day, every day, like you said. I have more content online than any human in global history, which makes this the thing. Makes me eventually going to be the biggest celebrities of all time. Data is the #1 commodity in the world, and I have more data than any person in global history. I see my life message. I see my life.
You didn't really own all of it to begin with, no?
Yeah, well, BMW has said, hey, I know we're putting the hardware in here so you can have heated seats when it's cold outside, but if you want access to those heated seats, you got to pay $18 a month or something like that. And I guess if you're a BMW driver, you can afford that, right? But it's a principle. It is a principle, and it just complicates everything. And I'm not in favor of that. I think when that hardware is put in, that is you're buying the thing for that, right? And subscription service, every company wants to get in your pocket. They've seen the recurring revenue that companies like Netflix can make, and they say, we want some of that subscription money too. But they're trying to find a way. That's now how, instead of buying Microsoft Word, you pay for a monthly subscription. Now, it sounds nice up front, but what if you had Microsoft Word and you use it for 6, 7, 8, 10 years, but now you're paying a monthly subscription fee, and overall, you're forking over more money to Microsoft because of it. So this is going to be a point moving forward. You have to be aware of what kind of company I do. And one other thing, like Arlo Camera, they decided that they were going to like stop servicing these cameras that people bought, and people reacted. They're not very happy with Arlo, and so they want to put in their company they're making tweets, and the company backs down. So sometimes you have to be able to make your voice heard and say, hey, this isn't right. Get your fellow customers together and sit back on these companies for a time to degrade or eradicate items that still work perfectly good.
I'm a Honda owner. I've driven basically nothing but Hondas for the past 40 years, and I've been driving, even when I was learning to drive. And Hondas worked well for me. I had a Honda which got 300,000 miles, and it lasted a good 15, 16 years. The Honda I'm driving now, I have 130,000 miles. It's lasted 7 years. It's not even close to breaking down. How does a company like Honda, I use it by name, do this dance where you don't want to sacrifice product quality and brand loyalty and also brand reputation, but maximize revenue? I know there's a corporate aspect to this where it's like, wait a minute, I'm being penalized at Honda for making such good cars. Yeah. So first off, you're a man after my own heart. Driving a car for 300,000 miles, that's impressive. That's impressive. Most people don't do it. Why do they should? That's going to be one of your biggest ways to save money there. But I think you're right. I think companies have to think of they think this thing in enforcement. And if you want to create something that stands the test of time, you have to create a good product. You have to stay behind it. And those are the companies that gain the most respect. People flock to those companies to develop a reputation of their own person. Buy it for life is this kind of consumer movement that's happening. It's dedicated to it where you can see, hey, which company
make a stop that you might pay way more for it up front, even like a pair of socks, darn tough socks. You might pay like $25 for a pair of socks. As someone who's got the Costco or Walmart, you might be like, that's ridiculous. Who's paying much for a pair of socks? Well, if the company stays behind it, you get the hole in it, and you can send it back and they'll send you another pair free. That's great. Like, I don't mind paying more when the company stays behind it. The companies have to pay. Sometimes you can go in that higher price point here as long as you stay behind it. But yeah, it takes that combo of kind of thinking about short-term satisfaction, but long-term making profits as well. How the Money with Joel Ross here every Sunday, 12 to 2 p.m. here on CFR. And Joel always joins me a little bit of the week to some of the show and also in part of the wisdom. Joel, it's always good to see you, and I'll be listening to see that he's done. That's it. It's later with Mo Kelly. Keep it right here. KFI 8249 everywhere. All the iHeartRadio apps. Now let's go to the KFI 24-hour newsroom at 82.
Powerful winds about as much as Southern California ahead of a winter storm that's moving into the area. High winds, rain, and snow are on the way, and county forecasters issue a blizzard warning to the LA and Ventura Mountains Friday and Saturday. 5 to 7 feet of snow could fall in the mountains. A 9-year-old girl and a journalist among 3 people dead in a series of shootings in Florida. Police say a man shot and killed a woman, then returned to the scene later in the day and shot 2 journalists who were covering the story. One of them died. Police said the gunman out to shoot a woman and a child in her home nearby. The shooter has been arrested. Here's something that we had explored. Astronomers say they've discovered what appears to be massive galaxies dating back to within 600 million years of the Big Bang. Yeah? Astronomers say they expected to see older galaxies with the new James Webb Space Telescope, but not 6 megagalaxies like they found. We're going to check out some trouble on the 101. Nope, we're going to do it now. We're going to do it after this. Rose got me all messed up with his new endorsement. Okay, gusty winds, rain possible after midnight, rain tomorrow through Saturday, so possible in valleys and higher elevation. Okay, now, let's go to the 101. We've got a crash in Boyle Heights. This is on the west side, 54 4th Street. Now, this crash is causing rains. We're low on details, but there's only a couple of lanes that are in the area. It's really pushing the guys back, getting away from the 5 freeway. Well, let's take a look at the driving downtown LA, 110 northbound. That's going down from 8th Street, looking better before the 101. Thomas is still crowded on the 5 South Valley from Atlantic, looking better by the 605. And out to the riverside, 6215 southbound, coming down from University, looking better, coming up on Fox Springs Road. Pull up on the side, help get you there faster. I mean, to Martinez.
This report is sponsored by Compassion International. Drought, war, and rising food prices have doubled the number of families facing malnutrition. You can help. $50 provides the food to feed a family for a month. Just text the word radio to 97646. Looking for your next investment opportunity? How about 100% passive ownership in commercial real estate? First National Realty Partners is backed by $1.5 billion in commercial real estate assets from Walmart, Whole Foods, Kroger, Publix, and more. Grocery store-anchored commercial real estate offers day one cash flow from high-credit national tenants, tax advantages with 1031 exchanges, inflation fighting triple net lease, and more. Get information on current and upcoming opportunities today. Call 888-301-9010 or go to fnrtradio.com. Become an investor in owned and managed commercial real estate with national grocery store brand tenants producing quarterly cash flow. Call 888-301-9010 or go to fnrtradio.com. Securities are only available to verified accredited investors. Investments are subject to risk, including loss of principal. Cash distributions are not guaranteed. Any representations made about investment stability reflect FNRT's strategy and may or may not be realized. Visit fnrtradio.com.
This disclaimer will also be UNCF uplifts the history and culture of the African American community, including past, present, and future executives and higher teachers at historical.com and university. Overview. HCCD is the way to address the continuity and investment of our veterans for their great contributions to the prosperity and stability of our nation. This is to support the youth generation of Black activists, leaders, artists, business owners, and advocates. Go to UNCF.org/donate today. Because I'm learning is a terrible thing to do. This year is a new year to learn a new language, family, or just for fun. To regret them and stay motivated to reach your goals. Right now, get a lifetime unlimited subscription with Forever Access to all 25 of Rosetta Stone beverages for 40% off. Visit rosettastone.com today and save 40%. Rosetta Stone, how language is learned.
What are they doing? They talking.
Everywhere you can stay away.
You are helping.
And the number one reason.
Don't give people that. Get an electrical advisor and earn 500 points on your work card to 27 or 21.
Rolando, good time. How much do you think your home is worth this year? Do you think it's going to be worth the same next year? If you're thinking about borrowing on your home equity, your odds of getting out of your home is probably higher now than it will be next year. I certainly believe that. Some experts predict that property values like decline over the next few years, making it more challenging for borrowers to tap into that home equity. If you need $75,000 or more, Internet Capital can help you borrow the money you need for the equity you built. So whether you want to consolidate debt, make home improvements, or whatever your situation may be, HMS Capital may have the best solution to help you. No appraisal, credit report fees to apply. I've done 2 mortgages with HMS Capital. Clearly, I'm a fan. I believe they are simply the best at what they do. Call 833-255-5698, 833-255-5698. Visit hmscapital.com. All right, our radio podcast awards are back. Celebrate your favorite. Go to iHeart.com for a podcast award. Check out the nominees for Podcast of the Year. Then comment on news, sports, and more. Tuesday, March 14th. Join us for our 2023 iHeart Radio Podcast Awards.
At Progressive, we're making things a bit easier. We'll help you bundle your home and car insurance together so you can save on both. Learn more at progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE.
Winter. Winter conditions.
What is this? What's in the garbage?
One always happening. Last time this happened, 1989. Here will keep you warm, or at least informed. Fine. Live everywhere on the Radio app.
Yo, why don't they stay in the dog
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. It's later with Mo Kelly. And remember how we were talking about Bed Bath & Beyond, how they were circling the proverbial drain, getting ready to go out of business, store closures, filing bankruptcy.
I don't know what the fuck.
If you know about Bed Bath & Beyond, you probably know about Tuesday Morning. I would consider Tuesday Morning more like a discount. Bed Bath & Beyond. Similar items, similar products.
Except it's an oversaturated.
Yeah. But I'm just saying, if you're not familiar with it, you would know at least what they offer.
Yeah.
And Tuesday Morning, not surprisingly, is going through some of the same struggles that these other businesses selling similar items have been going through. And this is something that I've been thinking about. The pandemic, if it did anything, it forced America to function primarily online for an extended amount of time. Now, some of us were already comfortable with that. I was completely comfortable with that. And so the pandemic did not give me that type of anxiety that it might have given other people. Some were cool with that, some were not. But here's the reality, we're not going back. And as an extension of not going back, there have been a number of businesses which have fallen by the wayside, I would say. Only because we now know that there are other options to shopping. We're not comfortable with shopping in ways that we maybe weren't prior to the pandemic. If you would have told me 5 years ago that I would buy a pair of shoes online, and I could only go off of the sizing chart and the pictures in which they offered me, and my knowledge of the brand and just do it, I would have said, you're crazy. I would have said, there's absolutely no way in the world that I would have done that. But here I am now, and I do it routinely. And that's just the economy now. I'm willing to buy just about anything online, they check the idea of cost. I don't think I'm special in that regard. There's just about nothing I won't buy online if I'm comfortable with either the website, i.e. Amazon, or if I'm comfortable with knowledge of the product. Like, for example, I got a new, very expensive, inexpensive laptop from Lenovo, and you think you buy a computer online? Hell yeah. I bought like the last 3 online. Pretty much sight unseen, because I'm comfortable doing that. And in my mother, I know who I know is with me, I've brought her along very slowly over the years from online banking and other things, getting her comfortable to do all the things that she may do on a daily basis. Things she may need to say, hey, you don't need to go to the store. I can set that up with DoorDash. Or we can have someone just bring it to you. So it makes your life easier, and you feel like, wait a minute, you feel like you're shopping for it? Yeah. I remember I was talking like $2 the other day. I don't remember. Was it DoorDash?
Really?
We were talking, yeah.
I think there was like a pimp who was like, I think that's someone who's going to go to the store, and that motherfucker got there November 22nd, 1963. If any motherfucker out there thinks that they can hang,
looking at what it is that I buy. Yeah, and he's going to bring it to you. That's something we didn't do 3-4 years ago.
Yeah, you can see the part where he's comparing himself to Kennedy and barking at the camera. I loved it.
But that is where our economy is. The reason I'm talking about this is because Tuesday morning is closing its Southern California stores. 20 in Southern California and 31 statewide. Local closures include stores in Glendora, Woodland Hills, Granada Hills, Torrance, Laverne, Lakewood, Santa Monica, Orange, Fountain Valley, Rancho Cucamonga, Riverside, Redlands, and Palm Desert, and even 5 in San Diego County, 2 in Ventura County. They are also closed. Now, this is just the first phase of closures, which will include about 130 overall, and it's set to begin this summer. Now, to give you some perspective, the U.S. closures amount to half of the retailer's 487 locations in 40 states. So they're about done.
You know what's different though about like Tuesday morning closings and you ordering stuff online? It's, at least for me, it's like Tuesday mornings is a place where you go to find treasure. Because again, it's overstocked shop and I have found some of the coolest things for my house there, or maybe even like throw pillows or bedding, that kind of stuff. And because it's all new, but it's all overstuffed, so it's quite highly discounted. But it's not something that you go looking for, at least because you don't ever know if it's going to be there. Like if you're going to go to Bed Bath & Beyond, like I was looking for a mattress cabinet. I knew what I was looking for, so I went there looking for it. But Tuesday mornings is more of a discovery store.
And since we live in a world with Overstock.com, actually physically walking into a location, not knowing what they have, and an idea of what I'm looking for probably would appeal to me.
Right, but even Overstock.com, when you go onto that website, whether they have, say they have 20,000 items, I have no idea how many they have. But you still go in looking for something because you just open it up and start browsing.
I do.
Really?
Yeah, I do. It's just, what does Overstock.com have that I might be able to integrate into my life, or I could use, or I might be in need of? But here's the difference.
I over the pattern.
Sometimes you never know. But you know what I didn't do? I didn't get in my car. I didn't take time out of my day. I didn't have to drive to Torrance like the one I've been to many times over the years. And I didn't walk around the store for 15, 20 minutes and then walk out empty-handed. Or sacrifice a good hour and a half of my day to buy something that I maybe did not need, didn't expect to find, but then I bought it, and I don't know if that's a good enough trade-off in the sense of, are there enough people who are willing to get in their car and drive and go to these stores, confronted with the same problem that you may have with, well, I don't know if they're going to have it. I don't know if they can have something that I want. I'm going and see what they have. And that may have worked prior to the pandemic, but it's not working post-pandemic. I'm not just putting this out of anywhere. CEO Steve Beckler said that business was doing well before the pandemic hit, and necessitated the closures and employee furloughs, moves that had, quote-unquote, severe business. So it's figured into it. I can't say whether specifically it was people's online buying habits, but the pandemic is fundamentally related to this financial position right now and where it's struggling and stuff. But I do think if you look at what they were selling, if you do look at the overall landscape of how these similarly constructed businesses are failing or struggling, then I think you can recognize the pattern. I think you can say that, oh, all right, this is not a one-off. This is not just something that you can explain. It's not the exception. If anything, it's actually showing what the rule is. And if you are into selling these types of items, which can be found online relatively easily or other things, then you're going to struggle in competition with them because I will buy it online before I will go in the store and get it.
You know, the other day I went into a Macy's because I wanted to see what their toy brush looked like.
This is abominable. Proof. You can't come back. That's too bad because you have a special place in your heart for they do this book already. It's later with Mo Kelly. Can't buy 8240 live everywhere. On the iHeartRadio app now, it goes to the Can't Buy 24-hour news them and you can.
SoCal is getting hit with cold winter weather.
It was a very strong storm comes in with very low snow levels and looks for a lot of water and a lot of snow.
National Weather Service meteorologist Andrew Rorke starting tomorrow, mountain areas about 6,000 feet in Arizona could get up to 7 feet of snow. Peaks in the Santa Ana Mountains in Orange County can also be under 1.5 feet of snow. Strong winds are expected, especially in the mountains, over the next several days. News brought to you by Mark Simon, with Velvet Commerce. Water agencies in Southern California will be getting more water from the state thanks to the Sierra snowpack. The Department of Water Resources says it expects to distribute 35% of water supplies this year. It'll provide an extra 210,000 acre-feet of water to the state through its 29 public water agencies. SoCal was told in December, before a series of storms hit in January, that it would be getting just 5% of the water requested. Police are trying to find the man who's been spotted touching himself in front of other people on Simon Canyon Trail in Studio City. This woman says the exposure may be a sign changes are needed at the trail. So I think now they're going to need somebody kind of circling or some type of security, which I've never seen and I've been coming for years. Photos of the guy have been posted to social media, including one picture where the man is on